Davey has come into the side, Rahan Ahmed having disappeared off to the IPL, and Johnny Tattersall has come in place of Tom Scriven, otherwise as per.
So the Glamorgan side is that which finished the game at Nottingham. In other words, Sean Dixon retains his place in the side. The new signing from Somerset has not been able to get the runs he needed in the first couple of matches, so a big match for him. Probably batting at 6, we imagine. So it's Eddie Byram, left-hander, who will take strike. Asa Tribe, who got runs in the second innings at Trent Bridge at the non-striker's end. And there are 3 slips for Josh Davey, former Somerset, before that Middlesex player, Scotland international, 35 years old, who will bowl the first ball of this match from the River Taff end in the Sophia Gardens sunshine. And he comes to bowl to Byram, who works it away on the leg side and is off the mark first ball with the single down to fine leg. It's fielded by Ben Green. So everyone swaps over for the right-hander, and Tribe goes down the pitch and has a little prod. It is a fairly dry wicket. Haven't had much rain in Cardiff, thankfully, in recent days. There's rather straw-like grass on it. And we're slightly towards the middle from the last championship match. We're 2 strips over. Still slightly towards the grandstand side. But it's not quite as short a boundary as it was for the opening match against Yorkshire here. As Davey bowls to Tribe, who works on the leg side. Fielded at mid-wicket, and there is no run. BBC personnel for this game. Richard and myself will be here for the duration. Edward Bevan will be alongside me for the first couple of days. And Kenneth Davis on Sunday and Monday. Thank you to Rob Phillips for his able work on the last game in Nottingham. And Rob will be back next game away to Hampshire at Southampton. Davey in, bowls to Tribe and beats him outside off stump. Tribe prodding half. So there will be a certain danger for Glamorgan with the new ball, particularly as they haven't coped very well on either occasion in the first innings, in the first couple of matches. As Davey is in, bowls to Tribe, who plays that solidly defensively back to the bowler. Glamorgan were reduced to 28 for 4 by Yorkshire on the first morning of the season here 3 weeks ago, and then in round 2 they were shot out for 113 in the first innings by Nottinghamshire, but I suppose on paper that is Glamorgan's most difficult game of the season, away to the defending champions, so they'll be hoping for better things alongside more familiar opponents in the shape of Leicestershire here, as Davey is in to bowl and Tribe shuffles forward and then jabs it down on the leg side. The ball trickles up to mid-on, there is no run, and Glamorgan are 1 without loss. The start of at the end rather of the first over, and Richard is back in timely fashion from addressing the radio listeners of Leicestershire.
Bowling for Leicestershire at the Cathedral Road end, Ian Holland.
Dr. Hignell informing you that Ian Holland, Leicestershire's captain this year, replacing Pete Hanscom. A late decision from Peter on personal grounds not to come across to England for the English domestic season. He had a brilliant season in the Sheffield Shield. I think he was top run getter. But Holland has picked up the captain's baton, and he's going to be bowling from the Cathedral Road end of the ground to Eddie Byram. Looked to be a little bit of movement with that last delivery from Davey back into Tribe, and Holland wanders in and bowls outside off stump. A little bit of a sort of waver through the air, but too wide for Eddie Byram to play, and he let it go through. 3 slips alongside Ben Cox. Otherwise a single saving field, with the exception of a wide-ish long leg. Josh Hull out there, and more people coming into the ground. There's a fair few below us as Holland over the wicket bowls again outside off stump, if anything even wider, and Cox hops across in front of first slip. Rishi Patel made a very fine century at the Oval. Look to have regained something of his form from previous seasons.
Yes, it must have been quite a pleasurable experience for you and the Foxes supporters, running up the best part of 700 against Surrey.
It was a flat track, but yes, they acquitted themselves very well. Holland is in much straighter, goes past the outside edge, he's taken the outside edge, and Byram has gone. Did just enough, he straightened up his line, just perhaps held its own. Byram stepped forward, tempted the forward defensive, had to play really, and nicked the outside edge and through to Cox. So let's have a look at that one. Maybe he'll feel he could have left it, was pushed across him, but he didn't. Bat was nicely close to the pad, but he knew his fate. Cox threw the ball into the air straight away, and Steve O'Shaughnessy, standing at the Cathedral Road end, raised the finger. So another.
Eddie Byram was caught by Ben Cox off the bowling of Ian Holland for 1.
Not ideal start for Glamorgan.
Indeed, and looking back at last year's games, we started the season here, in fact, last season, and Holland was in the wickets here with 7 in the match at Sapphire Gardens, as Leicestershire cantered to a 10-wicket victory on that occasion. The match at Grace Road was a high-scoring one and was drawn with 5 centuries being recorded in the match. So Zainul Hassan remains in the side. Didn't play the first game, was brought in at Trent Bridge, made 27 and 16, and his presence balances the side in that he's able to offer an extra seam bowling option, which you need really if you've got a non-bowler at 6, as they have in Dixon. But Ul Hassan last season opened through the campaign with an average in the low 20s, which is far from ideal. So another right-left combination, and another man, as for most of the Glamorgan batters, who are in need of runs. Only Tribe with 85 against Notts, Carlson with a half century here against Yorkshire, and Colin Ingram with runs in both innings here against Yorkshire, and Crane. Those are the only half-century makers in the first 2 matches for Glamorgan.
That was Holland's 9th wicket of the season. He and Ben Green have bowled a comfortable majority of the overs. It's been hard work for them, so they'll be enjoying these conditions. They seem to have been bowling into a gale most of the season so far. In he goes and bowls and goes past the outside edge of Ul Hassan's bat. Another left-hander, of course. If anything, started outside and just seemed to shake back in a bit. Ul Hassan playing down the wrong line, simply didn't take the outside edge. The gully is it's fourth slip really. Eskenazi has come in there, Weatherald. Holland is in, bowls. That one did arguably just leave Zain al-Hassan off the pitch, but it was wide, and he could and did leave safely.
Yeah, the Leicestershire bowlers will want to take advantage of the early shininess of the ball, because there certainly aren't the overhead conditions to help them, and it doesn't look like the pitch conditions to help them.
Not a cloud as we look across the river. In goes Holland and bowls. Al-Hassan gets forward, quite a big stretch, and it was a stretch because a little hop after he connected with that one, pushed it out into the offside, but an excellent opening over, a wicket maiden for Ian Holland, who is leading from the front as far as the Foxes are concerned. After 2 overs, Glamorgan are 1 for 1.
Yes, he doesn't necessarily look like an opening bowler in terms of the pace, does he, Holland? But he's certainly effective enough.
Yeah. Movement is the key for Holland. Probably no more than... There was a speed gun at the Oval.
Mm-hmm.
Probably no more than sort of 74, 75s really, mid-70s. The odd one nips, but he's not trying to blast batsmen out, he's defeating them with movement.
Davey trying to join the party for Leicestershire, to Tribe, who flicks it through square leg and will get, I think, 4 runs. Yeah, it's chased in vain by a couple of Leicestershire fielders on the leg side, but Tribe timing that one nicely and working his way just forward of the umpire. The umpires are Steve O'Shaughnessy and Ian Blackwell, both Doughty County all-rounders in their day.
Blackwell played one day cricket for England, didn't he? Several times.
Yes. As Davey bowls, and Tribe has nothing to do with that one outside the off stump as it goes through.
This isn't Josh Davies' Leicestershire debut.
Oh, sorry.
Remember, he played on loan at Worcester. Did you say it was?
I might have done, yes.
Okay.
I knew that Tattersall had played once last
yes,
year.
But Davey played
Didn't
for
realise that
Leicestershire.
Davey had as well.
2-3 years ago.
Oh, right.
At Worcester on
okay.
loan. Took 6 wickets in the game, I believe, 3 in each innings. I'll have to check that.
Davey is in to bowl, and Tribe runs it down into the gully. There's no run.
But I guess this is his debut as a contracted player, if
yes.
you like. As a permanent player, in as much as players ever are permanent. T-shirts down below us. Oof, gorgeous.
2023 on loan. Did he just play the one game, did you say?
Yes. Okay. At Worcester. They wanted to sign him, but I think that was under Paul Nixon's regime, but weren't quite able to get it over the line.
As Davies in to bowl. Tribe leaves a ball that comes back in and gets a few oohs and ahs, because Cox actually took it moving slightly to his left towards the leg side. No shot played. How close was it? It's moved a long way. It wasn't that close, to be honest. But worth a bit of a dramatic reaction just for the movement.
Well, if drama is required, Rishi Patel at first slip will supply it. If it's in the same parish and the batsman leaves it, it will get a big ooh from Rishi.
Why not? Here's Davey in the sunshine. Bowls to Tribe, who again works it on the leg side, but this time it is straight to Tattersall in a sort of mid-wicket come square leg, covering both eventualities position.
Where Lewis has been, Hill that is, has been sent. It's usually him there, but can't believe he's in the covers.
5 for 1. Last ball of the 3rd over of this match. Davy in with 3 slips waiting behind Tribe, and he runs it into the gully off an angled bat. There is no run. 5 for 1 it remains. Scoring shots, 4 to Tribe, and the single that Byram took off the first ball, but he's gone now. Rest of the Glamorgan side: Kieran Carlson, Colin Ingram, Sean Dixon, Chris Cook, Tim van der Hoogten, Mason Crane, Andy Gorvin and Ryan Hadley. Hadley, if you haven't been with us for the first couple of games, is a New South Wales paceman who's taken 10 wickets so far and is with Glamorgan for the first block of 6 matches.
Tribe was shuffling down the pitch a little bit there at
he often does.
Davy. Yeah. Holland is in, bowls very wide outside off stump to Zainul Hassan, who steps forward and leaves, taken by Ben Cox, moving in front of the first of those 4 slips. Often Holland's way. There'll be a few out there. One will come back. Use it both ways.
Richard Blight has emailed us.
As Holland is in and bowled. A little bit straighter, but still not straight enough to persuade Al Hassan to play.
Question: presumably Ryan has been told that he's not in the immediate test plans.
Yes, there's no... Yeah, the England... they haven't raised an objection.
No.
There's an official term, isn't there? No formal objection,
yes.
or something. That
the one that the Worcestershire lad didn't get before catching the plane from South Africa.
So it might be slightly mixed feelings, I suppose. In goes Holland and bowls again outside off stump. Again, Al Hassan walking down the pitch. Leaves. Yes, on one hand, well, I'm not in the immediate plans. On the other hand, ka-ching.
Yes.
I suppose, but...
Well, the announcement of it by Leicestershire on social media yesterday, framing it as, you know, something of an honour for Ryan and for the county to be picked up in a prestigious franchise tournament, was met with some cynicism by Fox's supporters. I think it's fair to say.
Holland bowls again, 4 in a row, wide of off stump. That one moved further away, but he'll be patient.
Obviously, you want your players to do well and gain wider attention, but on the other hand, you want them playing for your county as well.
One assumes that it's sort of the period he's away, Leicestershire don't have to pay him. He takes the 60 grand or whatever from the IPL. In goes Holland and bowls. That's a straighter delivery, and Hassan is going to get off the mark. He stayed back on off stump, guided it down a little uncertainly, but he got on top of the bounce past Weatherald at 4th slip. The Australian dived to his left, got a hand to it to slow it down. Hill ran across from a sort of point position to clear up after him, but after a momentary hesitation, Al Hassan and Tribe crossed for the single that takes Zainul Hassan off the mark. 6 for 1. And Asa Tribe, of whom much has been spoken at the start of this season, will be facing in Holland for the first time.
Yeah, 85 against a decent Notts attack in the second innings. It's his first score at the 4th attempt.
3 slips and a short mid-wicket as Holland is in and bowls to Tribe, who very calmly just leans forward, tall young right-hander, and blocks the ball out to Ben Green in the covers. End of the 4th over. Glamorgan 6 for 1. Zainul Hassan 1. Asa Tribe. Just that single scoring shot, but a rather nice one through square leg off Josh Davy for 4.
Yeah, you mentioned the short mid-wicket for Tribe. He does score quite a lot of runs through mid-wicket, and presumably that fact has been pointed out by the Leicestershire analysts to the team. Given the amount of information that's available on everyone, really, these days. Everything being televised at county level anyway, and quite often at lower levels you can pick up clips of second 11 matches, all the women's matches, although those are mostly live on YouTube as well. 6 for 1. Al Hassan on strike. Davy round the wicket. Al-Hassan leaves, coming forward, and then hastily gets back just in case Cox fancied a shy from a distance, but he didn't. So the Leicestershire side: Patel, Weatherald, Holland the captain, not necessarily in batting order, Tattersall, Hill, Eskenazi, Cox, Ben Green, Patel, Hull and Davy. I think virtually all players, apart from Weatherald, Glamorgan will have faced before. As there is a hold-up while an implement is handed by a member of the ground staff. Now, what are they going to thump? Oh, it's just a spray.
Just a run marker that
That's
they use.
Extraordinarily close to the stumps. That must be the spinner, if no one else. Maybe they're going to bring a spinner on.
It was Davy who did the marking, wasn't it? So he must need some sort of secondary mark nearer the stumps for assistance to his run-up.
Peculiar. Davy comes in round the wicket. Bowls. Al-Hassan comes down the pitch. The ball goes down the leg side. No contact is made. So if you want to email us, glamorgancricket@bbc.co.uk, or
you can email me direct, richardray23@gmail.com, should you wish.
also contact us via social media. On Blue Sky, he's RichR23. I'm NickWebb2017, which is also what I am on X. Davy in, bowls, Al-Hassan leaves, stride forward.
Something funny in his follow through there as well, because he raised a hand in apology to Tribe almost. So quite sure he hasn't quite found his rhythm yet, Josh Davy. Hasn't done much bowling of late, out in the middle.
Well, he
injured the first two games, or not available for the first two games.
He starts almost directly behind the umpire, doesn't he? And then has to come a bit wider as he bowls, I suppose, as Al-Hassan is beaten there, shuffling forward, outside off stump, through to Cox, and Leicestershire's opening bowlers are causing a fair bit of consternation at the moment.
I think that one really did. Oh, that was a good one. It did straighten a bit.
Just did enough to beat Al-Hassan's defensive prod, but too much to catch the edge.
Shuffled miles forward there and stepped right across. I could see both leg and middle stumps when he tried to play that.
Davy on his way in again. Bowls, no shot play. That one came back as well and was taken by Cox going to his right down the leg side, even though it passed outside off. So there's a fair bit of movement for both Davy and Holland in these opening overs. And at the moment, with just 3 scoring shots in 23 minutes, it is a question of survival with Glamorgan top order.
35 now, Josh Davy. Well, going on 36, will he be 36 in August?
And he comes round the umpire, bowls, and Al-Hassan safely leaves that time. So a maiden over sent down by Josh Davy, and Glamorgan is 6 for 1 after 5.
Aberdeen born, has played 33 one-day internationals for Scotland and 31 T20s. Only 83 first-class games over that period.
Well, Somerset have had quite often a battery of seamers to choose from, haven't they?
Indeed. Ben Green is a similar sort of position, really. And, now getting in as much first-class cricket as they can towards the end of their, perhaps towards the end of their careers. Holland's ready to go, but Asa Tribe wasn't quite ready to receive, so umpire Shaughnessy sticks out his left hand.
Likewise, Byram and Dixon recruited from Somerset in the Glamorgan squad.
Everybody's ready now. Holland is in. Lovely outswinger that has Tribe just tentatively pushing forward and having a little poke at that one. Fortunate not to edge through to Cox.
And also on the Glamorgan side, Colin Ingram did have a brief spell with Somerset before joining Glamorgan.
So we've both done our bit for reducing the Somerset wage bill in recent months. In goes Holland again, looking for the outswing. It's a touch fuller, and again Tribe on the move, walking forward to try and get to the pitch of the ball, blocking it out into the offside. Holland sort of feels in his follow through, then tosses the ball to Ben Green. Green at wide-ish mid-off, Hills at point, no cover or extra. Holland is in and bowls, and a feel for that one by Tribe outside off stump. Again, that was genuine uncertainty on his part. Looked wide enough to leave. It was a sort of genuine outswinger, but he was again walking forward and slightly diagonally, and Holland causing real issues for Tribe at the moment. Pleased to be bowling to the right-hander, I would think. Leicestershire's slips edge a touch closer, sniffing possibilities. In goes Holland, bowls. Half forward Tribe this occasion, thickish inside part of the bat, pushes it out towards mid-wicket where Weatherald is the fielder. This is the Holland of last season, really, the first sort of half of last season, when at times it seemed to be nigh and unplayable. And as Peter Hanscom pointed out, he can seem to be able to move it on glass. He's not on glass at the moment, but it's offering plenty. In he goes and bowls and forward. Again, slightly tentatively as Tribe dropping it out into the offside, and then he and Ul Hassan both go for the quick single, which was always there, and they make their ground comfortably. Hill running in had quite a long way to go and didn't even bother throwing the ball at the stumps, but probably wise of Tribe to have a couple of deliveries watching from the other end, because Holland's asking questions at the moment. Tribe on to 5, Glamorgan 7 for 1.
Yeah, saw Hassan checking his guard. I think it was Midland leg he finished up on. The left-hander.
Holland in, bowls to him. Little turn of the wrist as he flicks that one off middle and leg out towards mid-wicket. It being the left-hander, Tattersall had moved across to his right from square leg to a nearer mid-wicket position, so he was able to cut the ball off before any chance of a single. 6 overs, I beg your pardon, and Glamorgan 7 for 1, being made to work hard to establish the innings, to build a foundation.
Clammy podcast people on X suggest, question mark, batting crisis at number 1 and number 3. I think it's a bit early in the season to be having a crisis, but they do tend to allow players at least 3 games before making any changes in the batting lineup, that is. As Davey runs towards us to start his 4th over, and Tribe is forward to defend. So Byram was slightly unlucky to lose his place after 3 games last season when he lost it to Tribe. It was more Tribe demanding selection than Byram needing to be dropped. He was averaging 29, I think, at the time, but he does now have 4 single-figure scores in 5 innings and 1 of 40, Eddie Byram. So definitely they'll be looking, he'll be particularly keen for a second innings score. Davey into Tribe, and that's through outside off stump. Ul Hassan, well, he's 27 and 16 the last match, batting at 3, which is neither here nor there really in terms of one way or the other. But it's a question of balancing then with whoever you're selecting at 6. If you've got Dixon or indeed Root there, who is the other possibility for this game, then you don't have a bowling option at 6. Davey in, balls down leg side, and that's well stopped by Cox, flicked off, I think, the pad somewhere around the ankle. Seemed to be a bit of deviation anyway.
It may not have been a bad thing for Acer Tribe that he did get a bit of pad on that. Yes. Because he shuffled so far across. He may have actually hit him outside the line of off stump. Davies' hands on his head. No appeal, obviously.
Yeah, I thought they might have, looking at the replay, I thought they might have tried a gentle inquiry.
Get it into the umpire's mind.
Yes, quite. As that's wide outside off stump, not called wide, but a lot of movement, and Cox on vigilant duty goes plunging across to save Patel's fingers at first slip.
Lots of swing out there for them both.
So a testing start for the Glamorgan top order. Chris Drew suggests that Callum Nicol in the 2s is pushing hard for a run in the first 11, as is Tom Norton. Yeah, so it's about to get on to Callum Nichols. As that is driven nicely through the covers by Tribe. Has he got enough to reach the boundary? Not quite. It's just tapped back inside the ropes, and they'll come back for a couple of runs. 9 for 1. So he has Nichols, who hasn't played an official first team game, but has had a century and some other runs for the 2s, albeit in a friendly against quite a low-key Somerset second 11, and the Cardiff students as well. But you know, you can only score against the opposition that's in front of you. So Nichols might be an option in the next couple of weeks if it's thought necessary to have a change. As Davey is in, and Tribe clips it away on the leg side, will pick up a single, make that 2 as they dash back for a second run, and Ul Hassan had to put the skates on to get back to the non-striker's end as the throw came scudding in past the stumps, and that might have been quite adjacent had it hit directly from about 40 or 50 metres away. 11 for 1.
Yeah, I agree. It certainly would have required a decision of umpire Blackwell. A little bit of a risk at this early stage of the innings. Shall I do one more over before Eddie joins us?
Why not?
It's the first time today.
So, and Tom Norton, just to follow up on that point, he's a teenage all-rounder who's been taking in quite a few wickets, a couple of 5-ers in the second 11, those 2 friendly games. Strapping lad, seems to have grown about 2 inches in height and days, 2 inches in across the shoulders since I saw him last season. He's only 18.
And taking his time to prepare for the arrival at the crease of Ian Holland, who's coming around the wicket to the left hand again. A long shuffle forward and across. He more or less got to the pitch of it, pushed it out towards point where Hill is the fielder. 4 slips for Zain Ul Hassan.
And were Norton to get promotion, he could probably bat at 7 in this side, maybe with Cook moving up a place, which would be entirely feasible.
Holland quickly back to his mark, is in and bowls outside off stump, and Hassan can leave safely and does this time.
Although the more experienced Root and McIlroy are the extra members of the squad for this particular match. I suppose we're going to have to get into the habit of talking about the subs available to them like a football match these days.
Yeah, already been slight controversy about one being disallowed or allowed, hasn't there? But back goes square leg as Holland is in. Ul Hassan is reaching for that one, and it's a thickish outside edge. He's got the benefit of it. He's run it down to third man for 4, but there's an awful lot of hands on heads out there. And among the Leicestershire team, Weatherall dived across to his left, couldn't quite get his left hand to it. I don't think it passed him on the full. I think it pitched just before him, but it will not discourage Leicestershire the way Ul Hassan reached for that one. Angled bat.
Yes.
Might have been in the air as it went past him, you know.
Tribe having a little word.
He's a little bit eager to get after that one. He has been tied down for a long time. That takes him on to 5, that boundary. So only his second scoring shot. Holland is in again to him, and he stayed in his crease and rather jabbed down on that one as it swung in towards his off stump and managed to keep on top of the bound. Steered it, rather more control on that one. And Weatherald could make the stop. He's at a sort of wide-ish fourth slip, almost gully. He's a touch deeper than the 3 slips alongside him. Holland in, bowls on the walk again is Zain Ul Hassan, dropping the ball out towards point and hopping further down as though there might be a quick single in it. He quickly gets the no from Asa Tribe.
There is a post from Opta JCH, which is entirely unconnected with real Opta stats, because there are entirely fake news offered by this particular account.
Right, Holland is in and bowls outside off stump. Ul Hassan leaves. End of the 8th over. Zain Ul Hassan has 5, Asa Tribe has 9, and Glamorgan are inching their way forward. They are 15 for 1.
As they offer the entirely bogus stat. The last time Glamorgan had a double-figure opening partnership, we were all listening to Joe Dolce's Music Theatre with Shut Up Your Face, keeping Ultravox's timeless classic Vienna off the top spot in the charts. Well, I think Glamorgan have had a few in the last 40 years, but I get the point of your poetic exaggeration. James Lumber messages Cook up the order to open, ? Billy Root to come into middle order. Chris Cook hasn't opened for Glamorgan, as far as I know, or not more than on the odd occasion. As Davey starts a new over and Tribe defends on the leg side, and it's a pleasure to say good morning to Edward Bevan Borodar.
Organic web on this beautiful, well, I suppose you can say summer's morning.
Oh, are we sneaking into early summer?
Looks like it. 21 degrees apparently today.
It's not a bank holiday, yes, is it?
No, I think that's next week, isn't it? May the 1st or whatever it is these days.
I've no idea with bank holidays. They seem irrelevant to the scheduling of cricket. As Davey is in to bowl short, and Tribe pulls it in controlled fashion down to backward square, come fine leg, where it's fielded by the mustachioed Green, and they take a single. Umpires at this early stage in proceedings enthusiastic enough to cross over between right and left-handers. If they're still doing it on Monday afternoon, I take my hats off to them.
Yes. 2 former cricketers, well, England cricketer Ian Bakewell and Shaughnessy, who got the fastest 100 against Glamorgan once, but it was an awful 100 because it was the throw-ups at Old Trafford.
Here comes Davey round the wicket to Ul Hassan, who defends that one fairly solidly back to the bowler. Yeah, the days of declaration bowling, get that very rarely these days since the switch to 4-day cricket.
Yeah, you never get it, do you?
Yeah.
Not too worried about that, because if it was the odd game, I'd just walk out or go in, have a cup of tea and not bother. It's awful. You see fielders on the boundary and they're kicking the ball over the boundary. Oh.
Back in the days of 3-day cricket, when you had to hurry the match up on the final morning sometimes.
You used to get some good declarations though with 3-day cricket.
Davey is in to bowl. No shot played by Ul Hassan. The ball again jagging around, and again plenty of drama for those behind the stumps to try and milk.
I was looking at last year, and awful number of times that Ul Hassan was caught behind the wicket or caught at slip, and he has been caught in that area again. So whether he needs to work and perfect judge of where his off stump is, remains to be seen. But he is a battler, can stay there for a long time.
Davey in, bowls. Al-Hassan leaves safely this time. I think more naturally he'd be maybe a number 7 in the batting order and a fourth seamer, wouldn't it? If in an ideal
world. In an ideal world, but I don't think he's aggressive enough to come in at, you know, at a number 7. I heard you mentioning lads in the second team. Every time I seem to look, this young lad, Hope Bell, seems to be getting runs.
Yes, he's another possibility.
Young lad, you know.
Might be a bit early for him, but...
yes, especially first division, but certainly you can't ignore good big scores.
As Davey is in to bowl, Al-Hassan works it on the leg side, and we'll take a single down to backward square. 17 for 1. I think, well, obviously Root is next in line, by virtue of the fact that he's in the squad for this game, but Nichols, Hope Bell, hopefully will push for place as well. But he is just he's only 18, Hope Bell, so he might benefit from a full season in the seconds.
There's a young lad in India who's at the ripe old age now, I think, of 15.
Well,
or 16.
Ish, yes, ish.
I don't watch a lot of that stuff, but I did watch him when he hit 4 or 5 successive sixes. He's an extraordinary talent. Yes, but no, there are lots of young people who do make their debut 18, 19. As Holland starts an over, he's round the wicket and bowls, and this is tucked away on the onside and fielded at mid-on.
Yeah, nice to see they're looking for the sharp singles, because there's not there's nothing in the way of freebies on offer from the Leicestershire bowlers, so they're looking to push and run if there's half a chance.
Well, I was very impressed by Ian Holland last year. He's bowling maiden after maiden, and he doesn't give you anything as he comes around the wicket, bowls the left-handed Hussain, who shoulders arms and lets it go through to Ben Cox.
Yes, 7 wickets in this match last year, the first match of the season.
Yeah.
Which was the earliest they'd started in Cardiff, only to be beaten by a day this season. The match against Yorkshire started on April the 3rd, the earliest championship match in Cardiff. And boy, didn't we know it with the temperatures.
Down go the slips as in comes Holland, down the leg side, and that either missed leg stump by a whisker or it was near to the bat, because the slips threw their arms up. I suspect it was it might have been a little bit of exaggeration, but
here we go on the replay. Yeah, it's leg stump. It's just gone over and slightly above, slightly wide of the leg bail.
Moves across too, doesn't he? Holland runs away from us and bowls, and he comes comes forward rather, and plays it all along the ground into the gully area.
At this medium fast pace, Holland might be able to keep himself on for another couple, maybe a 7 over spell from the Foxes captain.
First hour, and then we might have a change. Some familiar figures here missing from the Leicestershire side. I'll just go back to that as in comes Holland, and this is met with a forward defensive prod by Rothesay. Pushes it back down the pitch. No Chris Wright, and no Peter Hanscom, of course. He had to pull out the last moment. I think it was family
personal matters,
business, yes. But they have got an overseas player, batsman.
Yes, Jake Weatherald has had a flying start.
Yeah. Holland over the wicket now, and forward comes the batsman and pushes it. Al-Hassan remains there on 6. Tribe is on 10. Glamorgan are 17 for 1. Eddie Byram, the man out, caught by wicketkeeper Ben Cox, the bowling of Holland for a single.
But most of these Leicestershire players are, of course, familiar to Glamorgan, because they've done battle in Division 2 for so long. I was just looking to see Josh Hull didn't feature in either of the games against Glamorgan, so he'll be a new face for Glamorgan. As Green will be the first change, coming on for Davey, who's bowled 5 overs, 0 for 11. Ben Green, the former Somerset all-rounder, who's been back and forth to Leicestershire on various loans, but is now on the staff, and indeed the T20 captain.
Very much like Glamorgan, like Somerset too. Either sign players or have them on loan.
Yes, we were discussing that earlier with Dixon and Byram both having come from Somerset, and Ingram played for them briefly as well, though he's been a decade or more with Glamorgan now. As Green is in to bowl, and that's played back to him by Tribe.
Slow little opening delivery, that.
Yes, it was something of a loosener. I suppose we might expect Hull to be the fastest by a reasonable distance. One test, yes.
Yeah. I thought he'd have been opening the bowling. Anyhow,
Green is in to bowl, and Tribe drives, but straight to point. Fielded by Hill, and there's no run. Weatherald, the Aussie, is patrolling the covers, played in all 5 Ashes tests, but only averaged 22, so he's got a bit to do to keep his place in the Australian side, you would have thought. Hence maybe his desire to play in these first 6 games of the UK county season. Green in bowls. Tribe works it towards square leg. There's almost a mix-up as the batsman paused halfway, but it wasn't fielded cleanly by Tattersall. I think there's some little difference of opinion there, because Ul Hassan got most of the way down and then seemed to stop.
I think Ul Hassan would have been run out, Nick, a moment or so ago.
At the far end,
yeah. Direct throw from mid-wicket, because he set off, then accelerated, and I think he was quite short of his crease. I'll toss a question at you in a moment. Have your views on it. As we watch, as we watch Ace of Tribe at the non-striker's end.
Yes, here comes Green past him, bowls to Ul Hassan, no shot played.
Ace of Tribe got 85 against Notts,
yes.
Against arguably the best seam attack, certainly in the country. McKinney, who was also touted of Durham, got the double 100 against arguably the poorest bowling attack in the division. Poor Gloucestershire, who have lost half a dozen seamers. Which would you rate as the better innings?
As Green is into bowl, Ul Hassan plays no shot. That's a good question. I mean, obviously I didn't see the Gloucestershire attack on that occasion.
Didn't know half of them.
No. Well, they've picked up Williams from Lancashire, haven't they?
Yeah.
Not sure who else they've signed, and they've lost Charlesworth for next season as well now.
I put a piece on social media last night. I said sympathise with them, because they're just losing everybody to a... Gloucester member replied to me and said, and another top batsman will be on his way next year.
Ul Hassan drives but checks the shot, and it's fielded at mid-off. No run, 18 for 1. Glamorgan. Ul Hassan has 6. Tribe has 11. There are other candidates. I think Emilio Gay's had a few runs as well, hasn't he? Up at Durham, and McKinney, Haynes, another possibility at Sussex, playing Division 1 cricket, and a little bit more experience on the county circuit. So I think if Crawley does go, and that seems to be almost universally accepted now,
I would have thought so, yes.
Then there's probably those 4 or 5 candidates that we've talked about there. So Tribe is in quite a battle.
And it is Tribe who is facing up now, as in comes the first ball of Holland's next over, which is met with the defensive bat again and pushed down the pitch. Yes, I think he's a very good player. Ace of Tribe, plenty of time on his side. And I think I mentioned in commentary at the first game of the season, don't put too much pressure, because he's bound to read papers and look at social media. Holland now comes into the right-handed tribe and bowls, and he's forward, meets a good length ball and plays it out to the man at silly mid-on. No run, slow progress, but progress. 18 for 1. Ul Hassan is on 6, and tribe, very composed, is on 11. Nothing much on offer from Holland, who lands the ball on or outside off stump. And he turns with this economical run of his in past the umpire and bowls, and that's pushed away. Ul Hassan is ready for a run, but goodness knows why, as it went straight to the fielder. I always argued in people's but it's only the second division cricket, which you would say at McKinney. But poor old Gloucestershire were bottom last year. They're probably going to be bottom again this year. Does it rank against, as I mentioned, the top attack in the country? As Holland bowls, tribes into his shot, plays it out into the covers, no run. But there we are. It's just something I thought about when I saw tribe battling against that very good Nottinghamshire attack. Neil, Pennington, Hutton, Tongue.
Yes, a valuable innings, and will have done him some good, but he needs to be consistent, you would think.
Absolutely. Holland in, bowls again, and this is an absolute beauty. That pitched left and rose and went through to Cox.
It's a fine spell, this, from Ian Holland.
Yeah, you're used to it, aren't you? Last year he used to bowl for ages.
I'm surprised he can wobble it around so much in these conditions with blue skies and no moisture in the wicket.
Yeah, I just went outside. I didn't stay very long because there's quite a breeze blowing across, which would help, I think, his outswinger. He's got 3 slips still as he bowls and guides it into the covers and ends a maiden over. 18 for 1, 6 to Hassan, 11 to tribe. Do you see that Samit Patel and someone else have been banned for 3 games because they played for some, I think it was either a 10 and over slog somewhere, but it was not affiliated to the ICC or something like that.
Yes, Samit Patel and Peter Siddle, was it, I think?
Peter Siddle, yes, because he was going to come back to Essex, and now they said, no, you're not. You will serve out.
Yeah, he can't play in the Blast, I don't think. Neither Patel,
No.
who was without a county anyway. As Hassan is hit on the pad by Green, ball bounces out on the leg side, and the appeal dies away quickly. Yeah, there was one of these semi-official tournament or unofficial tournaments in Goa, I believe, Indian enclave, which presumably the Indian board objected to, and people who played with it then
Naughty boys.
prevented from playing. Well, you can see why the regulations are there. As Ul Hassan drives into the offside, and we'll pick up a single to wide mid-off, 19 for 1, because there is the danger of corruption, isn't there? If not saying that this particular tournament was corrupt, but there is the danger with these T10s that crop up around the world, and you get some unusual scoring patterns, shall we say?
Yes, careful, Nick.
Which are linked with betting movements.
Here's Ben Green. Oh,
Bowls and tribe slashes at it outside off stump, and through to Cox it goes. And I see that one of the Canadian players is under investigation for his actions in the T20 World Cup, so it can reach even these allegations can reach even official proper top level tournaments.
Well, that used to happen a lot 10-15 years ago.
Green looping in, bowls to Tribe, who flicks it to Tassel at square leg, no run. 19 for 1, so slow progress for Glamorgan in this first hour, having Last steady, Byram caught behind off the bowling of Ian Holland for 1 in the second over of the match. Holland has now got through 6 overs, 1 for 6. Green, first change at the River Taff end. Is in to bowl outside off, no shots played by Tribe, and although Leicestershire have had plenty of movement when they have got it straight, there have been enough balls to concern the bowlers that haven't need playing at, I think.
Yes, and I think that the batsmen have played it properly.
Dig in for the first hour, hope the pitch dries up, the movement disappears. Not as much moisture, if any, anyway. Green in, bowls, Tribe drives nicely through the offside. That should just about run away for 4. It's being pursued fairly gently anyway. Runs away up to the scoreboard away to our right at the river end, and Glamorgan are 23 for 1 after 13 overs, having chosen to bat here on BBC Sport Online.
So yeah, the shot of the morning, I think, by Mr. Tribe, a half volley, went into it, and on this surface, which was quite dry, and it hurried along to the extra cover boundary. I don't think I've seen the square just right of the umpire at this end. So you can't say it's looking rough, but very, very dry, and it's very unusual.
The wicket for the first game.
Yeah, and the one next to it looks a bit shattered. Here's Holland, wheeling away, comes in and bowls, and that's left by Ul Hassan outside the off stump.
Good morning to Freddie and Costa del Mumbles, who asks, are we allowed any more overseas players? The answer to that is no.
No.
Well, you can sign as many as you like, but you can only play in 2 of them in any one game, and Glamorgan have already got 3 for the middle part of the season.
Yeah. In comes the next ball, and Ul Hassan right into it and pushes it up to mid-off. Yeah, I'm very surprised that Hull hasn't bowled.
No doubt Richard can explain all when he joins you in 10 minutes, 5-10 minutes.
That's him down at fine leg, I think, and he is doing his exercises, which suspects perhaps he'll be coming to take over from Holland. But the captain is in, bowls outside the off stump through to Cox. Former Worcestershire wicketkeeper batsman, good cricketer. Once or twice has been mentioned, was mentioned in Worcester as a possible England wicketkeeper batsman. But then, I don't know the reason, off he went to Leicestershire. How can you leave that beautiful ground?
Now, there is something available in this match that hasn't been in the Championship in recent years.
Next ball is very wide of the off stump, through to the keeper, no run. What's that, Nick?
The floodlights, which have not been available for Championship cricket due to council restrictions. But now we have nice new floodlights. We have 5 of them, pylons, and they are available for use in this game.
Excellent. Round the wicket comes the next ball, and that's as wide as the last one was, really, and he can't be tiring because he's only in his 7th over, but I do suspect that he'll have a rest after this.
So, just to explain for Leicestershire listeners, we haven't been able to use the floodlights in Championship cricket because of council limits, but...
They must have heard you every game, you see.
Well, I have banged on about it rather a lot, haven't I?
Last ball of the over, and he's caught at the wicket, leaving that very wide outside the off stump, and yet again he's caught. As Holland has bowled a pretty innocuous over, and he just shouldered arms, but I don't think he shouldered arms enough. We'll have a look. He came round the wicket, and he seemed to have followed that, and oh dear, he'll be disappointed with that. So, Holland's second wicket for Glamorgan to fall, and Ul Hassan has gone Cox, bowled Holland for 7.
It was a strange movement from Ul Hassan, who shaped to play with it, shaped initially to play at it, then looked to withdraw his bat, and I think it might have flicked the glove on the way through. He didn't look surprised to be given
He
that.
walked, he went. But last ball, as I said, is an innocuous over. Every ball was just about wide, and he was surely going to take a rest. But whether he'll come on now, well, if you've got figures of 7 overs, 4 maidens, 2 for 6, you think, no, I think I'll have another bowl. As the captain strolls to the wicket, and Kieran Carlson had a 50 in the last game, he runs from the middle order.
May even have been the bottom of the bat that it flicked there on the way through.
Yeah, but the point was that Nick, it was so wide
Yes,
again.
didn't have to play, and sort of changed his mind halfway through.
Yeah.
With regard to that query on overseas players, no, Glamorgan can't field anymore, so they won't sign anyone mid-season, you wouldn't imagine, because they have available for the T20 Colin Ingram, they have Nathan McAndrew, the Australian who's played for Sussex, and they have the Afghan left arm paceman Fazl Haq Faruqi, who will be available for the T20, has played international cricket at that format.
I'll be interested to see the makeup of the side. Colin Ingram, the other overseas, is being Glamorgan's best batsman in 2020 cricket for years on end, and it'll be interesting. Here's the start again of a new over as Green comes in and bowls down the leg side, clipped away for 4 runs by Asa Tribe, just wandering down the leg side, and rolled his wrists to Tribe and flicked it for 4. He moves on to 19, 27 for 2, and Glamorgan will think, well, that was a wicket which we really didn't want to lose, and we shouldn't have lost, especially with Holland coming to the end of his spell, presumably, because we saw Hull limbering down at fine leg.
Yes, we talked about floodlight pylons. Hull will make a 6th, and he's 6'7". He's pretty lofty.
Big man. Green bowls. This is played out onto the onside. One of his favourite shots, clips it out to mid-wicket, and the Leicestershire analysts must have done their homework, because immediately they had the man at backward square and mid-wicket for Asa Tribe, who likes to get into position and flick it off his legs.
Be interesting to see if Hull does get much bounce off this wicket, because Hadley, who was a tall chap as well, had to, so had struggled to really get much bounce, had to work hard for it.
Green in over the wicket and bowls outside the off stump, and the batsman has nothing at all to do with it.
Hasn't quite got his radar in the first few deliveries, has he, Ben Green?
No, and he's a friendly sort of seamer, in as much as that not a lot of pace, but he has got the keeper standing back, and he has got 3 slips. Green turns at the river end and comes in wide of the crease and down the leg side again. He tries to flick it away as he did to the first ball of the over, but doesn't get a touch. Already down at that river end, which is a favourite spot because you don't get any wind. Everybody, I can see from here, in shorts, and got their protection for their heads. And they'll be rather warm during the afternoon, I fancy, because there's the trees at the far end are listless, nothing moving. Green, medium pace, comes in, bowls, and that's lift on Carlson, who takes bottom hand away and does well to get over it and push it down.
Yeah, Tribe needing to get on top of that one. It's unusual. It's a bit of an outlier, really, because there hasn't been that much bounce in these in the opening hour.
It's big lad, Green. Last ball of the over from Ben Green as he comes in and bowls down the leg side, and he flicks it away and gets a single down to fine leg, retains strike. Glamorgan move on to 28 for 2. The Tribe is on for 20. Nick is about to depart, and Richard will come back and have a little chat.
So it's been Leicestershire's first hour and a few minutes. 15 overs bowled, 2 wickets taken. Glamorgan having opted to bat first, and need really to get through to lunch without too much damage, because you feel there won't be very much in it at all for the bowlers this afternoon, and Glamorgan need to have some of their key men in hand as Holland bowls and Tribe defends, and Richard Ray is back.
Thank you, Nick. Yeah, it's what they did so well last season, really, when they even when they weren't taking wickets, the Foxes bowlers kept things pretty tight. They did not do that against Sussex in the first game of the season, and they paid a heavy price for that. Holland just keeps on going, in he goes and bowls, and Tribe is forward, walking forward again. He's battled his way through to 20. A couple of really nice shots, but he's impressed, really. Ace Tribe he's impressed so many watchers in the early part of the season. Battling through. He's got a score on the board now on 20. Can he keep going? He's faced 46 deliveries for that 20. Holland is in, bowls to him. He's working that one away wide of point, and he's going to pick up a single as a consequence. Hill scrambles across the field. Tribe on to 21, and Kieran Carlson will be facing the bowling for the first time, and it's a good afternoon, I should say, to Eddie.
Good afternoon, Richard. Always good to see you down this part of the world. And I was telling Nick, I was impressed with Holland last year. He bowled maiden after maiden, not many runs off his bowl.
Yeah.
And I did think that he was going to come off at the last over until that last ball.
In he goes, and bowls to Carlson, who defends a straightish delivery. I suspect the arrival of taking the wicket, as you say, but
because
keep going.
We saw Hull down at Fine Leg doing his exercises, and we thought perhaps Holland would take himself off and Hull come on at this end. But as I mentioned, who's going to take himself off when he was 2 for 6 at that time from 7 overs?
Welcome to listeners to Sports Extra, as Ian Holland goes in and bowls to Kieran Carlson. You heard the cry of no from Carlson on the back foot, dropping it out off stump into the covers. Glamorgan 29 for 2, having chosen to bat first. I'm pretty sure Leicestershire would have done exactly the same thing. The pitch, we are told, reports from the players, it looks pretty dry, a little bit worn, and they suspect, certainly Leicestershire, that it will turn as the game goes on, or start to turn. Holland is in and bowls outside off stump, a little bit of an outswinger, a very deliberate leave from Carlson. Safe enough so to do, but you just heard Eddie giving the figures for Ian Holland. 8 overs, 4 maidens, 2 for 7 for Leicestershire's captain. He's taken over from Peter Hanscom this season. He took 38 wickets last season at 20, more or less.
Not surprised, the accuracy. You talk about the pitch, Richard. In the first game against Yorkshire, Mason Crane took 8 wickets, and the ball spun on the second day. Spun quite a bit. We don't often see that at this time of year. I suspect they would have had that in mind in preparing this pitch. As Ben Green starts in the over, bowls, and this is guided by Tribe to the man at backward point. No run, 29 for 2, the run rate very, very low, 1.79, but there's been some very accurate bowling. Now, I suspect that Ben Green is also just putting it there, and saying, if you want to try and hit good length balls, good luck to you.
Exactly that.
And must be having some movement, because he's still got 3 slips after over an hour's play. Green in medium pace, bowls nicely driven, but up to mid-off, Hull fields, so doesn't really feel cleanly.
Green last season, 23 wickets at 19.
just epitomises the accuracy of the seamers.
Both of them had economy rates of under 3 for the overs that they bowled.
That's excellent, isn't it? Stick to that throughout the season. Green doesn't seem to take a lot out of himself as he comes over the wicket again, bowls to Tribe, pushes again out into the covers. There's no run.
You know, we've had a pretty windy start to the county cricket season. Dry, but windy for the most part, and Green has bowled most of his overs, it seems to me, into a howling gale, whether it was at Grace Road or at the Oval.
Yes, you had it until yesterday, but just look at the trees now, very, very still.
It was beautiful this morning out at Cardiff Bay, I can tell you.
In comes the next ball, and that's driven firmly up to the tall figure of Hull. No run. Did you have a little run?
I did, but there was a bit of an east wind. It just taking the edge off the temperatures, but as you say, the trees now along the river bank, well, they're steering a little bit, but nothing exceptional.
Many out running?
There were a fair few, there were.
Sun, you see, it's the sun and the light mornings attracts them. Down go the slips, and wicketkeeper Cox says, in comes Green, bowls, and again it's right on the money, pushed away by Tribe.
Holland, eight overs you would think should be enough, because he's going to have to. He has already bowled more overs than anybody else for the Foxes. 68. Well, actually, Green is 73, so Holland 68, but the next most, Rehan Ahmed, who isn't with us, on 56.
To complete the over then, Ben Green bowls left, and well judged by Tribe. Let's go through to Cox, 29 for the loss of 2 wickets. Glamorgan winning the toss, elected to bat first. On the pitch, as Richard described, a little dry, probably been played on before. And with this weather, of course, the sun will probably turn.
Coming on to bowl for Leicestershire is Josh Hull.
And I will ask the question, who is bowled quick for England, does he not open the bowling for Leicestershire?
It's a good question. He is still a quick bowler. Whether the thinking is that they just don't want sides to get away from them, because inevitably he does leak a few runs from time to time, but
prospect certainly.
It's also it could be the case that they want the sort of lacquer to be off the ball so he can swing it a bit, because he does swing it as well. So this is the formula, if you like, that they're working to at the moment. And
he played the first 2 games.
He did.
He did come on at first or second change there.
No, he didn't play the first game. He just played the second game. In he comes from the Cathedral Road end of the ground. That extra little bit of pace and bounce outside off stump. Carlson brought his bat back inside the line, but he kind of jumped as he did so, and the difference in pace to Holland is marked, isn't it? When he pushed that one through outside off stump. It's another 10. I mean, if Holland is 74, 75's probably no quicker than that,
isn't he?
Hull is nearer certainly mid-80s, you would think.
The England hierarchy wanted to bowl quick.
In he goes and bowls onto the legs of Carlson, goes back, turns it nicely out to square leg. Running around from wide long leg is Josh Davey, and it's a comfortable 2 for Carlson that get him off the mark. 31 for 2 then, Glamorgan. Just want overs into him, really. He needs overs and bowling and time in the middle, really. And
did he go away
he's
in
going
the
to
winter?
get that. He was in England for most of the time, I think. Just trying to think. He may have gone away for a training camp or two. In he goes and bowls again down the leg side, and Carlson steps inside it, gestures at the ball, but without any really serious intent, and it bounces through to Ben Cox behind the stumps.
Yeah, I suppose because England have these camps for all the up-and-coming young spinners, fast bowlers, so he probably joined the batch of quickies and went somewhere rather warm.
BBC Wales, BBC Radio Leicester, Eddie Bevan, Nick Webb, Richard Ray, your commentary team at the lovely Sophia Gardens. As Hull in, bowls, that's a straighter line. Carlson again stays on the back foot, little turn of the wrists as he blocks that one out towards mid-on. No run. Hull, he's got a new haircut, Josh. It looks a bit shorter than usual, although he's still pushing it back from his forehead, and there's a little bit of extra colour I can see in there. Definitely looks a little bit lighter in patches.
Matt, what are he, 6'6"?
6'7", I think, Josh. Size 14 feet. Or boots, anyway. In he goes, has to have them specially made. Runs in and bowls again. It's the wrong line, slightly the wrong line, leg stump line, and Carlson, with a lot of time, can go back and just turn his wrists on it. They've dropped square leg back, Leicestershire, so there's wide long leg and deep square.
Sad times at the King Power Stadium, Richard.
It is Leicester City, but they've had some glorious times as well in the last 10 years. So
yeah,
swings and would you rather sort of be a lower table, whatever Premier League club that just goes along, or win things and lose things and be relegated or promoted? I don't know.
I wouldn't like to be relegated 2 divisions,
No.
especially when the ground holds about 30,000.
No, there's some good sides down there as well. Hull is in and bowls, better line, middle and off line, and Tribe this time is careful, just leans forward, isn't shuffling forward though, as he has been against the medium pacers, if you like, and just drops it out into the offside where Leicester skipper Ian Holland is the fielder. So just the 3 runs from the over, a 2 and a 1, all to Kieran Carlson.
Thought he might have
32 for 2.
Huge height to have bounced one of these two in that over, but
he's not a he's not a big user of the bouncer by a choice, I don't think, Josh Hull. Occasionally they'll do this, like so many sides do. They'll go on to the short ball attack and set a field accordingly if a middle or lower order batsman is hanging around, but he just look to try and swing it rather than bounce sides out.
Ben Green to start his 5th over, comes in and bowls. An exaggerated leave there from Carlson as the ball goes through to the wicketkeeper. 3 slips, a point, a cover and a mid-off, and 3 men on the onside, a 6-3 field effectively. Mid-on, square leg, and a man down on the long leg boundary. On this glorious morning here in Cardiff. Green again from that river end, comes in and bowls, and Carlson drives firmly straight to extra cover. No run again. Busy little player is Kieran Carlson, not one who likes to be bogged down, but being a very effective player for Glamorgan, both in Championship and one-day cricket.
Yeah, Josh, in Championship cricket last season only bowled 145 overs.
Green
19 wickets at 30.
passes up by Blackwell, bowls again, it's left outside the off stump.
That was 9 appearances.
Who's the spin option in Fox's side?
We have the New Zealand spinner, Ajaz Patel.
Oh,
Left arm spin. He's had played a few games here, you may remember.
I do. Yes,
three or
indeed.
4 games.
Yes, he's. Let me see where is he? Where is he?
He's at slip, second slip.
That's a lovely looking shot. 4 runs there. It was wide outside the off stump and really asked to be hit, and it was square driven for 4 by Kieran Carlson. Broke the shackles for a while. Score moves out to 36. Yeah. Asked to be struck. So Carlson moves on to 7, 36 for 2. Would he take a slip away? There's nothing gone in that area, so it'd be interesting to see if he does reinforce that rather shortish boundary compared to the long one away to our left up to the pavilion.
It's good to see the bottom of that stand open, because most times when we come here the whole stand is closed.
Yeah. Green in to a right-handed Carlson, who gets a much straighter delivery and plays defensively up to mid-on. Slow going, 1.91 runs per over. We're in the 19th over, and the over rate, I'd like to say, is level.
Yeah, one thing they have done well is they've got through their overs pretty quickly over the last couple of seasons, Foxes.
Green to Carlson, drives 4 more. On to that, 8 runs off the over, and that is the end of that over. Glamorgan semi-recovering. They're 40 now for the loss of those 2 wickets. Byron and Ul Hassan. Byron for 1, Ul Hassan for 7. Identical dismissals, both caught by wicketkeeper Cox off the bowling of the captain, Holland.
It was an odd dismissal that Ul Hassan won.
Well,
he was
Nick
trying to leave and maybe just bounced a bit and flicked the glove.
And so wide.
He wasn't looking to play it, was he? He was trying to lift the bat over the line of the ball. Just bounced a little bit more.
Up.
And yeah. So run rate just beginning to increase. Glamorgan beginning to
gallop away to 2.11
to motor. Hull will continue from the Cathedral Road end of the ground. Not a cloud in the sky here in Cardiff, as Hull is in to ace a Tribe outside off stump, just dabbed away by Tribe, wideish of third man. He's thinking about a second, but they decided to wait, and they could have gone for it in the end because Green didn't pick up the ball cleanly, but he got to the ball fairly quickly, sufficiently so to make Carlson, who's quick between the wickets, and Tribe, who's young and athletic, decide.
It is rather odd to see a medium pacer, Ben Green, have 3 slips. And Ben Hull was the quickest bowler, I suggest, in the side, have 2 slips and a man on the third man boundary.
He's to the right-hander. He's tending to look to swing it in. These 2 right-handers, now the lefties have gone. Hull is in and outside off stump, cut away by Carlson, cut away for 4. Nice shot. It was out there. He's had a couple of those in the previous over from Green that were out there to drive. That one was shorter but equally wide, and he played it with a degree of competence and conviction that will concern Leicestershire. He's hit 3 4s now in going to 15, and he's looked in nice nick, Kieran Carlson.
Yes, he's hit them all in the same area. All through cover or extra. Yes, interesting field this, for Hull.
He's staying over the wicket to Carlson, and he comes and bowls. That's wide 2, and it slides through rather to Ben Cox, who takes it low down to his right. One of the reasons that, Hollander's bowled very nicely this morning. That's one of the reasons he bowled 8 overs, but it may also be that he's a little bit nervous about coming off, because the run rate tends to increase when he comes off. Whoever's bowling, whoever replaces him, and so it's proved.
I can't bowl all day, man.
No. They've left Tom Scriven out of the side as Hull is in and bowls, and jumping slightly. Carlson, as he defends that one, took his bottom hand off the bat. He when he gets it through, he is mid to late 80s, Josh.
practiced him in a green top.
Yeah. He certainly is a
Prospect.
different, yeah, he's a prospect and a different sort of point of attack, really, you know, left arm. You can see why England are interested in him, and he does offer something different.
Yes, always looking for left arm quicks in all sorts of cricket. Something different, as you say.
A few short steps to start his run, and he leans forward, gets into his stride and bowls fuller, and it's there to drive, and it is driven very nicely by Carlson. Out to deep extra cover for 4. So his 4th boundary, all out of the middle, all through the offside. And Glamorgan have moved on to 49 for 2. Carlson 19, Tribe 22. His 19 have come off just 18 deliveries. Tribe's 22 off 55. He's had to really battle through the first hour, but Carlson's come in, and Tribe's probably quietly thinking to himself, yeah, you get the half volleys now. Yes. You've had 3 of them. I haven't had one all blooming morning. Hull is in and bowls a bouncer first. It doesn't really get up, and leaning forward, bending at the waist. Carlson can let it go over his protruding rear end. End of the over. Hull's second, none for 12 from those 2 overs. Green, by his standards, has been equally a little bit expensive. He's gone for 19 from 5, and Glamorgan looking rather more prosperous than they were when second wicket fell, with a score on just 23. They're 49 for 2.
Yes, interesting morning's cricket. 2 early wickets, but good fight back now, coming from these two of the better batsmen in this side. Colin Ingram, of course, leading scorer for Glamorgan last season, and at the start of this season in the first game, he rescued Glamorgan with 100 against Yorkshire. Despite his 40th year this year, he's still playing as well as ever. Green to start a 6th over, bowls, and it's just guided. It might have been a slower delivery by Tribe down into the deep gully position. There's no run. Let's have a look at this, at what we've got in front of us, spectator-wise. Not a bad crowd this side. And it's not a bad crowd, because you tend to think, oh no, not many here, but it's such a big ground.
He got a century against Leicestershire last season.
He did.
Unbeaten century,
Yeah.
and a half century in the same game, Colin Ingram. So,
Yeah, fine player.
indeed.
Green again comes in and bowls. That's pushed away, just wide of cover, and the pros for the 50 coming up for Glamorgan. Rather slow going, but they've had to recover after this stuttering start they had. 50 for 2. Carlson quickly catching Tribe up. He's on 19, Tribe on 23. Yes, and Tribe had an excellent 85 against Notts the other day. Just somebody talking rather loudly down there. It's the first ball, second ball of the over goes through and beats, whistles past the outside edge of
Bit of bounce.
Carson's bat, yeah, as if to say, try and hit that through extra cover for 4.
Green, that extra couple of kph faster than Holland, and he's a sort of broader shouldered man, and just occasionally I'll get one to bounce at the batsman.
Yeah, it's Green bowls, and it Carlson has to get down on that rather quickly. It seems to be bowling quicker in this over, as one just went past the outside edge. That just kept a little bit low. 50 for 2. Just over half an hour for lunch.
Foxy Phil wants to see the spinner on.
It'll be interesting to just have a quick look But for the moment, it's Green's medium pace, comes in, bowls, and this is flicked off his legs by Kieran Carlson. And they go through for a quickish single, perfectly safe, which takes Carlson out at 20.
I suspect we might before lunch, just to see.
I think we will have spin, don't you?
I would think so.
Well, you've got to have the mandatory spin one.
Before tea, that usually is, isn't it, on day one? But if it is dry...
Oh, yeah, I'd certainly try one.
Yeah, absolutely.
Actor. Green in and bowls, and it's pushed very gently out into the covers. That is the end of the over. These two can stay until lunch. Glamorgan will think, yes, we've got a recovery going. Another wicket and it'll make it Leicestershire's morning.
Well, 6 overs from Green, none for 21. I mean, he can keep going. You sort of wind him up and he'll keep going forever, really. But might want to... I saw Davies beginning to just sort of turn his arms over again in the outfield, whether they will go back to Dave. But we are going to see spin straight away. I think they'll maybe swap hole to the other end, to the river end, and Patel is going to have a bowl from this Cathedral Road end.
Cathedral Road end coming on to bowl for Leicestershire is Ajaz Patel.
Accurate bowler is Patel, and he played for Glamorgan.
Yeah, there wasn't exactly a loud ripple of affectionate remembrance, applause around Sophia Gardens.
Well, you get so many overseas players, you don't know who's coming in next.
No, it's true, isn't it? But
he's got a short leg there, attacking, and this will be an interesting battle because Carlson does like to attack spinners.
In goes Patel, round the wicket and bowls. Back goes Carlson, punches it away through the gap in the covers, out to the sweeper on the offside boundary. Stevie Eskenazi is out there, points to the practice where the nets are set up.
He's done the rounds too, hasn't he?
There. He has, yeah. He's
Hampshire, Middlesex.
Yeah, he's a very solid middle order bat. Very good county player. Tribe to face Patel for the first time. There'll be one or two from Glamorgan who will remember him. In he goes and bowls, tosses it up, back goes Tribe, steers rather than punches, and as a consequence Green can tumble across to his right at backward point and make the stop. He bowled pretty nicely at the Oval. He wasn't available for the first game. We thought he was going to be, but he wasn't in the end. Ajaz Patel. In he goes again, gives it plenty of air. Forward goes Tribe and defends the ball back up the pitch.
No sign of spin at the moment.
No. 40 overs he bowled at the Oval, actually, in a very high-scoring game. In he goes and bowls and just
lifting on him, didn't he?
Yeah, a little bit of extra bounce. He played it quite nicely in the end. Tribe just sort of managed to get on top of it. He's a tall young man and steer it out into the gap in the covers and take one, but there's a little bit of something there for Patel, who bowling in sunglasses, blows on his left hand, in he goes and bowls down the wicket goes Carlson and gets to the pitch of the ball, but I think he was slightly done in the flight there and ended up rather squeezing it out towards mid-on, who's deepish about halfway back, so there was one there to be taken. Josh Davey runs into field. He's now about 2/3 of the way back for Tribe as Patel is in again, tosses it up. Tribe is forward, pushing firmly, but only as far as straightish mid-wicket, where Hill fields. So perfectly respectable first over. There wasn't obvious sort of turn or rip straight away for Ajaz Patel, but there was a little bit of bounce, and again the left arm spin, something different. If they want off spin, they'd go to Rishi Patel, but that is of the occasional variety, and as predicted, Hull is changing ends.
I thought a couple of years ago, and I still think, you mentioned now, Rishi Patel should be around also I know he's got all his runs, and I hate this argument in the second division because I don't believe in it at all. That there are a lot of inferior bowlers in the second division. Patel is a player I've always admired, not only watching him against Glamorgan, but I watched him on television at Leicester games, and his record does tell us that he's a very fine. How old is he? I don't think he's
26 now, was she?
Yeah.
Oh, Mrs. Patel's probably saying something into the radio at the moment, but I will check that in case I've got that wrong. But he made a very fine 164 at Surrey last week, so that will help his first division runs.
Here's Hull from the far end, comes in, bowls, and Carlson clips this nicely off his toes up to mid-wicket and gets a single. Richard's prediction was spot on. He's changed ends after a couple of overs, 2 overs and 1 ball now, 0 for 13. Tall left arm seamer.
27 now, 1998.
Yeah, he's in his prime age-wise as a batsman. Very consistent player.
28 July the 26th.
Where's Mr. Buddington these days?
He's rather unlucky to have been left out the first 3 games. He had a very good season last season.
Here's Hull coming, running up towards us, bowls to Tribe. Tribe guides that into the gully area. Oh, short cover, there's no run.
But essentially, he's basically because Peter Hanscom has stayed away. Hanscom, obviously a middle order batsman, and they brought in Jake Weatherald instead, who's a great signing, but he's an opening batsman. And so that, I guess, when Sol saw that, he thought, oh, right, great, one way or another. Either I or Rishi are going to have to will possibly be missing out, and it turned out to be Sol.
Yeah, unfortunate that. As we watch Hull come in, bowl. Oops, bowls him. Hits the off stump, and that is the end of Tribe for 24, and that is the wicket that they needed. And he seemed to be yorked there as the ball came back into him.
Yeah, swung a bit.
And I'm sure he did. Here we have a replay.
Bit of pace.
Yeah, hit the off stump. It was a good delivery.
It was.
And misjudged by Asa Tribe. And that's a useful wicket at 25 to 1. 3 down, first bowling point, 55 for 3. Tribe bowled by Hull for 24.
Yeah, he was a little bit trapped on the crease.
Yep.
Tribe. It was foolish, but it was that little bit of the extra pace, and then it swung back a bit. Beat him on the inside, I think, and straight into off stump. So, yeah, big old wicket. Tribe battled really well for 90 minutes, but did he ever quite settle? 24 off 64 balls.
Yeah, he wasn't given anything offline, and I think he was a little bit bogged down as Colin Ingram now walks to the pitch.
Playing his 150th first-class match, Colin Ingram.
Yeah, and ostensibly, you see, very early in his career, or well, most of his career, he's played in one-day games and didn't feature in county championship matches, but my word, he's made an impact in the last couple of years, and it's going to be important for Glamorgan that these 2 experienced players get some runs, because well, you've got, okay, we saw Crane coming in at 9-10 against Yorkshire and getting a half century. You get people who can bat. Van der Kooten, another one who got 40 odd, but the established batsmen, Chris Cook is rather short of runs at the start of this season, but these are the established pair now.
Yeah, it's a big partnership, isn't it?
It is, and it's a good effort by Leicestershire to take these 3 wickets.
If they can break it before lunch, they'll
be
definitely
well
feel they've had a very good morning. 3 slips behind Colin Ingram.
And that worked well. The change of ends as Hull now comes in to bowl to the left-handed Ingram for his first ball, bowls to him, and goes right across him, and Cox takes it nicely down the leg side.
That was a good aggressive short ball. Didn't quite get the direction right, but Josh is such a amiable young man. You sometimes question the temperament. He doesn't appear to have the sort of fast bowling temperament of knock people's heads off sort of thing. But I'm sure once his dander is up, he can bring him in.
21, 22? Something like
Yes,
that. Not much more.
no more than that.
Here he is again. Comes in and bowls to Ingram. Ingram is, well, I'll give him the benefit of the doubt, perhaps. Just look at that. Did he take his bat away? Might be wrong, but the very last moment I thought he did. Nevertheless, this is a good, accurate, aggressive over from the young left-arm seamer.
He's 21, 22 in August.
Oh, to be 22. Yeah.
It must be fun. Must be nice.
Must be great.
And to know what we know now.
Yeah. Last ball of the over, as he comes in and bowls, and that's clipped away nicely by Ingram and well fielded at mid-wicket. Ingram retains strike, and at the end of that over, 56 for 3. Carlson's on 23, and Ingram is on 1.
Eddie departs to see what. Yes. See what's
Yes.
on the luncheon menu.
Yes.
We'll always look forward to that. Hull takes his cap and sweater from umpire Blackwell. It looks to me slightly, and it sounds horribly personal to say so, but slightly svelter than at times in the past. I think he's had a hard winter's training, perhaps. There's a lot of international cricket as well, umpiring now. Ian Blackwell, he's a very good umpire. Former Somerset and England player. Patel taking time to set his field for Colin Ingram. He's going to go over the wicket to the left-hander, tosses it up and goes past the outside edge, and Cox whips off the bails as Ingram plunged forward there, but perfectly pitched delivery looked like from Patel, who steps in and bowls, and Ingram is forward, getting to the pitch more or less of that one, pushing it out into the offside. Hill promoted to the covers now. Fields, so short leg and a slip. Patel in at slip. I think that's Weatherald under the lid at short leg, as Patel again, plenty of air. Again, Ingram steps forward. They'll be aware of the proximity of the luncheon interval, these two. It does, as I say, feel like a sort of big old partnership. Carlson has been busy and proactive. In goes Patel, a little bit shorter this time. Ingram can go back and work it away through gully. Patel chases after it, but he's not going to get there before Hull running around from deep backward point. And Ingram picks up 2, moves on to 3, 58 for 3. Patel bowling in a sweater is in, drops again a little bit short. Ingram goes back and punches it without timing out into the offside, out towards mid-off. Patel runs across and fields in his follow-through. Steps in just a couple of steps and bowls. Fuller brings Ingram forward on off stump, smothers any spin, drops it a few feet back down the pitch. Hill comes in to field. End of the 24th over of the Glamorgan first innings, 58 for 3. Remember, they won the toss and chose to bat first on a dry-ish pitch. That was the report we received.
Yes, it certainly looked as though the grass on it is straw-coloured rather than anything else, though it's maybe not quite as bright as the video pictures are suggesting at the moment.
Colourful little array of outfits of the Roth Primary School, I believe they are, down there. And the stand in front of the pavilion. Are they all dressed
up in
Well, they've got all sorts
shirts.
of different T-shirts and colours. And
yes.
good to see.
Tell you about that in a minute. Hull is into bowl, and Carlson drops the wrists on it, plays it on the leg side. Ingram was alive to the possibility of a single, but so was Hull. What they do is give them old shirts from the Cricket's Museum. So a variety of international shirts of people who've played here, and maybe shirts that haven't been sold.
They have to give them back afterwards?
Yes.
Oh.
Yeah, because there's different schools come in the course of the summer term,
okay.
and you might look not entirely convincing as a primary school child, I'm afraid to say, Richard. Might be a bit AC/DC as the rock band who's, as Carlson defends Hull out on the leg side, whose guitarist is still dressing up as a school kid at the age of 70-something.
Why not? Well, a few reasons actually.
Yes. Patel, by the way, took 14 wickets for Glamorgan in the 4 games that he played in 2022 at an average of 37. Played in the month of September, I think it was, the final month of the season. I seem to remember him bowling virtually an entire day at Hove. Probably got through 40 or 50 overs along with Andrew Salter. As Carlson works that one into the gap on the leg side, down to deep square by Tattersall Fields, single taken, 59 for 3.
Oh, interesting email from Peter Wilson. We were talking about Josh Holt's pace, and I was suggesting sort of mid-80s. Peter said the speed gun at the Oval, and I'm going to insert a parenthesis here that to the effect that the guys who were commentating with us at the Oval had serious questions about its reliability in terms of the MPH it was delivering. However, to continue, showed him only just quicker than Holland Green, who were mostly low 70s. Don't think he exceeded 80 MPH on the speed gun.
Hull bowls, and Ingram steers it away on the offside. No run. Well, yes, it looks as though there's a bigger gap in pace than that would suggest.
And he continues, is it possible he somehow looks quicker because of his height? It's possible, Peter, but for me, I would say he's 80, early 80s, just on visuals.
Yeah, you'd have thought that was why England picked him up for that test.
I think the speed gun in the test showed him sort of well into the 80s for the most part.
Any charges from the River Taff end and bowls, and Ingram is watchfully defending. Hello to Stephen Baker, who greets us from a rather foggy Ann Arbor in Michigan, 40 miles west of Detroit, near the old stagecoach route which once connected Detroit and Chicago. Looking forward to a cracking match which will no doubt be decided on the last ball of day 4, describes himself as an American fan of county cricket. Well, good to have you on board, Stephen. Welcome along. As Hull, left arm over, is in and balls to Ingram. Is a bit of an appeal, but mainly from third slip, and I don't think it was too serious. 59 for 3. Well, certainly Glamorgan's previous home game went the distance against Yorkshire, because it went to the last over with Glamorgan 3 wickets short of victory, and Yorkshire 40 or so runs short, but it was Glamorgan who were pressing for the win at the end, and so we went, as I say, late into the scheduled final over. 59 for 3. 25 overs bowled and 12 minutes till the lunch interval.
Patel to continue from the Cathedral Road end of the ground, round the wicket to the right-handed Carlson. He bowls fullish, and Carlson drives but doesn't really put his full weight into the shot, makes sure he gets on top of the ball and runs it out to Eskenazi, who does have company out there on the offside boundary in front of the pavilion, because the two Leicestershire 12th men, not selected from the squad for this game, are both in. They've brought out sort of fold-up chairs. In goes Patel over the wicket. Ingram goes back and tries to steer off the back foot through the offside, and basically just simply misses. It goes through into the gloves of Cox, but ball didn't do anything particularly different. He just missed it. Patel in reverse sweeps, and he's reverse swept for 4. Got it past Patel, who saw the shot coming, so to speak, and sort of tried to scramble across to his left, but Ingram hit it too nicely, and it was a late decision as well by him, and he picks up his first boundary, moves on to 7.
He might have seen it coming. I don't think the gentleman in the crowd is expecting to bounce against his foot.
Did it wake him up?
No, I think it took a bit of a deflection just before he reached him, so he could be forgiven for he was watching.
Patel is in. Ingram goes back, plays firmly back up the pitch on the onside. Patel hops across to his left, has to politely sort of move Carlson to one side. In he goes, a bit more air this time, fullish and nicely played, cleverly played by Colin Ingram, who sort of waited for it and played it with a almost horizontal bat, sort of a guide cut sort of combo, steered it down towards wideish third man. Didn't quite get it out of the middle, so Rishi Patel could run back to field, and Ingram takes 1, moves on to 8, 65 for 3. Round the wicket goes Patel. Pleasant loop to the delivery. Doesn't really turn though, Carlson forward, blocking it out to Tattersall in the covers. End of the 26th over of the innings. Glamorgan 65 for 3. You'd probably still say it's been Leicestershire's morning, but if these two are still together at lunch, every prospect of it potentially being Glamorgan's afternoon. Again, not a cloud in the sky.
Looking at the makeup of this Leicestershire squad, I mean, we hope that no subs will be necessary, but should one of the top order get injured, there isn't an obvious sub in the ranks, is there? We've got Scriven and Wood as your extra players.
No, I mean, they're both competent lower order batsmen, but no, indeed.
As Hull is into bowl. Oh, that
wasn't 75,
Ingram
76. Cut back, didn't it? And did him for a little bit of pace.
He goes down for a bit of gardening, and I thought it might be the case that counties would tend to take an extra batter as well as an extra bowler away with them, so they've got someone on hand should a sub be required, because I think we've had 12 subs at least called on in the first 3 rounds of games. 2.5 rounds effectively, because there were only 2 games in each division last week. As Ingram defends that one out on the leg side, no run.
I suppose they could whistle up someone like Budinger or someone like that if it was an overnight thing.
But ideally, you want someone
ideally on the spot. Yes,
on the spot who's.
So becoming like rugby, do you think, in the end?
I hope not, because
going down that road, which
8 subs out of 15, in
ridiculous.
my opinion, is far too much.
You bring on a new scrum, basically. Most of them do, don't they? After about 60 minutes.
Yes, it should be cut back to 6 at most, I think, in rugby, professional rugby union. Howell at 65 for 3 is into bowl to Ingram, who prods and misses at that one.
He looks uncomfortable against the extra little bit of pace from Hull.
Yes, I mean, Ingram has looked as good as ever in county cricket, and maybe his red ball form has improved over the years. As he's not quite as reliably destructive as he once was in T20, but top scorer again last season. Opened the season well against Yorkshire here, but he's being tested by Hull. There's another player is brought over the offside. There's no gully and a point and 3 slips. There's Hull in bowls, and Ingram drops that into a gap on the leg side and hustles through for a single. Glad maybe to get off strike. Ingram moves to 9, and it's 66 for 3. Glamorgan having won the toss and chosen to bat. Leicestershire bringing Tattersall and Davey into their 11, leaving out Scriven and Wood from their 13-man squad. And Ahmed giving way from the last match, given that he's on the plane to Delhi. Glamorgan finishing playing the same side that finished against Notts. In other words, Dixon continues instead of Callaway, who's still unfit. Hull is in to bowl to Carlson, who drives back down the ground pleasantly. The bowler can't get back down in his follow-through, and so that will run away for 4 runs. Holland doesn't bother to pursue it, and Glamorgan move to 70 for 3.
He's played some really impressive, positive shots. They all come out of the middle as well. His boundaries so far, Kieran Carlson, 6 of them, I think, now.
Yeah, Carlson did at times last season play with a bit more grit. He said he was looking to develop the defensive side of his game, but his first instinct is always to try and defend by attacking. He's on to 29 as Hull bowls, and that's more runs here through the leg side. Holland will surely pick this one up. 3/4 the way back to the boundary, and it's a comfortable 2 runs for Kieran Carlson, who moves to 31, and Glamorgan on to 72 for 3. So the run rate is starting to move up after being barely a run and over for the opening stages, when Holland was very economical indeed. Patel 3 overs, 0 for 11. Hull now 1 for 22 in 5. Will we see a bit more of Holland before lunch, maybe?
I'd be surprised. It's 5-2, isn't it? Yeah. So we'll get this over from Patel and probably one more from Hull, and there'll be a couple short at the interval.
Yes, that over 8 is only changed at the intervals in the first 3 days of the game.
Patel round the wicket, down the pitch goes Ingram and slaps it over wide-ish. Long on for about 20 yards inside the ropes when it bounced, but hit well wide of the man who's sort of halfway, almost 2/3 of the way back at mid-on, and I think he will go possibly all the way back now. Ingram used his feet nicely there. Holland indeed does stay most of the way back. Patel in again, bowls outside off stump, and it's probably going to be 4 more as forward went Ingram, angled back, guiding it wide of Patel at slip along the ground all the way to find 3rd man for a 2nd consecutive boundary. So, yep, the run's beginning to flow now for Glamorgan as the ball begins to age. 80 for 3. Ingram on to 17. Carlson 31. Patel again round. Forward goes Colin Ingram on off stump, dropping the ball out into the offside. Ben Cox comes out from behind the stumps to pick up the ball.
Yes, good battle this, isn't it?
Patel is in, gives it air, outside off stump though, a little bit too full, and Ingram with all the time in the world just to step out and guide it away through the vacant point area, down towards the sweeper. Eskenazi going from one end to the other. Looks that way. Single taken. Ingram on to 18. Patel in to Carlson, who's turning it down into the ground. Into the hands then. It bounces off the short leg. As I say, I think he's weatheralled. He's got green pads underneath his whites. As Patel is in. Bunted really by Kieran Carlson, almost on the move, firmly through mid-on. Mid-on being deepish. Josh Davey halfway back. It is a comfortable single. So there's not really been anything there for Ajaz Patel. He hasn't really threatened. And I suspect we won't see him immediately after lunch. 4 overs, none for 21 for him. And it will be Hull to finish things off before the interval.
Yes, I wouldn't be surprised if there is decent turn in this pitch at some point in the match, because A, there was in the first game against Yorkshire, and B, it's drier now than it was then. Hull into his 6th over. Is into Carlson and lets loose with a short delivery that Carlson ducks underneath, flying chin high through to keeper Cox. As Carlson goes down the wicket and has a token prod. Not quite sure why, more psychological than anything else, I think that. There's no danger of Leicestershire getting another over in before lunch. So there'll be 29 in the first session. 3 wickets have fallen. As Carlson works that into the offside, off the back foot, and they'll go through for a single because it's wide of the infielder at cover. The sweeper out on the grandstand side of the ground. Yes, it is Weatherald with the pads on for the short leg, fielding at the other end, though he's not at short leg at the moment. He's at forward square. 83 for 3. As the clock, the digital clock on the scoreboard hits 1300. 4 balls left of the Hull over, unless he takes a wicket. And he's edged! And nearly had one there as that went through the slips. Completely involuntary by Ingram. And flew just over head high. And just over third slip for 4 runs down to third man. Well, 150th first class game it may be for Colin Ingram, but he's been given the hurry up by Josh Hull at the moment, albeit he moves under 22 with that shot. Hull in, bowls, Ingram looks to pull, hasn't quite timed it, but will pick up a couple of runs here. Carlson will look for a third, but won't need to, in fact, because it's been timed well enough to reach the boundary at a wide-ish mid-wicket. And Ingram picks up 4 runs with a rather more convincing shot than the previous delivery. That was dismissive, really, as if Ingram was angry about being beaten by the previous ball. 91 for 3. As in comes Hull. 3 slips and a gully still. And Ingram plays on. And Hull gets a deserved wicket. 2 boundaries and out goes Colin Ingram, and it really is Leicestershire's morning, with Glamorgan closing proceedings on 91 for 4. Ingram goes for 26, and that was outside off stump, and Ingram looks despairing as he managed to drag it on. And that's a good 18 inches outside off stump. Didn't have to be played, could have been left. And so Leicestershire's morning with 2 for Hull, 2 for Holland. Update for BBC Radio Wales to follow. It has been the morning of Leicestershire, with Glamorgan taking lunch on 91 for 4, having chosen to bat first, and they've just lost Colin Ingram to the ball before lunch, played on for 26, a second wicket for Josh Hull, with Ian Holland claiming 2 early wickets. Asa Tribe made 24 before falling to Hull, And Glamorgan have not made the most of winning the toss and choosing to bat. They're 91 for 4 at lunch. Commentary on BBC Sport Online and on the Glamorgan and Leicestershire websites resumes at 1:40.
A reminder that the Members' Forum is taking place in the Museum of Welsh Cricket. And again, a reminder that you are very welcome to go out to look at the pitch during the lunch interval. Shortly, the girls and boys from Rothesay Primary School will also be making their way out onto the pitch to give us a demonstration of their quick cricketing skills, together with Glamorgan's community coaching team. I've got some scores from the other games taking place elsewhere. We'll start at Chesterley Street, where Lancashire have moved on to 118 for 3. That's against Durham. At Headingley, Sussex are 103 for 3 at lunch. That's against Yorkshire. At Wee Road in Worcester, Kent are 65 for 3 against Worcestershire. At Derby, Gloucestershire is 70 for 2 against Derbyshire. At Trent Bridge, Warwickshire are 96 for 3 against Nottinghamshire. And the other game is at the Kia Oval, where Surrey won the toss and elected to bowl against Essex. And at lunch, Essex are 128 without loss. A reminder that if you're seeking a score sheet for this game, they're available completely free of charge from reception situated on the ground floor of the Thatcher's Pavilion. Reception is also where you can purchase a copy of the 2026 Glamorgan Yearbook, as well as purchasing a copy of Hugh Morris, A Life in Cricket, a special tribute to our former Chief Executive, costing £10, with all proceeds going to Berlindra Cancer Hospital. The Glamorgan Club shop, run by Missouri Sports, is open. It's situated opposite Gate 2, and it's selling a wide range of cricket equipment and other items, including replica Glamorgan kits. As far as refreshments are concerned, a full range of food and drink can be purchased in the Pyramid Lounge, situated on the ground floor of the Thatcher's Pavilion. Don't forget, there's a 10% discount for Glamorgan members on all food sales. Hot drinks and snacks can also be purchased from the mobile unit beneath the cassette howl stand, while snacks can be purchased from the vending machines situated at the rear of the indoor school. Don't forget, with the warm weather forecast over the next few days, don't forget to use the free of charge water refill points at various locations around the stadium. Finally, a reminder that we stand against all forms of discrimination. There is no place for it in our sport. We will embrace and celebrate differences everywhere, knowing that with diversity, together we are stronger. Here at Glamorgan County Cricket Club, we are dedicated to raising the game. So if you witness any form of discrimination, you can challenge it and call it out by contacting in strictest confidence your nearest steward. Thank you very much. Diolch yn fawr. Once again, many thanks. Diolch yn fawr iawn to the boys and girls from Grove Park Primary School for forming today's Guards of Honour. We hope you all had a good time. We look forward to seeing you soon back here at the home of Glamorgan Cricket. Making their way to the middle, the new batter for Glamorgan, Sean Dixon, and with him the not-out batter, Kieran Carlson.
So welcome back to BBC Sport Online, also available via the BBC Sport app and the Glamorgan and Leicestershire County websites with the video stream. And we have one ball left of the Josh Hull over, which is the 29th of the game. The over 8 remains level. Nick Webb and Richard Ray with you, along with Edward Bevan, who will be back with us in half an hour. So we went off when Colin Ingram dragged one from Hull onto his stumps. So Hull with the last ball of his over. It's in to bowl to Sean Dixon, who pushes at that one. I think got his bat out the way at the last moment. It was angled across the face of the right-hander. It's 91 for 4. Carlson 33. Dixon yet to score. And very much advantage Foxes, courtesy of Holland and Hull.
Yep, that Ingram wicket felt like a big one, and especially the timing thereof. Ian Holland is going to bring himself back on after bowling 8 overs this morning. And as I say, looking really like the Ian Holland that bowled throughout much of last season, giving away absolutely nothing, asking questions all the time and getting his rewards. 8 overs, 4 maidens, 2 for 7 this morning for Ian Holland. And if he can make an early breakthrough post-lunch, Leicestershire will really feel on top. Changes to the field, 2 slips behind Kieran Carlson, who was very impressive in the sort of 45 minutes and he occupied the crease prior to lunch. Very positive in everything he did. He's 3 slips behind him now as Holland goes in and bowls to him down the leg side, hits the pad. There is an appeal from the slips and politely from Holland, but Steve O'Shaughnessy, he never looks impressed at the best of times, but he looks particularly unimpressed.
Yes, well, when the keeper doesn't bother appealing, then you know you're on a hiding to nothing.
Holland is in and bowls, and Carlson almost falls over himself a little bit as he turns his wrists on the essentially defensive push, the straight delivery out into the on side. Hill picks up, throws it to Davey, who throws it across to his former Somerset colleague Ben Green. Desultory polish on the front of his Leicestershire sweater. Holland in, bowls, drops a little bit short, and on the back foot Carlson punches it away into the offside, but he picks out Johnny Tattersall, who's at sort of extra cover, as much as cover, trying to cover both those positions. Green is at mid-off, and Weatherald is at backward point, wandering around with his left hand in his pocket. He was in at short leg for sections of the morning, but he shed those pads now. Holland in, bowls outside off stump, swings away a touch. Carlson stepped across and aggressive in everything he does, or positive, better word than aggressive, in everything he does, sort of left it in a positive way, threatening as though he could have brought the bat down and cracked it away. Didn't bother doing so. Decent turnout, I think, crowds-wise this morning. There's been quite a lot below us, a good couple of hundred in this stand at the Cathedral Road end. In goes Holland, bowls, and Carlson reaching for that one, a touch. Just about in control, but he had to check the shot slightly. Half drove it out into the covers where Tattersall fielded, but looking around, probably 600, 700 maybe in the crowd as a whole.
It's one of the bigger ones for April anyway. It was absolutely freezing here for most of the Yorkshire game.
Yes, just seen the moon up to our right. In goes Holland and bowls, and stepping forward a long way out of his crease. Carlson defends on off stump. It's how they tried to play Holland for much of the morning. Well, Byram didn't last too long, but Ul Hassan and also Asa Tribe, they shuffled forward to just about every delivery he bowled. 91 for 4 after 30.
Yes, crowds here apparently for the championship totalled 11,909 last season, according to a list I got.
Oh, it's in Wisden as well, isn't it?
Yeah, I think this might be the Wisden list.
Okay, where does Leicestershire come in said list?
Well, Not on the bottom, but fairly close. As Hull starts a new over. Bowls. Oh, it's a very full pitched outside off stump, and Dixon ignores it. Yes, Leicestershire 7,403.
Who was lower? Derby?
Northants.
Northants.
No.
That is a cold ground. Or can be.
So, yes, Surrey by a long way top of the pile. 77,000 people through the gates for red ball cricket. Middlesex 44,000, Somerset 29,000. Oh, Yorkshire 30,000. As Dixon plays that one through the offside and will get off the mark. Down to backward point, takes the single. And for a man who's had a couple of ducks in his 2 previous first innings for Glamorgan, even that is probably a slight relief to Sean Dixon, who joined obviously with a reputation more as a white ball player from Somerset, has struggled in the Championship and his spell there, but very much wants to make a mark with the Championship cricket as well. Hull is in to bowl to Carlson, who finds a little gap on the offside and prods it through for a single. 93 for 4. I mean, he does have a first-class triple century to his credit, Sean Dixon, albeit his average is only just over 30. So the ability is there somewhere. They'll have to find it again. Finished with a whirlwind of performances as Somerset won the T20 Blast. Basically won the quarter-final for them. And chipped in with some finishing touch in the final. Hull bowls and Dixon dabs that one through the offside for a single. Bit of a gap there between point and wide-ish extra cover. 94 for 4. But as we mentioned earlier on, there are candidates waiting. Roots had a few runs for the seconds. Callum Nichols, Jack Hope Bell, the younger generation. And it would be good to have increased Welsh representation in this side. Hull bowls and Carlson leaves outside. Good carry on that one through to Cox, chest high. Two slips for Josh Hull at the moment. It's quite a defensive field really for 94 for 4 on the scoreboard. 2 slips, 3 saving the single and 4 out on the boundary. As Hull in, bowls to Carlson, who off drives pleasantly. I'll pick up just the single. Out to the cover boundary. So Glamorgan milking Hull to a certain extent. Just pushing the ball into the gaps, finding singles in that over. And it's 95 for 4.
He does hate to give away runs, Holland. You know, whoever's bowling, obviously his own bowling, but I think he knows the importance of keeping some control on the scoreboard. Keeping the 3 slips in though.
Yeah. Reminder, if you want to email us, glamorgancricket@bbc.co.uk, and Richard's email on the Gmail.
Richard Ray, RAE23 at Gmail. Holland then, elbows jutting as he runs away from us. Bowls, and Carlson, the rapping call of no, has waited on the back foot and turned the ball out towards mid-wicket. Big back stretches going on at second slip. Presumably that's Patel in there, so he might have a bit of work to do this afternoon.
How regular and occasional is he with the ball?
Patel? We only had the one game.
Rishi.
Rishi.
So
No, I was thinking of
Rishi
Ajaz. Yeah, no, Rishi's at first. He isn't doing any stretch. I don't think we'll see much of him in day one. Off stump from Holland and pushed out to green.
He'd be the backup.
But he'd be the back. He would.
Yeah.
He would. You know, and he's already picked. He bowled quite nicely in the games we've had so far. He's worked hard on it as a sort of another string to his bow, so to speak.
Yes, in case you missed it, Rayan Ahmed is out in Delhi now.
He's picked up a wicket already this season. In goes Holland, bowled a little bit short. Don't know quite what happened there. Carlson was looking to cut it away through the offside. Came off a thickish bottom edge, perhaps a little bit too close, and sort of bounced back down the wicket towards Holland. Oh, looked a bit strange.
Similar situation at Trent Bridge. Warwickshire 99 for 4. 2 to Josh Tong. Dan Mosley out for 49.
Holland bowls, brings Carlson forward on off stump. Quite the movement, obviously, of this morning when he was swinging it a little bit.
Essex are finding batting as comfortable as Leicestershire did at the Oval. Essex 137 for naught. Elgar 72, Walter 52.
Holland is in. Good leave from Carlson. Again, quite a stylish one. Took a forward stance and then lifted the bat over the line of the ball. Wasn't so very far from off stump, but far enough. Davey sort of rolls his shoulders at mid-on, but probably to keep warm as much as anything. Most of the Leicestershire players have sweaters on it. The east wind is quite cold, just taking the edge off the temperatures today on an otherwise glorious spring day. Holland is in. Walking down again is Carlson, and whether Holland saw him coming, he banged it in a little bit shorter. Carlson ended up steering it to backward point. End of the over, and 2 maidens. Holland has bowled post lunch to maintain his record, really. 10 overs, 6 maidens, 2 for 7. 2 for 7 remaining, his figures, if you take out the overs and the maidens.
Yes, it's been a case of leading from the front for Ian Holland. Other game in Division 1 that we haven't mentioned at Headingley, Sussex 118 for 3. Tom Haynes 64. 2 wickets for Jack White, the Australian there. Jai Richardson, rather expensive, 0 for 34 off 5. Opening the bowling, 95 for 4. Hull in. Bowls, wide-ish. Dixon drives, square of the wicket on the offside, and will pick up the boundary. It's beaten the sprawling effort of the man on the ropes at point in front of the grandstand. And Dixon has his first boundary as a Glamorgan player at Sapphire Gardens. So he'll feel a touch better for that. 99 for 4. As Hull is on his way. Bowls, back of a length. Dixon up on his toes, defends on the offside. In Division 2, Gloucestershire 72 for 2. Slow going. Bancroft 37 not out against Derbyshire. At Chester Street, Lancashire 131 for 3 against Durham. Keaton Jennings made 44. Wicket shared round. Hull charging towards us. Bowls a short delivery that Dixon only just got underneath because it didn't get up as much as he might have expected, and to be honest, he'll have to work hard to get anything excessive in the way of bounce on this wicket. Kent, also a slow grind for them, 74 for 3 at barely 2 runs and over at Worcester. Zach Crawley made 27, including 6 boundaries. He's gone. Hull bowls as a shout as Dixon went back, was hit, might have inside edged onto his pads, and the ball ended up absolutely at his feet. Have a look at the replay. Yeah, I think it was bat onto pad, and he was quite lucky because I don't think he knew where the ball was there. It didn't quite trickle back onto the stumps. But good head of steam being generated by Hull at the moment. As he's in bowls, and Dixon pushes on the leg side and calls Carlson through for a well-judged quick single, and that ripple of applause signals that Glamorgan have got to 3 figures, but they do have 4 wickets down, so still advantage Leicestershire, you would have thought. Glamorgan's scoring rate now up to 3 and over, having been very low early on, thanks mainly to the efforts of the skipper Ian Holland, who continues to be extremely economical. Josh Davey was quite tight as well, 5 overs for 11 in his first spell. The others not quite so much, but Hull has provided the wickets of Tribe for 24 and Ingram for 26, bowled in contrasting ways. Hull in, bowls, and Carlson drives through the offside for 4. The sweeper on the cover boundary was not sweeping anymore, and therefore Carlson was able to find a gap. 104 for 4, Carlson to 39.
Just explaining, I think, Kieran Carlson there to Sean Dixon, how he played that one. Is he mustachioed at the moment, Kieran? Or
yes, he is at the moment.
Right.
Yes. Okay. It's a fairly luxuriant moustache.
Is it? Right.
The rest of the hairstyle is fairly normal for Kieran, who's gone through quite a few varieties of hairstyle in his decade in the Glamorgan side.
He scored a lot of runs against Leicestershire too. Well, Holland's ready to go. Dixon asks him to wait because he just spotted something on the pitch. He jogs forward and picks it up and flicks it away, looks around him. Conventional single saving field as Holland is in and bowls. He goes back and defends on off stump back up the pitch. Goes the ball to Ian Holland and then on to Ben Green to do a spot of polishing. The 2 Leicestershire 12thers are still in those seats they brought down from the dressing room perhaps, or just in front thereof, so that they don't have so far to go. It's quite a long way from the middle up to the players' dressing rooms here at Sophia Gardens. In goes Holland and bowls. A twitch a little bit there from Dixon on off stump. He wasn't quite sure whether to go forward or back. In the end, sort of waited for it and just dabbed it out into the offside.
Yes, the boundary rope on the pavilion side is about 30 metres or so from the advertising hoardings. It's not quite at its maximum because we did play 2 strips further towards the pavilion in the first game, but it's still, as Richard indicates, a long way.
Holland in, bowls, nice and straight and pushing across the line a little bit, Dixon, hence the oohs and ahs from behind the stumps as he got lots of bat on it. Not entirely convincing as it runs out to mid-wicket. Yes, once you get to the pavilion, there's a fair old flight of stairs up to the first floor and then another flight up to the second floor where the players' dressing rooms are situated. Holland in, bowls, a little bit wider, still on off stump-ish, and Dixon much more secure, just leans forward, solidish forward defensive out into the offside.
Yeah, the players do tend to take that conventional route rather than nipping into reception and catching the lift up.
Yes.
If he'd been batting for a long time.
Yes, you could be waiting a while as well. It's one of those glass lifts as well that you can see out of all the time. Not entirely sure about those. In goes Holland and bowls, and Dixon looking to drive. It's a touch straight, so although he gets plenty of it, he checks the shot, and Green makes a tolerably comfortable stop at mid-off. Those ones that go up the outside of buildings in American cities and things like that. Never entirely fancied those. It's not quite that scale, but yes.
It's coped with my weight over the years, so must be fairly stout.
Holland is in and bowls again. Dixon's driving again, only as far as Green, and again Holland has bowled a maiden. So of his 11 overs, 7 have been maidens, and 2 for 7 remain his figures. 3 overs post-lunch, from which not a run has he conceded.
Good afternoon to Emir Evans, who says the wicket before lunch ruined his sandwich. Colin Ingram out the delivery before lunch. He's back in the office after a morning of appointments, hoping for an afternoon of applied batting for Glamorgan. Yes, well, you need to apply yourself against Holland because he's not giving you anything at the moment, as Josh Davey takes over from Josh Hull.
It wasn't a bad spell this morning from Davey, but it wasn't particularly penetrative. 5 overs, 1 maiden, none for 11. He certainly didn't get the movement or look as threatening as Holland at the other end. But as I say, he has been injured. I think it was described as a slight side niggle, which is always. Well, that could have been Josh Hull actually missing the first game. So apologies if I got that the wrong way around.
As the first delivery is down the leg side, and Carlson flicks at it without making contact. I think if you say a faster bowler's got a slight side niggle, he'll be right most of the time.
It's a sort of permanent condition, is it? Sort of.
Yes, you've got it's the sort of injury that crops up vaguely, isn't it? Got a bit of a side niggle. 104 for 4. Glamorgan having chosen to bat. Davey bowls and Carlson drives gently to mid-on, and there is no run. After you've finished listening to us, if you're a rugby supporter, you could follow Cardiff against the Ospreys on BBC Sport Online for commentary. It's also available on S4C.
And that's down at the Arms Park, is it?
That's down at the Arms Park with 7 o'clock kickoff.
Across the road? Ooh.
Rather annoyingly.
Oh.
So if it was for 7:45, I'd probably get there, but 7 o'clock probably a bit tight. As Carlson flicks one off his legs, given a bit of width on the leg side, it'll beat the charge of Ben Green round from fine leg. And Carlson picks up another boundary to move to 43, and it's 108 for 4. Yes, important game for Cardiff in particular, as they try and remain in the top half of the URC, United Rugby Championship, and therefore get into the playoffs.
7 fours for Kieran Carlson, so 28 of his runs in boundaries. They've all been nicely struck as well, there haven't been any edges.
Fluent player to watch at his best, Kieran Carlson. Just got over the line for 1,000 runs last season.
That is a pretty good effort. No Leicestershire player managed it. Hill was the closest, I think, 900 and something.
And comes the next delivery, which is driven back to Davey by Carlson. There's no run. Carlson and Ingram passed the 4 figures last year.
Yeah, Hill 917. Next Rahan, 760, which included 5 centuries, so it was a little bit all or nothing with Rahan.
Well, he's coped well, though, hasn't he, with a sort of changing role within the team?
Yes, yes, absolutely.
As Davy bowls, Carlson again gets one on his legs. This time he flicks it more towards green at fine leg and will take just the single 109 for 4. Rehan moving from a sort of bowler who bats to a genuine all-rounder.
Yes. The question, I think, in a few people's mind is whether that process will continue, actually, and he'll become a batter who bowls a bit of leg spin, yes. But he's bowled nicely this season. At least there hasn't been much there to help him, but there haven't been many bad balls in the number of overs he's bowled.
As that is driven by Dixon, but fielded by Davy. No run. 109 for 4 at the end of the over. And I suppose there's bound to be a vacancy in the England limited overs side before too long, when Adil Rashid's long and productive career comes to an end. But Ahmed has shown himself capable of occupying a role further up the order as well.
It'd be really fascinating to watch how his career develops or moves, or which way he goes. Rashid obviously essentially opted out of red ball cricket for most of his productive years, really. I remember seeing him in Scarborough when he was in the Yorkshire Championship side, when he first took a notable haul of wickets, and he was really quite a useful bat as well. Very wristy attacking batsman. So, changes to the field. Short, straightish mid-wicket has gone in and a gully as Holland is in to Carlson. And we've got Cox standing up as well. So, the movement in the crease of Carlson will be slightly restricted as a consequence. He won't be able to... Well, he can, obviously, if he wants to try and still shuffle forward, but it will come with added jeopardy. Patel at slip. Ejaz Patel in the gully. In goes Holland and bowls, and again very correct for defensive from Kieran Carlson on off stump, pushing the ball out into the offside. How long can Holland go without conceding a run?
Bowled a fair few dot balls in a row now, hasn't
he? He has. Well, this is his fourth over post lunch, so he's bowled 20 dot balls in a row. In he goes and bowls, and no, that isn't going to be a run, as Carlson thought for a minute, having pushed the ball out into the offside. It was in front of Weatherald at backward point, that they might take the quickest set of singles, but it would have been the riskiest as well. Eskenazi's the man at that shortish mid-wicket. He's still 1, 2, 3, sort of 4 width pitches away. Well, 3.5 now. In goes Holland and bowls. Nice wobble, nice shape to delivery on middle and off. Carlson again treats it with respect and just indicates with his right hand that there's just a little bit of something there, but he's absolutely settled into a relentless line and length.
Yes, just the last 3 balls of his previous spell were dot balls.
Ah, you come back that. Okay, so that...
Flick back the morning session.
In he goes and bowls, and Carlson was thinking that was going to be wide enough to drive, and it sort of was and sort of wasn't, and in the end he rather smeared it back up the pitch on the offside, and Holland fielded himself in his follow through. So 1 ball to go in the 4th over of this, his 2nd spell. So can he maintain it? In he goes and bowls a touch short, but he has maintained it because it was straight enough for Carlson not to work away through the offside, and Holland makes it 4 consecutive maidens, 27 then deliveries without conceding a run from the Leicestershire captain. 12 overs, 7 maidens, 2 for 7 for him. Bigger picture, Glamorgan 109 for 4. Innings a little bit in the balance, you sort of feel at the moment. Leicestershire making Kieran Carlson and Sean Dixon. Dixon, obviously at the start of his innings still, he's only faced 16 deliveries, so you don't expect him to come roaring out of the blocks necessarily. But Carlson, who was scoring at a sort of runner ball up until about 25 runs in his innings, has been restricted a bit post-lunch. He's digging in, though, nicely. He's 44 off 63.
Holland was struck for a boundary by Zainul Hassan, but his last 4 overs the morning session figures were 1 for 1. And in the afternoon session it's 0 for 0.
So he's conceded 1 run in his last 8 overs.
Yep.
Wow.
Davy bowls, Dixon on the back foot, plays back to him. Yes, I think some reference to this feat is called for in the close of play report.
I think so.
Which I shall be composing for the BBC website. As for all home championship games, please read. As Davy in bowls, Dixon works it off his legs, takes a single down to fine a leg, makes that 2. 111 for 4, Nelson on the board. Dixon on to 9. So you get the feeling that Dixon does need a score in this match, maybe needs a half century to retain his place in the side. Last season Dawson made the change after 3 games, bringing in Tribe for Byram. As Dixon hooks that one powerfully through mid-wicket and has got 4 runs for it, and Josh Davy just dropping that one short, and it was really seized onto by Sean Dixon as he moves into double figures on 13. Did sit up slightly, and it is not necessarily a pitch for pace bowlers, and those who are not Josh Hull need to be careful of dropping short, as Richard will take a break. Edward will replace him here on BBC Sport Online. Dixon drives, slightly squared up, plays it all along the ground to mid-off. And there's no run. 115 for 4 then, Glamorgan, having been 91 for 4 at lunch when Colin Ingram played on the ball before the interval. Second wicket for Josh Hull. Ian Holland took 2 in his first spell, and Leicestershire have bowled well for the most part. As Davy bowls and Dixon blocks it back to him, and there is no run. Quite a bit of pressure on Glamorgan batting places, you'd have to say, Edward, with Byram, Ul Hassan and Dixon not having contributed significantly so far.
No, I suspect they'll get another game or 2 possibly, but they'll have to improve somewhat, because they're not getting the start, are they? That's the main thing.
As Davy bowls and Dixon cuts nicely, but it's a good scrambling stop, or half stop, by the man at Gully, who is Lewis Hill, who gets a hand to get up off the turf, but did his job. 115 for 4 at the end of the over, and since lunch, while you've been taking the sun, I was going to say you've got a bit more Holland, but 4 maidens of Holland. Richard has commentated on 4 maidens since lunch, basically, from this end, but you've got Ajaz Patel to contend with.
Yes, and good to see some spin. I've been sitting down, as you say, in the sun, and also I get the impression it could be, Nick, a little bit too paced. We've seen Carlson driving full drive and then just the ball rolling gently to extra cover on a few occasions, which gives you the impression that perhaps it is slowing down a bit, or a little bit of inconsistent bounce. Certainly Hull has got some bounce of it. And now we are going to see Patel bowling from this end, and he's bowling to Carlson. Bowls to him and he flicks that round down towards a square leg, and will pick up a single.
Broken the spell, first run from this Cathedral Road end since lunch.
There we are. Yes, he's difficult to get away. In the position Glamorgan are in, you can't afford to take chances in any way. Interesting innings, I thought. I haven't spoken to him since lunch, of Colin Ingram. He was charging along and then trying another fortune shot. He's rather unlucky to play on. That was a big wicket, I think, for Leicestershire. Patel around the wicket, and it's swept nicely by Dixon down towards the fine leg boundary. I think it's going to get there. No, it's just stopped in down there, and applause from the spectators down at that far end, the river end, where I can tell you it's very, very hot.
Is it? Oh, good.
Absolutely, and I had to disrobe.
Good heavens.
Take a jumper off and just had a polo shirt on. Really hot. In comes the next delivery. This is pushed back down the pitch, and there is no run.
It's better than it was then 3 weeks ago for the first game, where it was
absolutely freezing.
Blooming chilly down there.
Patel tosses this one up, but it's not to be tempted for Kieran Carlson. No, he isn't tempted. He's on 45, Dixon 16. He was for little partnership developing. Patel bowls down the leg side. This is pushed out towards mid-wicket, and they amble through for a single.
Yeah, Ingram's 26 came off 27 balls and included 5 fours. It was 4-4 and out from Ingram, who edged one over slip, slapped one through mid-wicket, and then dragged it on, trying to force into the offside.
$120 for 4. There's a backward short leg, very close there on the onside for Dixon, who is an attacking player, but this time he just pushes it out to short mid-on. Glad to see Patel bowling. Might finish on time, says he. Looking back at that first game, okay, we saw 40 from Van der Gooten, Crane made 51, Cook 30. The lower order there, helping Glamorgan out after Ingram's 100. But if they lose another couple of wickets, you're not going to say, really, oh, here they come, these will get you 60 or 70. It's, will they or won't they? But they battled hard, and this will be needed today if these two and Cook can't recover. Much depends, of course, on Le Capitan, who has looked in very good form here. He's Carlson is just 4 short of 50.
And this is Carlson, who is on strike, facing up to Josh Davey, the 35-year-old, former Somerset and Middlesex Scotland bowler. As in comes Davey and bowls to Carlson, who inside his edges for 4 to reach his 50. A very fortunate way to reach the half century of 68 deliveries, and with his 8th 4, but didn't know much about it.
Yeah,
maybe slightly sheepish as he raises his bat to acknowledge the applause.
Whether he came down from outside the off stump or whether involuntary the shot it came back at him, but he was fortunate. But everybody deserves a little bit of luck, Nick, in this game.
Hasn't given a chance as such, but that was a near miss for Leicestershire. As Glamorgan move on to 124 for 4, and the next delivery is played respectfully up to mid-on, and there's no run.
Yes, Davey. Is he on loan or is he?
No,
he's gone up to the Foxes. Yeah.
Yeah, I didn't realise that he played one game for them before. back in 2023.
Well, players moving and loans and goodness knows what these days, you never know.
So, yes, Davey is now a Leicestershire player full-time. As he's into ball, Carlson chops it down to gully where it's fielded by Weatherald. Unusual to see the overseas as the man under the lid, Jake Weatherald.
Yeah, perhaps he you know, there's something wrong with him and wants to go there. It's like Tim Van Houten saying, "Yeah, enjoy." Night watchman.
Yes, Glamorgan got a choice of night watchman should the need arise, with Van der Hochten, Crane and Gorvin all having done that job, the 8, 9, 10. Davy bowls, Carlson drives and drops his bat as he walks a single. Ball is fielded at deep cover by Lewis Hill, and the bat remained about a quarter of the way down the wicket. It is now handed back to him by Sean Dixon. I think you might need that in a minute, old chap.
He's quite sharp. I sat for a few minutes during his over coming back in front of the big stand there, and when you go and sit square on, you can see what speed, he's quite rapid. He was a member, especially with the one-day side at Somerset for some time.
Yeah, so it's a difficult side to get into.
Yeah.
Davy bowls, Dixon drives straight to mid-on, no run.
Something on social media today that 10 of the side who are playing at the moment for Somerset are from that area. Obviously there's some from Devon, but Devon is more or less is Somerset because there's no county cricket down there. But when you learn, I always say this, yes, but a lot of them are coming from 3 public schools around there, if not 4.
Yeah.
Millfield for one.
As Davy is on his way and bowls, and Dixon is propping forward, no run. Yes, they have that advantage of that little cluster of schools who are all very keen on cricket.
And there is excellent coaching, they get the best. I once played cricket down at Millfield, and I've never seen such amenities in my life.
Well, they quite often, I believe, at some age groups anyway, play against the Wales age group side, so you've got a school taking on the nation. Yes, the Rue brothers, for example, were King's College Taunton, I see.
Archie Vaughan, Millfield.
Vaughan, Millfield, correct. Smead, King's College.
I'll just interrupt you as Patel starts an over, and this is driven out to deep extra cover, and there is another single.
News from the members forum is sadly that Ben Kellaway probably won't be fit for the next game at Hampshire.
That's a blow. Well, an opportunity here for Dixon to make his mark. Got to look positive, and it is Dixon now who is facing from the Cathedral Road end, and pushes forward and just lifted a little on batsman and pushed it out into the covers. 126 for 4. Carlson's on 52, Dixon's on 16. There's Patel. Bowls, and this is driven up towards a long off. They go through for a leisurely single. Just the slip now for Carlson as the attacking field. Around the wicket comes the slow left armour, bowls, and this is played round the corner. He'll think of a couple fleet of foot as is Kieran Carlson. He gets there quite easily, so 2 more. The runs coming at a much quicker rate than they did this morning, when at one stage the scoring rate was 1.71. Well, it's gone to a respectable figure now of 3.25. Patel bowls. This again, similar shot, turned the wrists and gets another single on the onside. 130 for the loss of 4 wickets. This partnership now 39 as Patel comes in, bowls, and this is played defensively by Dixon. Back to the bowler, and another rapid over, 130 for 4.
Yeah, something that saddened really to announce the Balconeers are calling it a day after.
It wouldn't be the same after the late John Williams, would it?
Sad passing of John Williams during the winter. So the supporters' organisation set up.
Very sad.
In Swansea in '72, was it? Round about then.
Around that area, yeah, around that time.
So the Balconeers and Daffodil Tours have
ceased.
Called it a day. So anyone who is still a member of those organisations advised to cancel the payments, and anything left in the bank will go in some way towards developing young cricketers. Formed, here we are, 28th of August 1972.
Yeah, well done.
Davey starts a new over. Carlson pushes into the offside, doesn't really time it.
Tremendous amount of money that was raised through John and other people's efforts in Swansea. Sadly, no, there is no more cricket at that world-famous ground as it was described. I suppose it is world-famous, really. Those 6 sixes. Can you imagine this on a day like today? St Helens. Overlooking the Bristol Channel, with the ferry coming in at 6:20 every night.
Edward Bevan with the local knowledge.
Yeah.
As Davey is in to bowl and Carlson defends onto the offside. So well done to everyone who's been involved with the Balconeers and Daffodil Tours, but that's it, 54 years and out.
Yeah.
So also at the members' forum, the question is brought up about the use of substitutes, which has been quite a hot one. I had a lot of correspondence about this on social media during the last game. Davey bowls. Carlson pushes on the leg side and pinches a cheeky single.
Very good run out.
Up to mid-on, who was set back a little bit there, the skipper Ian Holland.
Good understanding, really, because they just looked at each other and off they went.
Yes, as has become knowledge, Mark Wallace, the Director of Cricket, alluding to the fact that it will be reviewed at the end of this first block of 6 games, and there might be some tweaks since the like-for-like system is proving a little messy. It was put in place with the best of intentions. Davey bowls and Dixon works it on the leg side for a single, 132 for 4, Dixon to 18. I think it was 12 they've been over the first 3 rounds, one of which was only about half a round.
They're reviewing it, aren't they, the ECB,
yes.
Or the ICC or whatever?
ECB, yeah, because there was an issue in the Glamorgan Notts game where Notts didn't get the sub they wanted. There was also an issue in Lancashire's last game where Lancashire didn't get the sub they wanted.
No, down at Gloucester, yeah, I read about that as well.
Where Stephen Croft was rather baffled by their first choice was turned down. Carlson plays it back past the bowler, but it's... Carlson might have been in trouble there if Holland had picked up cleanly, because he comes scampering down the wicket. There wasn't really a single there. Holland was round behind the bowler. Dixon quite rightly didn't want to know. The throw came in firstly to the non-striker's end, which is the wrong end from Holland. I thought it was the ball flying into mid-wicket. It was one of the bails.
Carlson didn't do Crane's chances of any harm. He ran straight down the pitch and straight back again on a length.
132 for 4. Glamorgan starting slowly to recover as Davey bowls and Carlson defends. The incident in the Notts match where the overseas O'Neill was supposedly injured going into the final day. And then they wanted to bring in Ollie Stone. The umpires or the match referee said you can't because he's a quicker bowler than the guy you're replacing. So they had to bring in Lyndon James.
Took 2 wickets.
Took 2 wickets, but is of a less severe pace. And although he is an all-round, more of a batting all-rounder than Notts had both their innings. But you wonder...
It happens every year. They've got to do something, haven't they?
You wonder
the ICC.
Had that rule not been in place, then O'Neill might have sort of got through the final day and bowled, had some bowling role.
I see he's not playing today.
Oh, fair enough.
Yeah.
And Lancashire unable to make the sub they wanted, so...
It's...
Do you restrict the time to the first 2 days of the game, maybe?
Exactly. You need a bus full to go away now, then, if you're taking the team away.
Point I was making to Richard earlier on commentary. Leicester haven't got a reserve batter in this squad. If they'll
have to come down overnight, then.
Breaks a finger or whatever in the top order, they'd have to draft someone else in.
Here is a Patel, and he's about to start his 7th over, 0 for 31. Mid-on has gone back appreciably, and I think mid-off was also, there's a single there, but they stop in the boundary as this first ball is on a length and pushed away onto the offside. Ben Cox trots from around the stumps and picks up a leg slip and a slip. Those are the close fielders, as in comes Patel, goes back and it's cut fiercely, and he may get 4 from that backward of square on the offside. Yeah, it's running away for 4 and a boundary for Dixon. Now he was, as we know, Nick signed ostensibly as an one-day player, or has been signed, or has played a lot of one-day cricket as opposed to county cricket, but he's played some nice shots here, and as I said, he wants to make a mark. Now is a great opportunity. Patel in, tosses this up, and I think that turned because either that or a leading edge. He played it away to the onside, and it ended up at backward point. Patel rushing through his over, comes in, bowls close to the stumps. This is driven fiercely, but only to long off, but they will take a single. And the run's coming now quite comfortably as Dixon moves on to 23 of 34 balls. Carlson's on 56.
Dixon's best offering for Glamorgan yet, but he'll need to convert into a half-century now. Carlson
waits and drives. A little bit up his sleeve, but safe enough back to the bowler. Patel is bowling as if they're well behind in the over rate, but they're level, so perhaps he wants to finish at 6, as everybody else does. In he comes, bowls again. This is played very carefully by the Glamorgan captain, back down the pitch. 137 for 4. And this partnership has put on 46, Nick Webb.
Indeed, perhaps he's a rugby fan. He wants to get to the Arms Park by 7 o'clock. Cardiff against the Ospreys.
Tonight. Yeah.
Tonight, yes. Yeah, available on the BBC Sport Wales website for commentary, and
is it on the radio?
It's on the website and on S4C. So you might get home to watch the second half.
Yeah.
It's a shame it's 7 o'clock. If it was 7:45,
isn't it? 7:45 they normally kick off.
Yeah, if it was 7:45, I'd have gone. But
see that announcement yesterday, or Wednesday, whenever it was.
Which of the many baffling?
The latest.
It's 3. It's 4. It's 2. It's 3. It's 4. Pro clubs in Welsh rugby we're talking about, and the baffling events.
Toss a coin in the air.
The umpires are going to look at the ball, it seems.
No.
Umpires Blackwell and O'Shaughnessy.
I'd change it.
And I think they're answering a Leicestershire query that it won't quite go through the handcuffs.
Ian Blackwell, I saw his first game for Derbyshire.
All right.
Glamorgan was struggling in a one-day game. And then they got a lot on top, took quick wickets, and in came Blackwell and hit them to every part of the county ground.
few
Then went
years
down
ago.
to Somerset, didn't he? Lucky.
Does he play for Durham as well?
I think he did the rounds, and England.
Yes. Yeah. Yes, I mean,
Good umpire.
for people in the rugby lovers in the Swansea area, it must be quite baffling, the shenanigans of the last 18 months or so.
Well, I'm in the Swansea area, I take no notice. There just isn't any point at the moment.
As the rugby politicians and the local politicians do battle. Have they actually started digging at all at St Helens?
No.
Do you know?
No.
To provide the
They could play cricket there next Saturday.
the artificial. How's life going at Sketty Lane for?
Well, they haven't started. The league doesn't start. It's another week.
Oh right,
A week
okay.
Saturday. What
Really?
did they start up here, up east?
Well, the South East Wales League is next weekend, but I think the South Wales League is playing, isn't it? The main, the top clubs.
I don't know. It's definitely doesn't start. I should look forward to seeing the pro playing for Clitter, which is only a mile away from me.
Who's the pro playing for Clitter?
G. Wag.
Oh right, he's ended up in your neck of the woods, has he?
Yes, he's done well in leagues. And his boy, remember his boy Jaden? Used to bowl left arm seam. I think he's joined as well.
Okay.
So we'll have the joys of Waggy racing between the wickets. And he's bowling left arm spin these days.
Yes, his son was playing for, well, one of his sons
Yeah, I
was
think
playing
he's
for
going-
Rothesay recently.
Good luck to him and the club.
Davey is into bowl, and that's through outside off stump, and Dixon plays no shot. When Graham Wagg was playing for Glamorgan, if you wanted an optimistic interview in the direst of circumstances,
Go for Waggy.
go for Graham Wagg, because he would always be ridiculously optimistic about the team's chances of
Yeah, he
winning.
was.
And
Good cricketer, wasn't he?
oh yeah, great guy to watch.
His speed between the wickets. Yeah, great character.
137 for 4. As Davey bowls and Dixon is forward, squared up again.
Yeah.
It is tending to look
Play
a little
cross it a
square
bit.
at the moment, isn't he, Dixon?
Had an interesting call the other day from our co-commentator Kenneth Davis last Wednesday. And he said, "Can you hear me?" I said, "Yeah." "Well, just why? I'm being ambushed here." He was walking down Westgate Street.
Yeah.
And I knew of it because my grandson is at Swansea University. It was the, what was it called?
Varsity, was it?
The varsity.
Oh, right.
There were thousands there.
Yeah.
And thousands in the pubs.
As Davey is into bowl, chopped down by Dixon, and he's got that fine, and it'll race away for 4 runs down to third man, and Dixon moves up to 27. The total to 141 for 4, and starting to get back towards parity now on the scoreboard.
Yeah, he,
Oh, it's the 50 partnership as well.
not only was there rugby, but I didn't realise that they played the varsity here.
Yes.
Ladies and men, didn't they?
I believe so. I didn't see the results.
And in Cardiff won everything.
Oh, right. Okay. Yes.
Do you know about all that? Do you from your university days when they... Or doesn't it happen down Bath way? Cardiff, Swansea?
It wasn't as direct a rivalry in those days. I mean, we played in a sort of southwestern group for the competitive matches.
Right.
That's driven
Shot.
nicely by Dixon down the grounds, and that will, I think, run away for
Oh, yeah.
4. Yep, Green was giving it some pursuit, but not in any real hope, and Dixon moves into the 30s, and it's 145 for 4. So Davey is not being quite as economical in this spell as he was in his morning session, which yielded just 11 off his 5 overs. When I was at College, Bath's competitive fixtures were against Bristol,
Oh,
Reading, Southampton and Exeter, I think, off the top of my head. Maybe one other. Dixon cuts,
4 more.
and we'll get 4 more through the offside. Expensive over this from Josh Davey, with 3 boundaries in a row for Sean Dixon, who's looking a lot happier now than he did in his first match, when he looked decidedly nervous against Yorkshire. Came into the match, of course he didn't, they did make the change, bringing in Rothesay for him, but then Dixon was a very early substitute in the match and effectively played the whole match against Notts, with Callaway outcropped. Callaway
missed the next game as well, you see.
Likely to miss the next game as well.
It's a blow.
As Davy bowls and Dixon pushes it back to him. There is no run. That's my hour after lunch gone. I might have a little lap of the ground.
No, you don't need that jacket, I can tell you.
Okay, so Edward will just swap seats and be joined by Richard Ray of BBC Radio Leicester, with Glamorgan having not lost any wickets yet since the lunch interval. They've moved on from 91 for 4 to 149 for 4. Carlson has 56 and Dixon has 35. Richard and Edward will take you forward.
You do in the wind and in the shade, but in the sun, you're right, it's glorious. And it's glorious for Glamorgan so far this afternoon. Messrs Carlson and Dixon unparted and dragging the innings back as Patel is in. Carlson is solidly forward, pushing the ball out into the offside. One streaky moment for Kieran Carlson with the boundary that took him to 50. Just missed his leg stump off the inside edge. In goes Patel. Carlson uses his feet, gets to the pitch of the ball, drives it, but doesn't really middle it, runs it out towards the man at deepish mid-off, and there is applause. And that applause is for the Glamorgan 150 for 4. As Ajaz Patel is in. No turn, little bit short, just outside off stump, cut away, fumbled momentarily by Josh Hull down there, sweeping on the offside boundary. Dixon turned for the second, but dropped his bat, and by the time he bent down to pick it up, which obviously you don't need to do, Hull had picked up the ball and returned it, so it was just one in the end. Patel in again to Carlson, who's forward, dabbing the ball out into the offside. Tattersall is quickly on it, and there's no run. You heard the call of no. There was a momentary mix-up between the two as well. A potential run out, but Leicestershire couldn't affect it. 151 for 4. Patel in. Bowls, nice air to the delivery, but again no turn, and stroked comfortably by Carlson out into the gap, into the covers. Hull comes across the net pitches to field, and there's no run. Sorry, there's a single obviously. 152 for 4. Patel whips through his overs, is in, and this time Dixon pushes out to Holland at mid-off, and they're milking the bowling nicely now, these two, taking 4 and over most of the overs.
And it's followed, Richard, the normal pattern, I think, first day of county matches, where it's cliche, he does a bit for the first hour or whatever, and then it settles down, and this pitch now is very easy paced, will likely turn on third and fourth days, but once they've got over that, they're playing it with ease, and there's not so much movement by a long way, and virtually no turn for Patel. Well, here's a man who may be able to put a break on things, Ben Reid. He is about to start his 7th over, 0 for 21. And a very useful partnership, this. 62 between these two. After the first 3 wickets, it fell at 1, 23, 55, and they're 91. Bonus point, 1 to Leicestershire. So Green is coming back into the attack, and it's just the one slip, a reinforced cover region, 3 onto the offside, and a third man as he comes in from the far end and bowls, and this is square driven there by Dixon, down for a single to deep extra cover. on the on side of mid-on, square leg, and nobody on the fine leg boundary. He's rather square, just behind the umpire. But I don't think Ben Green is someone to waste anything down the leg side where they can clip it away for 4. 58 to Carlson then, and he's facing Green, who comes in past umpire Blackwell and bows to him, and he leaves. Funny sort of leave he's got, as if he's going to chop wood. It comes up and then comes down rather than lift the bat above his shoulder. Very pleasant here. People bask in this sunshine, as it is throughout Britain, I'm told, and will be for the next week. Next week, Glamorgan make the trip down to Hampshire.
Whatever it's called these days, the Rose Bowl,
Rose Bowl,
the bowl of some kind.
Again, we have that eccentric sort of leave as the keeper, Ben Cox, comes up to restrict the batsman's movements. Was it? Yeah, I don't know. What's it called? Utilla or something? Or?
Utilita bowl was. That was one of its most recent iterations. I'm not sure what it is now. Gonna have to do something about the pitches at the Oval because Leicestershire and Surrey having.
Well, look today. Have you seen today?
Well, exactly. Yeah.
Here's the next ball. Just edge down towards a third man for a single, rather streakily as he's trying to square drive. You've got to give a little bit because when I last looked, there's 140 for no wicket Essex.
177 for no wicket now.
Elgar and who opens for Surrey these days?
For Essex.
Sibley. Would it be Sibley?
Somebody called Walter.
Oh.
Elgar and Walter.
Elgar and Walter. Walter.
For Essex.
Green is in bowls, and that's jabbed down as he moves across his stumps. There's Nixon picks up another single down to third man. He's done 39. There's Sean Dixon, 59 to Carlson, 156 for 4. Five, 6 men on the offside and just 3 on the onside. So his attack concentrated on that off stump or just about. Green turns with his useful little run up and bowls. This is clipped down fine. Is going to get 4 runs, just as I was describing a few moments ago that there's no one fine, and he did go down the leg side and he was clipped away for a boundary. He moves on to 63 and runs come in quite quickly now. When we were talking about a run rate of 1.6 or 1.71 this morning, it's accelerated now to 3.56. So they're getting back into it. 7 runs off that Green over, and Patel is going to continue, is he? Yes, he's tossing his cap to umpire Shaughnessy, and he has gone 8 overs, 0 for 40. 5 and over.
Yeah, but if it was Leicestershire's morning, so far it's been very much Glamorgan's afternoon. Still not a cloud in the sky over Cardiff as AJ Patel looks down at the ball, gives it a little bit of a polish, goes in and bowls, brings Dixon forward. No, he says, as he plays the shot, having poked it out towards Green at point. Yeah, Paul Walter is the other Essex opener. Man. Short, pulled in the air. Is he not going to get there? It's going to drop just short of Josh Davey, and there's a few hands in the air. Went back, rocked
Didn't
back.
It, did it?
No, clothed it in the air, and well, Davey is about sort of 2/3 of the way back. Couldn't get in time to pick it up. In goes Patel and cut. This time by Carlson, wristily out towards deep point where Hull picks up and fields. So,
you see, I was just
one of those could have been moments.
I'm just going to make the point, if I can get through quickly. Ajaz
You'll
Patel
do
is-
well in Ajaz
I
Patel's
can't, I
overs. You might have to wait till the end. And he steps again. He's got a slip and a short leg just behind square. Drops that one short, and that one will be pulled. Dixon gratefully accepts the second opportunity to pull, correct what he did before, and smash it away to deep mid-wicket for 4.
I was going to say, they've given countless runs away to mid-off and mid-on. Patel has, by having him so deep. Had he been in the ordinary position, he would have caught that. And I suppose they're afraid of these two batsmen trying to hit him over the top. But I just can't work that out at the moment.
Patel is in, back goes Dixon, just pushes it into the gap. Yeah, they're not, the fields aren't right somehow, are they?
I find this...
bad balls are going to the boundary or not to the fielder, and they're picking up ones and off many of the others.
strange, but there we are.
Yeah, no, you're right. None for 47.
And he would have been gone
almost
then.
9 overs. Yeah. Patel in, back goes Carlson this time, and again that gap is so productive in terms of run accumulating. Hole comes into field from the offside boundary, and one is taken. So Carlson on to 65, Dixon 45, 168 now for 4.
And the other thing is, you described there how finding that gap, it's so easy to play on this pitch now. There's no deviation, no real lift or bounce. And 46 overs gone, it's a long way to 80 when the second new ball is taken. So they will try and consolidate as much as they can, these two. But what is reassuring is that they're playing positively at the moment.
We are not at the halfway stage of the first day.
65 to Carlson, who will face Ben Green, 0 for 28 off 7. Keeper standing up as he comes in and bowls, and this is defended on the line of middle and off, out into the covers. Yes, the trees in full bloom, not moving an inch, where they were rocking a couple of weeks ago. In the winds.
Yeah, and all the leaves. It's nice to see, yes, the first game, all the trees were bare around Grace Road, Upton Steel Grace Road, but most of them in leaf now, alongside the banks of the Taff.
Green bowls, and this is chipped away, and it beats the man at square leg. They'll think of a second here, and yes, Carlson is so quick. Comes back for a second. Tell me, Richard, I think I may have asked you before. Grace Road, a ground I'm very fond of. Is it a bigger playing area as the Oval?
They say so.
Yeah.
I've never gone out and measured.
No.
But
It gives me the impression. Vast, isn't
they
it?
do say so.
Green ready to come in again and bowls to Carlson. Carlson is back this time and chips it down to third man for a single. The reason I say that, because in the old days, every ground used to play the whole lot, and you'd often run 5.
But it's so fast, the outfield there, that
Is it? Yeah.
a 3 is fairly rare, even when the pitch is cut to one side, simply because it's either 2 or 4.
Yeah.
The ball travels so quickly.
Ben Green, keeper standing up again, comes in this time to the right-handed Dixon, who moves across his stumps, plays it to mid-wicket, and there's no run. Great story, Barry Duddleston. Do you remember Barry? The umpire used to tell me, because he played a number of years. He was a good player with Leicestershire. And when he came there, sort of the end of March, for a trial, he got to the ground and then looked round and left, because he thought they never could. It was mud all over. I think they played football on hockey there. But there's a ground that's changed over the years. Attractive ground. Green bowled, a nice little late cut, but straight into the hands of the man at backward point. 171 for 4.
Chris Adams telling me, former Sussex captain, of course, that he was offered the captaincy of Yorkshire and drove up one December with his family to the Headingley area
Yes, yes, ball of the over. He's driven powerfully, but straight to mid-off. That completes another over. Just the 3 runs off it. And Glamorgan recovered from 91 for 4 to 171 for 4. Partnership is 80. Yes.
And, well, you can probably guess what's coming. Sort of in the dark of December, Headingley is a traditional area. There's nothing. It's not an unpleasant area, but it is very dark and sort of traditional,
Gloomy.
And he said, looked around and he saw his sort of the family with his young daughters
Oh,
at the time were in tears. Basically, we don't want to come here, and he didn't exactly turn around straight away, but it certainly had its effect that moment.
And the other way, of course, Ray Illingworth came from Yorkshire and made a huge difference, didn't he, to Leicestershire cricket?
Absolutely did. Ajaz Patel to continue from the Cathedral Road end of the ground. Bowls outside off stump, pushed firmly by Carlson, waiting for it just outside off stump, but only as far as green at point 80. The partnership now for the 5th Glamorgan wicket. What's Weatherall seen? He's pointing away at something. He's saying he wants green. He's had a lot to say, Jake Weatherall, in his very short time at Leicestershire. He's not shy.
I'm a test player, you know.
Well, indeed. In goes Patel. Bowls. Ooh, that was they just have done him a little bit in the flight as he stretched forward, hit quite high up in the bat, pushed out to green again. But he's certainly not shy of making
coming forward.
a suggestion or contribution to the leadership discussions. Patel is in, swept in the air, but firmly past the right hand of Jake Weatherall down to the wide long leg boundary for 4. And that takes Carlson on to 72. Not quite as frenetic post-lunch as he was this morning, but he did wrest the initiative back this morning. The loss of Ingram on the stroke of lunch was a setback, but since then, nothing. In goes Patel. Bowls. Too short. Went back, cut, but not off the edge, but didn't quite come out of the middle. And Patel, who's now back at a sort of short third man, made the stop. Patel is in. Different Patel's an appeal 4 leg before. Looked to be sliding down to me. Didn't do enough. He went for the sweep and missed it, Kieran Carlson. Down on one knee, theatrically turned to umpire O'Shaughnessy, but will we see a replay of that one?
Yeah, we might do now.
Maybe at the end of the over. As in goes Patel. Bowls. Again a touch short, and Carlson can go back and play it into the gap out to hole and take 1. But just on first view, and we're not quite behind the bowler's arm, it just looked to me to be just maybe
drifting
down. Hadn't quite straightened. Maybe on day 3 that one will straighten and be plumb, but wasn't sufficient to convince umpire O'Shaughnessy that was going to go on and hit the wickets.
Green to continue then. They'll probably continue for some time and try and keep the run rate down. It's at 3.67 at the moment. Yeah, that wonderful story about Illingworth, perfectly true. When he was captain of Leicestershire, he was hit for 6 in a county match. And he said, nobody hits me for 6. Nobody has hit me 6 for many years. And in the tea interval, he took out a tape measure, measured the thing, and he was absolutely spot on. They hadn't done it correctly. Hadn't put the rope round.
Oh, right, okay.
Oh, yes.
It wasn't far enough back, he decided.
Yeah. Great competitor, of course, Illy. Here's Ben Green to start the over then, and he's bowling to Kieran Carlson, who plays the shot as if it kept low. I don't think it really did. There were no many oohs and ahs. He's not a very tall man, so he got right down as if to exaggerate it. Give you the field, a slip, a cover, an extra cover in the mid-off on the 3rd man on the on-side of mid-on, and a rather square leg is only about 15 yards to the right of him and a mid-wicket deep on the boundary. Here's Ben Green again. In bowls and blocked there by Carlson. onto the offside. He's on 73. Second 50 in 3 games. Dixon on 45. He must be delighted at the moment, because that'll tell us that he will keep his place when it might have been under threat after a not too good a start to the season down at the whatever bowl it's called next week. That's a Yorker into the block hole, which is dug out quite easily from Carlson. He bowls good full length, isn't he? Or
Yes.
just short of a full length.
He gives it a chance
Yeah.
to swing, or much movement there now for him. Looking at Kieran Carlson, a Cardiff man to his bones, really, isn't he? A Glamorgan man to his bones.
Good rugby player.
I imagine he looks,
Outside half.
although these days probably not
No, not
big enough.
big enough or tough enough. You get 15 stoners now playing outside half.
He's been a vegan for 8 years.
Is he?
Yeah.
I didn't know that.
There you go.
Don't believe everything you read.
I think it's true, because it reads very like.
Remember when they started?
Yes, it was to be taken very carefully, but I think it sounds right.
Very fit young man. Here's Green. Bowls at him, and he plays defensively onto the offside. 1 ball to go.
In his 10th year as a first-class cricketer.
His debut up at Northampton, I remember, he took a 5-4.
And they remain his best bowling figures, 5 for 28.
Doesn't bowl a lot now.
No. 42 first-class wickets to his name.
A little bit of off-spin. This for the maiden over, as Green comes in and bowls, and maiden over it'll be. End of that over, 176 for 4, Carlson 73, Sean Dixon is on 45. This after Byram has been dismissed for 1, Tribe for 24, Al Hassan for 7, Colin Ingram, the penultimate ball for lunch, where they hit a flurry of boundaries and then played on to Josh Hull for 26.
Patel, Ajaz that is, and Ian Holland deep in conversation. As Eddie's pointed out, the field hasn't sort of been quite right, as 10 overs, none for 53.
I thought he might have
suggests.
just changed this end, because he's just, what's he going at? He's gone at 5.3 and over.
Exactly, yeah.
The defensive field.
No obvious
No slip.
or immediate changes. He's
And
got that
he's-
sort of leg, backward short leg in as he goes in and bowls to Sean Dixon, who attempts a little reverse paddle, gets something on it as well. He did. Moving across to his left, Rishi Patel fields, throws, and Cox takes off the bails. Dixon having taken a couple of steps out of his ground, but he'd got back, but slightly risky one-day shot there as he approaches what would be a maiden half-century for first-class half-century for Glamorgan, I think. Forward he goes to
Yeah,
that one, pushes to
absolutely.
mid-wicket.
I think it's the first time in my life I haven't seen a left-arm spin bowler bowling with no slip, because it generally does go across the right-hander, but of course now with no turn.
In he goes, bowls, that one goes straight on, and he goes down on one knee, Patel, because it was played off the back foot by Dixon, and he thought it might have snuck through onto the pad. In fact, the bat came down, pushed it to Hill at mid-wicket. Patel, just a few short steps, is in. Dixon again playing him from the crease. It wasn't that short a delivery,
Ugly
but as you say, it's
shot,
just not
wasn't it?
turning. It's
No,
at
plenty
all.
of time.
At all.
Plenty of time.
So he can play it off the pitch with a reasonable degree of safety. Patel is in. He's forward to that one, pushing it behind square on the offside. Again out to Patel. Again a interrogatory step down the pitch, but Kieran Carlson says nope. Wisely. Will it be a maiden? His first for Patel. It will, as he bowls on off stump. Dixon stretches forward, blocks it out into the offside, and yeah, a sort of needed.
The two maidens on the trot there.
Needed that maiden edge, as Patel, just a little bit more control. His first 176 for 4 then remains the score, and 46 overs remain today, so another 14 until tea. It's going to be quite. Well, I don't know if Patel gets through them. They can, they can maybe get through them in just under an hour, but it will be a late one, I would think.
Generally, teas at what?
Should be 20, theoretically 22, but it so rarely is.
Green to continue. 0 for 31 off 9. As he comes in over the wicket and bowls, and that's played down towards third man. Carlson and Glamorgan get a single, which takes the score under 177 for 4.
Sean Dixon isn't a vegan because his guilty pleasure is camembert.
Cheesy boy. Do you remember the old days? They used to throw the forms into the dressing room, and your mate would get it up, fill it up, the chap would come out. Is that done for Joe Bloggs? Yep, all done. To get the most ridiculous stuff on it. As this is played firmly out to mid-on, and Carlson is the sort of player that he'll get a little bit tied down if he keeps playing on maidens. Seen this so many times that he tries to get out of it with a big shot. Be interesting to see, because he's a quick and likes to get on with it sort of player. And he'll have to wait for Green, who comes in and bowls to him. And this time he's forcing it, but intercepted at short mid wicket, and there's no run. .177 for 4. A little lull in proceedings. The run rate quite healthy, 3.5. In comes Green again. Bowls. Carlson drives nicely and gets 4 runs through extra cover. A dive by Lewis Hill at cover, but it went too hard, too quickly for him. So he breaks the shuttles there and gets the boundary he's been waiting for. And he moves on now to 70. My apologies, it wasn't Carlson at all. It was Dixon who moves on to 49.
He just used his feet nicely there, Sean Dixon, just at the very last second, and Green didn't adjust his length.
He's been rambling on about Carlson, and the butcher up is standing at the other end.
They're not dissimilar in style.
No, they aren't they? Anyway, he's looking for his 50. In comes Green bowler, and he'll get it with a cutout to deep extra cover. And there'll be generous applause for Sean Dixon, Glamorgan's latest signing. And he acknowledges first the dressing room. And he's looked up into the heavens, raised his bat, and his captain says, "Well played, now carry on."
Indeed, just the 61 deliveries for that half century as well, so he's moved the game on.
Six off the over, 1 ball to come. Green bowls, Carlson jabs it onto the offside. End of another over from Ben Green, and Glamorgan nicely ahead at the moment.
Came off 61 balls and included 8 fours.
There we are, 8 fours for him, and a good innings when it was needed at 91 for 4, 182 for 4 now, and Glamorgan can start thinking of a not perhaps substantial, wickets can fall quickly, but an useful first innings total. They'll want some batting points, and they haven't had one this season yet.
No batting points at all.
No.
Right.
They had to face that Notts attack, which is pretty useful. Before that, Yorkshire. They were in huge trouble at 28 for 4, but rescued by Colin Ingram that day.
Patel steps in and bowls. May have straightened a little, very slowly. Dixon forward, pushing it out into the offside, and there's no run. Patel in. More air this time, and to reach for it to touch Dixon, but he got on top of the bounce, got almost to the pitch of the ball. It was a little bit not straight out of the textbook, and
Sketchily.
yeah, Patel hands on knees for a while, but Dixon knew what he was doing, drove it out to Hull, out there on that cover boundary. One taken. Patel bowls to Carlson, who's down at the wicket, almost yorks himself.
Coming.
And in the end, managed to squeeze it out off the bottom of the bat towards mid-wicket, where Hill was the fielder.
I think he went a little bit too early then, and Patel saw him coming.
I agree.
He checked him.
I agree. Patel bowls. Carlson sweeps, and sweeps very nicely for 4. Pretty sure that will get there. It went past Weatherald, who's cross with himself for not cutting it off. But I think he's that close to the bat, and if the sweep connects, you're going to do well to get the block. He did his best, wasn't able to get anything on it, and Carlson picks up 4. It's been a very productive session, this for Glamorgan. Now approaching the 100 up in it. 91 for 4 at lunch, now 187 for 4. Patel grips the ball, down the wicket again comes Carlson. Checks the shot really, more or less got to the pitch, but pushed it firmly through mid-on. Mid-on is back at 2/3 of the way to the boundary, almost more long gone. Josh Davey with sunglasses on, and his newish Leicestershire cap. In goes Patel, bowls shortish, cut by Dixon out to Hull. One is taken. Wonder whether Davey presumably got a Leicestershire cap when he made that single appearance back 3 years ago. Whether he kept it in the hope or possibility he'd come back, or whether he got a brand new one today, I'm not sure.
There are various thoughts about giving caps these days. You know, in the old days you had to earn your cap, and it was a joyous occasion when you rewarded your county cap. But now, as soon as you play, well, for Glamorgan, you get a cap.
But there are grades of cap, aren't there? Some counties.
No,
so
I think this one is
the Glamorgan cap is the cap, is
daffodil.
it?
Yeah.
Leicestershire have 2 grades, so you get a cap with a red fox on it as soon as you play, but when you're capped, you get a cap with a gold fox on it.
I see.
So like Yorkshire with the white rose in bud for the new player.
That's right.
And if you
full bud.
and a full white wild rose if you are properly capped.
And Glamorgan used to have a sweater with the daffodil on for first team, and if you hadn't been capped, the second team, you had a different one with a braid down here, so you knew. So
a daffodil bulb or something.
It's all changed, isn't it?
Seems to
In
be.
most counties. I still like the old cable
One or
stitch.
two little traditions are nice, aren't they?
Yeah, the old cable stitch sweaters I liked.
Surrey wear them.
Yeah, Middlesex.
It makes life difficult if you're a commentator sometimes to identify the players because they don't take numbers.
That's right. Yeah, that is difficult. Here's Green again then, and he bowls a ball which is hit out to a deep extra cover by Dixon, and he moves on to 53, 190 for 4, 99 run partnership, which certainly a lot of people, I don't think, didn't expect, especially with what we got 10 overs left before a cup of tea time. Carlson waits, 79 for him. His highest score of the season as Green comes in, bowls to him, and he drives. straight to mid-on.
Again, used his feet.
Yeah.
Batsmen much more willing to do that, I find, these days. They're much more...
Well, they've got all the armour
maybe there's the
on.
lighter on their feet, or...
You can see even from here, and I saw it when I sat there just after lunch, that he's standing well outside his creases, Carlson. And this is a nice looking shot as he gets well stopped, very well fielded there at mid-on, who dived to his right, but the applause you hear was perhaps not for the dive, but for the 100 partnership between Dixon and Carlson as they go and congratulate each other. And that has been an excellent rescue act by these two. 191 for 4.
It could easily have been 120 for 6, couldn't it, or something like that.
Absolutely.
And so
Dixon waits now, as in comes Green and bowls to him, and he beats him. Long time since that happened. Pushed outside the off stump, a lazy sort of shot, and it went through to the keeper.
yeah, I don't think it did too much, the
No.
delivery.
Green just taking his time walking back. It's a hot afternoon, no success, so the captain perhaps will conjure something up now. Green from that river end comes in, bowls, defended on the back foot this time by Dixon, back down the pitch, and there's no run.
See Leicestershire's head coach Alfonso Thomas trying to walk a wicket. He's out there.
Walking time, is it?
Yeah, clockwise.
Nick is back from his perambulating.
Perambulations. He'll have been going anti-clockwise to ensure that no wicket fell, to offset the Thomas attempts.
We've got one ball left, which I will do my best to describe. As Green now comes in to complete the over and bowls, and that's defended up to mid-off. That's the end of the over. I've had no wickets today. 191 for... Yes, I have. Colin Ingram's wicket. 191 for 4. Carlson on 80. And Dixon on 53.
Eddie's going to go and see if he can snaffle us a Welsh cake or two before the gannets of the press room polish them all off. Drinks and I suspect not Welsh cakes are being brought out for the two Glamorgan batters. Who knows? Maybe they're perfect. Little boosts of energy. Carlson is down on one knee at the moment, he's had a change of gloves, and Inez ditto Sean Dixon. Partnership of 100, and everything looks brighter than it did at lunch as far as Glamorgan are concerned, and much for the Leicestershire brains trust to think about here. Holland with Patel. Looks like Patel is going to continue. 12 overs, none for 60. He's been 5 and over. Difficult for him, but needs to try and keep it a touch tighter than that. At the other end, Green, none for 39 from his 11. He's kept it reasonably tight. Holland very much, however, the standout bowler as far as Leicestershire are concerned. He and Hull 2 wickets apiece, and Holland, as we were explaining, his last 8 overs have yielded just 1 run.
Ridiculous figures, really. As I was having a little lap of the ground, it is as pleasant as you would expect, particularly at the far end, and had a quick word with SP James, formerly of this parish, well, currently of this parish, really, because he's doing some academy coaching, Steve James.
Oh, okay. Thought he'd just come to taking a bit of cricket.
Journalist for the Times. No, he's had the official gear on and had been doing some academy coaching, and also having a little session with Will Smale, the Morgan second team opener at the moment, as well as that, and discussing with one of my colleagues the travails of Swansea Cricket Club, who are of course moved out of St Helens into Sketty Line, combined with the Civil Service Club, but apparently are might have a tough season ahead because of their lack of willingness to dish out payments to players.
Right.
Which is always a peril, of course, when some people think they're playing amateur cricket and other teams in the division, wherever it may be, think they're playing pro cricket. Anyway, after that little break, we've got Ajaz Patel. Oh, it's your end, isn't it?
I don't mind, really.
No, carry on.
Patel then steps in from the Cathedral Road end and bowls, touch short. Back goes Carlson, looks to chop it away into the gap in the offside. Doesn't time it for once. And it rolls fairly gently out towards John Tattersall. He's out there at extra cover at the moment. His Leicestershire cap is also fairly new. In goes Patel, bowls, nicely flighted delivery, arguably a touch too full. And driven into the ground by Carlson. It runs out to Ian Holland, who's only halfway back at mid-off. It is a bit of a neither night nor summit position. A little bit short and wide from Patel. Cut by Dixon out to Hull, so it'll be just a single. He's not saving one, and he's there for obviously the drive that is skied slightly. Nearly came off at mid-on when Dixon lofted one that fell just short of the running in Davey, but Holland's creeping up actually now to almost a conventional mid-off. That delivery from Patel brings Kieran Carlson forward, carefully pushing it back down the pitch. He's pretty much saving one now. If both batsmen go, they'd probably get there, but Patel is in sweepings, an appeal for leg before, and he's disappointed in the extreme, Ajaz Patel, to see Steve O'Shaughnessy walking away. It was leg byes, so there was no bat on it, but it's possibly a fraction straighter than the other delivery that he appealed for leg before. Well, that looked to be slipping down. I think the stream here has a policy of not showing appeals that are replays of appeals turned down, which is a shame. It'd be good to see one, just so we can see, but nope.
Well, that camera, one of the cameras is starting to get caught by the breeze a little bit as well.
Patel is in, and forward is Kieran Carlson, a little more circumspect on that occasion, blocking it out to Tattersall at extra cover, end of the over. Carlson remains on 81, those 4 runs being leg byes. The penultimate delivery, 197 for 4.
Freddie Jones' earlier message to say surely we need to be more ruthless to try to keep Division 1 status. If we've got lads scoring runs in the seconds, we need to change it up as soon as possible. Yes, to a certain degree. Here comes the replay. Oops. That you wanted, Richard?
It was a bit straighter, but I wasn't. Might just have slipped down.
Yeah, would have needed to straighten quite a bit. That
Yeah.
I think. The trouble is with runs in the second 11, they've been scored against, and I'm not being rude to anyone. A rather weak Somerset second 11, of whom I hadn't heard of many of their players, and the Cardiff Students, which is sometimes like Glamorgan third 11. So yes and no. Steve Grant messaged, our failure to address our lack of top order depth for Division 1 remains a concern. Well, Sean Dixon doing his best to show that he deserves to stay in the team as Leicestershire bring back Josh Hull into the attack. 2 for 44 off 8. Down to 1 slip now in the 55th over of the innings, as Hull is in to bowl down leg side. Dixon doesn't get anything on it, and Cox does well to take.
He looks in super nick with both gloves and bat, Ben Cox. It was unfussily just taken one-handed away to his left, but it was still very neat.
Yeah, that was a difficult take,
tricky
to be
one.
fair.
Yeah.
Looking at the replay there.
As a keeper yourself, you know all about that. Would that have rattled the boards at making? down at fine leg.
Possibly. As Hull bowls, Dixon slashes at that one and is beaten outside off stump. With due respect to our bowling attack, at the level I play at, you sort of expect things to go down leg side quite often. 197 for 4. Glamorgan having notched up half century apiece for the two batters and the century partnership. From 91 for 4 at lunch, which was Leicestershire's high point. 23 for 2 is a bit of a high point as well. Hull in to bowl, and Dixon glances down to fine leg and will pick up a single. Sharp call of no as he realised that the fielder down here, Lewis Hill, had made good ground to it. 198 for 4. Mentioning the 7 o'clock kick-off for the rugby, Lloyd messaged me on Blue Sky saying believe it was moved, and the earlier Leinster game, following feedback from fans that 7:45 was too late for some to get home. As pulled away hard through the square leg fielder on the boundary, who got a hand to it, but it was hit hard by Carlson and it wriggled over the ropes for 4 more to Carlson. So it brings up the 200, 202 for 4.
Yeah, Ben Green will be disappointed about that, but it was travelling.
It was apparently discussed on Cardiff Central Rugby podcast. Yeah, you may well be right in terms of the supporters' views, Lloyd. But then things are usually arranged for the convenience of television rather than supporters in pro sport these days. Hull bowls. Carlson, ooh, got a leading edge that one. It lobbed up into the covers. Unfortunately for the Foxes, there was no close cover fielder. 203 for 4.
And he indicates, Carlson, that moved a little bit as well. So he did something. Hull does have a knack of making things happen. Yes, he does inevitably leak runs, but he will often pick up an unexpected wicket or two.
And he comes. Bowls. Too much on the leg stump. Dixon pushes it away through mid-wicket and will pick up a easy couple of runs. 205 for 4. A couple of emails from earlier when I was not on commentary, if I can read them on my phone. Graham Brill from Merthyr. Josh Hull reminds me of a left-arm version of Darren Thomas, former Glamorgan and England A seamer come all-rounder. Will take wickets but go for runs also. He says, we were talking about Norton earlier on. Did he not spend the winter overseas, hence his physical development? He was certainly going to head out to Australia. I haven't had the chance to discuss it with him, Tom Norton. Also querying Leicestershire's early use of a sweeper on both sides of the wicket. Jonathan Twigg picking up on our earlier remarks about the length of the walk to the dressing room. I'll have a look at that probably after this over, because Patel doesn't give you time to discuss things.
He's ready to go, and Kieran Carlson is ready to receive. In goes Patel. Bowls straight but a touch short, so Carlson can go back and play it off the pitch out to the offside to the sweeper, who at the moment looks like Lewis Hill, who's found himself out there on the offside now. They do tend to rotate in the fields rather. Patel is in again. It's too short, doesn't really get up, chopped away by Dixon out to Hill, who scrambles across to his left, picks up and gets his throw away quickly to keep it to 1.
Did well there, because that was hit firmly out to the longer side of the ground.
Gets a drink from Tom Scriven, the acting 12th man. Patel is in. Fuller, driven by Carlson, wide of the diving Tattersall at extra cover. Holland has to move to his left at that slightly deepish mid-off position to field, so one taken. Patel in, bowls. That's a better delivery. Draws Sean Dixon forward, thickish outside part of the bat along the ground, out towards Rishi Patel at that sort of short third, deepish gully 45 position as Patel bowled. Down the wicket goes Dixon, doesn't really get there, he's going to have to hurry. He bunts it straight out to Holland, calls for the single. In fact, he would have made his ground comfortably had the throw hit, which it didn't. So Dixon on to 59, Carlson 88, 209 for 4. 118 runs for the session, plenty of time to add as down the wicket goes. Carlson whacks it over the top of Holland out to the long off boundary for 4. So problems for Leicestershire and for Holland now. Can't have Patel going for the rate of runs he is. 14 overs, none for 70 now for the New Zealand international. They will have to make a change.
Yes, ideally, really, you need, or you'd like to have a spinner who can tie up one end, wouldn't you, during the first day of a match, at least, to give the seamers a bit more rest between spells. But the New Zealand international, a former Glamorgan player, briefly, not able to do that here. Jonathan Twigg, good afternoon to you, sir. He is volunteering in Haverfordwest Museum this afternoon, and they're able to bring the delights of our commentary to visitors to the museum as well. Conversation regards the changing rooms at the Sapphire Gardens and the distance to walk to the crease. Would there be many longer walks around the county grounds? Well, apart from Lord's, probably not.
No, I wouldn't say so. Going through them all in my mind at the moment, but no, I'd say this is the longest.
Lord's is a bit of a scramble downstairs through the long room, isn't it?
It is.
Here comes Hull on his way to bowl to Dixon, works it off his legs to take a single and move him up to 60.
Was it famously David Steele who
went
down an extra flight of steps to the dressing room and to the toilets? And well, there is a dressing room actually for the public, isn't there? But at Lord's, I think it was. I may be wrong.
Yeah, no, that does ring a bell. It rings a bell, that story. Yes, the Oval, they're not too far up these days, are they? Hull bowls a short ball that Carlson gets underneath fairly comfortably.
They've built balconies at the outside balconies for the players at the Oval now, which I hadn't seen before.
Okay,
but they don't have to watch from behind glass anymore. A bit like at Headingley, where famously Dickie Bird was persuaded to fork out.
What did he?
He paid for the players' balcony.
I didn't know that.
At Headingley, which didn't previously exist.
Hull in bowls another short ball that Carlson ducks underneath even more comfortably.
Famous story about Dickie, who was careful, and rightly so. But when he wrote or co-wrote his autobiography, which turned into a ludicrous bestseller, I don't know if you remember. For some reason, it took off, and it sold millions and millions. But the journalist with whom he wrote it, i.e., told his various stories too.
Hull in bowls to Carlson, can't be another bouncer, and it isn't. It's a good length ball that he boxed mid on.
Received a flat fee, basically, originally. So Dickie, who was made absolute mint out of it because he was on a share of the sales sort of thing, percentage of the sales.
Oh, surely the journo should have known that he was a popular figure within the game and probably had a bit of cut through outside the game as well.
I think everybody was that. So it was number one in the various bestsellers list for some reason.
As Hull is in to bowl, Carlson drives into the offside, picks up a single out to the cover sweeper. Very good afternoon to listeners to 5 Sports Extra, who join us with Glamorgan on 215 for 4, having had much the better of the afternoon session. Leicestershire reduced to Glamorgan to 91 for 4 at lunch, with 2 wickets apiece for Ian Holland and for Josh Hull. Glamorgan having chosen to bat first, but since then Kieran Carlson 93 not out and Sean Dixon 60 not out have put together a stand that's currently worth 124. As Hull balls and Carlson nearly plays on there, chopped it down into the ground, and the ball cannoned up and through to the keeper, maybe even over the stumps.
It almost looked like it did. Well, as we're saying, Hull, things seem to happen when he bowls one way or another, whether it's that extra half yard or movement. He scratches his head, the young man, and it explains to Jake Weatherald why that didn't land on the stumps.
A reminder that tea will be taken when there are 32 overs.
Yeah, so 7 overs to go to tea, so talking 4 o'clock-ish, I guess, even if Patel stays on.
Which he is, to many people's slight surprise, I'm sure. 14 overs, none for 70. But still 23 overs until the new ball.
Jonathan Twigg also says how good the ground looks and the wickets seems to be playing well, offering a little to the bowlers but also giving full value to the batsmen. So thank you for that missive from Haverfordwest.
Patel is in and bowls. Forward goes Carlson, pushing the ball back down the pitch to the New Zealand international, who will go down in history for taking all 10 wickets in a test match. Innings. Leicestershire would settle for 1 here as he tosses that one up to Carlson, who rinses and repeats. Remains on 93. I'm sure he's conscious of the approaching milestone. A little bit of might just have straightened, and let's see what the signal is. Did it turn enough to take the edge, or turn more than that and go past the outside edge? It turned and took the outside edge. No signal from umpire O'Shaughnessy. So,
but no slip in
no
place.
slip, as you say, and not close enough to Ben Cox to be taken. Patel is in, and Carlson is forward, pushing it very circumspectly and cautiously and respectfully back up the pitch. Even that he does sort of positively, doesn't he? Everything is very deliberate. In goes Patel down the wicket, should be run out. He is run out. He flicked it to backward short leg. Weatherall picked up, underarmed the ball to Cox, who took off the bails, and Carlson cannot believe what he'd done. He skipped down the wicket, got to the ball on the full, tried to flick it away down the leg side. It went more or less straight to Jake Weatherald, and Carlson is still at the crease. He sprawled back. He lay there for, well, several seconds. He's picked himself up now and heading off. But on 95, he has only himself to blame for not going to 3 figures, and that has come out of absolutely nothing. But great innings from Kieran Carlson, although he's beating himself up now. He should be pretty proud of his efforts.
Kieran Carlson was run out by Jake Weatherald and Ben Cox for 95.
Well, century looked to be beckoning there for Kieran Carlson. Just a couple of false shots really, an inside edge to reach his half century, and near play on 93, but 132 balls faced, 13 boundaries. Nice positive innings from Kieran Carlson. Has got his side out of trouble, but hasn't quite earned him the 3 figures that he might have thought were his. It was strange really, because he'd gone a long way in coming to meet the ball, hadn't he?
He got to it on the full, yeah, but it was just because I guess it was down, it was at his legs, and he got plenty on it as well really, but straight to Weatherald on the bounce. And
probably only took 1 step forward after hitting the ball, but that was enough.
He was already so far down, wasn't it?
Yeah.
Weatherall didn't panic, didn't try and hurl the ball at the stumps. He just underarmed it straight to Cox, who did the rest. But he was so far down, he was not getting back, and he'll be absolutely. No doubt, well, potentially you might be speaking to him afterwards, unless it's Sean Dixon goes on, but he'll be furious because it was looking pretty comfortable from out there, and three figures looked absolutely assured. Well, Chris Cook has also got a pretty spectacular record against Leicestershire when it comes to the crease. Doesn't go down to Patel, of course, that run out, but he might reasonably accept a certain amount of responsibility. May have seen Carlson coming. In he goes to Cook, who is forward, pushing the ball back up the pitch to a disappointed Patel because it was just a little bit too full, and it was a comfortable forward defensive for Chris Cook. 2:17 for 5, and there are 6 overs until tea, and rather like the wicket of Ingram just before lunch, that was a bonus out of nothing really for Leicestershire.
Yeah, I mean they've bowled pretty well for spells, Leicestershire. They've been a bit leaky at times in the in this afternoon session. And looking at those wickets, Ul Hassan, Ingram and Carlson have all been rather soft wickets, haven't they? Ul Hassan playing a ball and then leaving and sort of getting caught in two minds. Ingram dragging one onto his stumps that wouldn't have probably hit a fifth stump. Hull in to bowl, and Dixon pushes into the offside. They'll go through for a quick single. In fact, they might have thought about a second now, as the flick at the stumps was wide of Cox.
Weatherall looks distinctly encumbered by those pads.
Yeah, if you're fielding close in at one end and you're not required to be close at the other end, it's a bit of a problem. You often see Asa Tribe running around the covers with his pads on as well. Morgan's usual short leg fielder.
They look sort of a bit bigger than most somehow, that fit under the whites.
Hull in. Bowls, Cook squared up by that one, plays it back to the bowler. So for those listeners who are just joining us, Glamorgan have lost the wickets today. Eddie Byram caught Cox, bowled Holland for 1 in the second over. Zain Ul Hassan caught Cox, bowled Holland for 7. 23 for 2 that was. It was 55 for 3 when Josh Hull produced a fine delivery to knock over Asa Tribe's off stump. He made 24. And Colin Ingram, who just gone on the attack against Hull, was bowled by him, played on the ball before lunch for 26. Cook on the defensive, pushing to mid-on, no run. And that wicket that you've just heard Richard describe, Kieran Carlson run out for 95 after a partnership of 125 for the 5th wicket. So even with that partnership, Leicestershire are very much back in the game now. Could knock over Glamorgan for fewer than 300, which I'm sure they'd have welcomed. Glamorgan having won the toss. Hull is in. Bowls. Cook sets off for a single, is sent back by Dixon. Quite rightly. 2 South African born players on the crease for Glamorgan. And Glamorgan winning the toss despite Kieran Carlson managing to hit the match referee on the head with his toss of the coin. Steve Davis was struck by the toss.
It was a windy day, was it? Or was it just...
It was an enthusiastic
directed
flick of the coin by Kieran Carlson. Hull bowls. Oh, that's possibly a no ball, I would have thought, on height, but umpire O'Shaughnessy at square leg says not. That looked above head height to me. from this distance.
It certainly was at this at one point, wasn't it?
Yes.
It maybe just have kept on rising as it.
Yeah. From the 6'7" trajectory of Hull, who's able to bang it further into the pitch than most. 2 for 55 next to his name as he bowls the final ball of his 11th over from the River Taff end, and that's down leg side. Chris Cook prods at it, makes no contact, through to Cook, through to Cox. Cook is yet to score. Dixon is on 61, his highest score by some distance in his 5th innings for Glamorgan.
Five more overs until a tea interval. If Leicestershire can pick up one more, I don't think they'd feel that honours were shared in the afternoon, because the runs have come fairly quickly. 127 of them, 127 for one, essentially, in the session so far. Patel, though, with a fresh batsman to bowl at, although he's coming into Sean Dixon at the moment on 61. Dixon goes forward on off stump, pushes it out to John Tattersall, an extra cover, no run. Still Weatherall, just the single close fielder. In goes Patel. It's sliced up into the air by Dixon, went down the pitch and could have gone anywhere, and into the offside it went, landed about 2/3 of the way back at point, and Hill was a long way from it, really, running in from the sort of cover boundary. Green couldn't turn at backward point and chase back. Fortunate for Dixon, picks up one, moves on to 62.
Yeah, Carlson hit over the top with conviction. That was considerably less so.
That was a head-up slice, wasn't it? In goes Patel, bowls, and Cook was forward about, well, felt like a second or two before the ball actually hit the pitch, and was waiting for it, adjusted, and just prodded it out to Green at backward point. Patel in, bowls, and onto leg stump. It may have just straightened a fraction. Cook pushes it back up the pitch. He's being very careful, just playing himself in. Been a bit unlucky in that respect, Patel. A couple have been sliced up into the air by Dixon. That's a touch short, and Cook will get off the mark with that one. Pushes it, punches it past Tattersall in the covers. Hill fields behind him, has to run a fair distance to get to the ball. Cook just settles for one. Get off the mark. 220 for 5. Square leg goes out to the boundary. Sweepers on both sides then, as Patel is in. A little bit wide and short, and back goes Dixon and cuts it out to Hill on that cover boundary. Takes one and keeps the strike in so doing. He moves on to 63. Cook has the single.
Malcolm Ace on X says very good recovery from Kieran and Sean, but we seem to be 2 bats and 1 bowler short for Division 1. Suspect they won't let us play with 14. Indeed not.
It does feel like there are almost divisions with it, like the Premier League divisions within divisions, that the likes of ourselves, Glamorgan, will struggle for the depth. They do struggle to have. We don't have the depth that the sides like Surrey, Warwickshire, Notts do.
Here comes Hull to bowl, and Dixon flicks it away on the leg side. We'll pick a single, and they'll settle for that, even though it was going fairly slowly, and the fielder Tassel had a fair way to come in off the boundary to field that one.
I was going to say it's hard to see past those 3 for the title, but I suppose then you look at Sussex and say they've suddenly started with a couple of great wins, really. Led by Ollie Robinson.
Yes. Has he got any chance of another shout for England, I wonder. Hull bowls. Cook squeezes it into a gap on the offside and goes through for a single.
Well, the new England set up, same as the old one, as the Who once sang, but newly attituded, if the England set-up say so, don't they? That they're looking at all the county players again and all that sort of stuff that was previously beneath them.
What, watching county cricket? Hull in. Balls. Dixon drives but finds mid-on, and there's no run. Or 2:23 for 5 on this glorious day in Cardiff, which has been rewarded by much improved crowd from the first game 3 weeks ago, when it was Baltic, if not Arctic. Hull in. Balls, short pitch ball. Dixon ducks underneath it. Even when you are getting a bit of lift, as Hull does from his considerable height of 6'7", it's not exactly flying through, is it? It's not a wicket square that's had huge amounts of pace in over the years, although the central wickets are a bit pacier that are used for international cricket and the franchise stuff. As Hull bowls, Dixon plays it off his legs down to backward square, takes the single. 2:24 for 5, Dixon to 65.
He was a fraction late on that, and there would have been a loud shout, but he just came down on it in time.
So Leicestershire would dearly love to make something else happen before the tea interval, which is now 3 overs away. As Hull is into bowl and Cook pokes it back to him, and there's no... Oh! I was looking down there thinking the bowler would field it, but in fact it's ended up in 2 runs.
He was a bit casual, I'm afraid, there, Josh, and put down his big left hand and it hopped over it.
So Cook is 4, Dixon is 65, and it's 226 for 5.
It's been a good effort from Hull, second time around. He hasn't picked up a wicket in his second spell yet. Might be that, but it's different, and it, yes, you could say that, you know, series of long hops outside off stump would be different, but he hasn't done that. It's been all sorts of... He's been threatening. He looks tired now. He's leaning on his knees. 12 overs. Getting used to these county days of 18, 20 overs. Patel is in and bowls. Forward goes Dixon. Defends out to Tattersall in the covers.
What's his fitness record been like, Josh Hull?
He missed the first game, as I say, with that niggle. He's still been growing, really. Patel in, back on his stumps is Dixon defending again. And obviously they've done their best to look after him, because it's the demands on his growing body of trying to bowl fast, and considerable. In goes Patel, bowls down the leg side, turned by Dixon out past. Weatherald out towards deep-ish square, but sweeper comes into field, and Stevie Eskenazi gets into the game for the first time for some little time. 1 is taken. This season is a big one really for him in terms of sort of just playing and keeping his fitness and getting overs under his belt, and it will do him good. But I think he's probably grown to his full certainly height, but he looks a slightly different sort of shape as well. He looks so he's done good work with the various fitness people and in the gym and what have you. And famous last words, he's a little bit smoother to the crease as well, so it might just have taken some of the pressure off the body, so to speak. Not missing any cricket because we're getting a change in the field. Hull has gone to sort of extra cover, and there's a short-ish extra has gone in as well. Patel goes in and bowls to Cook, who's forward studiously, playing it to that shortish extra, who's John Tattersall. Hull isn't directly behind him, he's just to his left, but there's not much in it. Patel in, back. It skids on a little bit, goes Cook, punching out Tattersall again. Wishy Patel at slip, got excited. That'll please Eddie. Doesn't like to see a left arm spinner bowling to a right-hander without a slip. And the new man gets a slip. In goes Patel, bowls. That turned a little bit slowly from just outside leg to around about midland leg and worked off the back foot by Cook out to mid-wicket. There isn't a mid-wicket, so one is taken. Cook on to 5, beginning to look more at home at the crease. 14 deliveries faced. Dixon looking pretty at home at the crease. That rather ugly smear off Patel a couple of overs ago, notwithstanding. He's 66 off 89.
Looking at the overall match situation with 2 overs left till tea, and it's been Glamorgan's afternoon session, but Leicestershire dominated the morning with 4 wickets, so maybe we're getting somewhere back towards parity. You know, if you win the toss, choose to bat, you'd expect to get a decent score on the board by the end of day 1. Glamorgan will hope they're still batting at that point as Hull bowls. Cook pulls and will get runs here. Good sliding stop by Lewis Hill on the wide fine leg boundary in front of the indoor cricket school, and keeps them down to 2 runs as Cook goes to 7, 230 for 5. And the batting to come, Tim van der Hoogten got a 40 in the first match. Mason Crane got a 50 in the first match. Andy Gorvin, who has a first-class half-century to his credit. And Ryan Hadley, as Cook defends the next ball from Hull. Hadley, the New South Wales player, who so far has 8 runs without being dismissed for Glamorgan, but is on his record very much a number 11 and has more wickets than runs for Glamorgan at the moment.
But given what you said about everybody else's
everyone else
batting at the
can
moment,
hold the bat, yes. You wouldn't expect huge scores, but you'd expect them to chip in and hang around if one of the specialist batters is still there. As Hull bowls and Cook drives back to him. This time he does get an effective hand bat down on it, and there is no run. Chris Cook has often had the job of sort of shepherding the lower order, having been pushed down from 6 to 7 this season. Or was it last season? Time blurs when you've been on the circuit. 230 for 5. Yes, it's most of last season as well, isn't it? As Callaway was batting 6. Callaway not fit today. As Cook pulls a shorter ball from Hull round to square leg. Oh! I say it was going to settle for the single, but it has gone through the hands.
I'm afraid that's Ben Green again
of
down
Ben
there.
Green. And that's his second blooper moment. And
rather less excusable, I'm afraid.
That was a horrendous one. That one would get you barracked on the village green, I'm afraid.
First when it was travelling, that wasn't.
4 runs rather presented to Chris Cook, or 3 of them anyway on that occasion. 234 for 5. Wasn't struck that firmly. He was in line with this, and then he wasn't. Hull in to bowl. Cook pushes to Tattersall on the leg side. No run. Still gloriously blue skies above Cardiff, and it's expected to remain dry for the 4 days, albeit we might get a bit more sunny intervals as the forecast for the weekend, rather than the unbroken sunshine that we've enjoyed today.
Could mean the pitch dries more quickly than Groundsman might have hoped, and the turn might come a bit earlier.
As balls down leg side, there's an appeal for catch behind that quickly dies away. 234 for 5. In that respect, I think both sides will be regretting absentees. Ben Kellaway absent through injury for this match and probably next week for Glamorgan, and Rehan Ahmad absent on IPL patrol.
Yes. The umpire just indicated to Josh Hull that that brushed the leg or pad of Chris Cook, and certainly Hull didn't really appeal. It was only Rishi Patel who, hearing a noise, shouted.
Maybe getting a BBC Radio Wales update during the course of this over.
Last over pre-tee. We were bowled by Ajaz Patel as the short leg in backward short leg, again weatheralled. Dixon on 66 will surely be conscious of the interval coming up, goes back and blocks the delivery, plays it from, it was a foolish delivery, plays it from deep in the crease on the back foot, leading to a few oohs, and weatheralled again has some input. He wants to go on the other side.
Earlier this month.
Here comes your update.
As Patel is in to bowl to Dixon, who's stepping back and cutting into the offside, and will pick up just a single out to the deep cover boundary. 235 for 5. 4 balls remain before the players head off till tea, unless a wicket is taken, as Leicestershire did just before lunch, as Cook noodles one down to backward square and there's no run.
The only issue we have is that, you know, patients who are already registered with a dentist also need urgent care.
Ball is returned to Patel, bowling with a silly point and a slip.
And there's more on this story, including responses from all the political parties and their manifestos.
Cook leg glances, no run.
Sport now, and Wales have been forced into a late change ahead of tomorrow's Women's Six Nations clash with champions England, after centre Hannah Dallavale was ruled out with a groin injury. It means 22-year-old Jenna De Vera...
That's fired through outside off stump. No shot played by Cook.
...making her debut as a replacement against France. And Glamorgan are taking on Leicestershire in cricket's County Championship Division 1. Nick Webb is at Sapphire Gardens for us.
Glamorgan are 235 for 5, and that is the T score as the players turn to march off. It's been Glamorgan's afternoon session. It was Leicestershire's morning, claiming 4 wickets for 91, but since then an excellent innings of 95 from Kieran Carlson. The Glamorgan captain led the way. He was unfortunately run out when he looked set for a century, having struck 13 fours, but Sean Dixon, in his first major innings for Glamorgan after joining from Somerset, is on 67 not out. Glamorgan take tea on 235 for 5.
If you haven't done so already, there's just enough time today to visit the Museum of Welsh Cricket on the...
Commentary resumes then in 20 minutes here on BBC Sport Online and on the county websites.
Many new displays, including a special tribute to our late Chief Executive Hugh Morris. Also opportunities to purchase the special brochure called Hugh Morris A Life in Cricket, which is available for purchase both in the museum and in reception for just £10, all proceeds going to the Welindra Cancer Hospital. The museum also has a number of second-hand cricket books and old Glamorgan yearbooks, which are on sale to raise funds for the running of the museum. The museum will be closing at 4:15. If you're seeking a score sheet for this game, they're available free of charge from reception. That's where you can also purchase a copy of the Glamorgan yearbook. The Glamorgan Club shop is also open and situated opposite Gate 2 and is selling a wide range of cricket equipment and other items, including replica Glamorgan clothing. As far as refreshments are concerned, a full range of food and drink can be purchased in the Pyramid Lounge on the ground floor of Thatcher's Pavilion. Don't forget, Glamorgan members and season ticket holders 10% discount on food sales. Hot drinks and snacks can also be purchased from the mobile unit situated beneath the cassette howl stand. Snacks can also be purchased from the from the vending machines at the rear of the indoor school. And with the sun still shining brightly, please don't forget to use the free of charge water refill points at various locations around the stadium. And don't forget, there's also the recently completed multi-faith prayer and reflection room situated in the Undercroft area beneath the pavilion seating. Here are the latest scores in other games from around the country. Once again, we'll start at Chesterley Street, where Lancashire have moved on to 233 for 6, that's against Durham. Sussex have moved on to 236 for 5 against Yorkshire Headingley. At New Road, Kent are now 171 for 9 against Worcestershire. At Derby, Gloucestershire 160 for 5 against Derbyshire. At Trent Bridge, Warwickshire 235 for 6 against Nottinghamshire. And at the Kia Oval, Essex have moved on to 228 for 2 against Surrey.
Well, good afternoon, everybody, from Sophia Gardens. Sophia Gardens bathed in sunshine on this first day of the Rothesay Division 1 County Championship match between Glamorgan and Leicestershire. Commentary being brought to you by BBC Wales, BBC Radio Leicester, Nick Webb and Edward Bevan for the former, myself, Richard Ray, for the latter. And Glamorgan about to resume their first innings. Nicely balanced position of the game because they're on 235 for 5, having recovered strongly this afternoon, having lunched on 91 for 4. Innings could have gone either way, but an excellent partnership of 126 between Kieran Carlson and Sean Dixon has possibly more than restored the balance, certainly has restored the balance. Only Carlson dismissed in the afternoon session, and partly that was his own fault. He was on 95 when he was run out, sold himself down the pitch, and a combination of Jake Weatherall at backward short leg and Leicestershire keeper Ben Cox made sure he was run out. Sean Dixon, though, he's still there. He's 67 not out. Chris Cook is 11 not out, and we have 16 overs until the new ball. Leicestershire will be hoping to make inroads before then. Cook and Dixon, Messrs Cook and Dixon, have made the long trek from the pavilion, and it's going to be Josh Davey who's going to open the bowling for the Foxes in this final session, and it will be Edward Bevan who will tell you all about it.
Thank you, Richard. Yes, it's an important session, as you say, for both teams. Glamorgan are 15 runs away from only the second batting point of the season, and Leicestershire need 1 to get their second. They're well positioned then to get all 3. So as Richard says, it'll be Davey from the river end, this ground again bathed in beautiful sunshine. And an interesting field, which I will describe to you in a moment, as Davey comes in for the first ball after the interval, and it's played away onto the on-side. This field, I'll just go through the on-side. There's a mid-on, and if you can imagine it, 2 on the on-side. You can say they're short mid-ons, one some 5-6 yards from the other. And this is the field, so the experts tell me, Richard, for the reverse swing, the infamous reverse swing, when it comes back into you and it goes down towards the leg side. Here's Davey, in past umpire Bakewell, and bowls, and this is hit again in the same direction and fielded in one of those positions, which is some 12-13 yards from the bat on the onside.
Certainly suggests that Davey's going to bowl straight, and first 2 deliveries have been. Both Ben Green and Ian Hollander and Patel are all warming up, so
take a pick.
Who knows who's going to open the bowling from the other end, but you'd have thought Holland will keep himself back for the new ball if needed.
Here is Davey. Bowls, and this is attempted clipped on the leg side where Dixon doesn't make any contact. And it isn't often that you see just the 4 men on the offside for a seamer. It's generally 3 slips and a gully, whatever, or 2 slips. There's a 4th slip, I think you can call him, or a 5th slip, and then there's an arc of 3 saving 1. Nobody out on the boundary, nobody down at 3rd man, but you have these 5 men on the onside for that either call it reverse swing, in swing, whatever you like, or bowl on leg, middle leg. And comes Davey, then bowls again, and this time it's a straighter ball which is defended up to again one of those fielders. 0 for 41 from 10.4 overs, and a few of the bowlers which have been quite expensive, 4 or over. I think Patel might have pulled back. He was going at 5s. Hull has gone for +4s, and Davey's gone for 4s just about.
Yeah, it's been a bit of a mixed bag in the afternoon session.
Not so Holland.
No, it's extraordinary figures.
In comes Davey again. Bowls short, cut away, but not timed, and there won't be a run, a tumbling drive at extra cover. Dixon thinking, no, this is made for me. I'll just cut him through that vacant area with a good stop. And still no runs with 1 ball to go.
John Tattersall there, the former Yorkshire, well, wicket-keeper.
With all substitutes and what have you, it's useful to have a good wicket-keeper in the field, substituted, if you know what I mean. Last ball of the over. Davy is in and bowls, and that's driven gently back by the batsman, who is Dixon, and that's a maiden to start after the tee. 235 for 5, Cook's on 11, Dixon is on 67.
It sort of looks like a containing field if you're bowling very straight, so Leicestershire, well, it's not going to be Holland, despite his sort of warming up. In fact, they're going to continue with Ajaz Patel.
All unchanged, if I'm not mistaken.
18 overs, none for 78, his figures, so over 4s. Might consider himself a bit unlucky not to have picked up the wicket of Sean Dixon, I suppose, who skied a couple into the air, but both fell wide of fielders. But otherwise, the odd one has just straightened a touch, but it's quite slow. In he goes, bowls, back again goes Cook, who's tended to play him from the crease. Doesn't turn at all, goes straight on and pushed out to Tattersall at extra cover. Patel bowls, back again goes Cook, and this time he's put it sufficiently wide of Tattersall to call Dixon through for the quickish single. The Yorkshireman bounces away to his left and fields, but by the time he gets his throw away, the single has been completed. 236 for 5, first run of the session. Immediately changes to the field for the rather more established Dixon. Includes a deep square. He doesn't attempt to sweep that one, he just pushes the Midland leg delivery back up the pitch to Patel. Having a look before he starts again. Patel bowls, down the wicket goes Dixon. Doesn't quite get to the pitch of it, has to work the ball out to the deepish mid-on where Davy is the fielder. Comfortable single nonetheless is taken. Brings Cook back down on a strike.
Still keeping his man there at long on, even for Cook, who hasn't all that long been in.
Patel is in, Cook is forward on middle and off this time and defends out into the offside.
Okay, it does stop them going for the big hit over the top. It was attempted once and it nearly ended in curtains for Dixon, but it dropped a bit short.
Patel is in, he's caught behind, no. Yeah. Yes, there was momentary, well, I guess umpire O'Shaughnessy was waiting for Chris Cook to walk. Cook had his head down, he wasn't looking at the umpire, he stayed still, but probably out of disappointment rather than waiting for the decision before heading off. But the celebrations are out there for Leicestershire. They've made an immediate breakthrough after the interval, and Ajaz Patel, if he didn't enjoy too much luck during the afternoon session, has immediately got a reward in the evening session. Did bounce a bit, do you think, on
yes.
Chris Cook? He could have left it, but Ben Cox,
third catch.
Yeah, in fact, it was not the greatest shot that Chris Cook has ever played. It was quite wide, and he could easily have had a look. He was trying to get on with it, just trying to nurdle a single perhaps, but he leaves the field disappointed. Gone for 12, 237 for 6.
Leicester should pick up their second bowling point and coming back into the game. It seesawed this game. 91 for 4 at lunch, and then Glamorgan recovering with a 126-run partnership between Carlson and Dixon, and they were rattling along at nearly 4 and over. But once Carlson went, Dixon has reined himself in, and he is on 68, and Van der Gooten, no mean performer. He's got a couple of 50s last year. Strides to the crease.
Yeah, they have a job to do, the Glamorgan lower order now, because they have a middle order batsman going very nicely at the other end.
Yeah.
And Van der Hoogten and co. need to make sure that Dixon gets the chance to maximise this already impressive innings.
Yeah, he can play normally when he's got the likes of Crane and Van der Gooten there, not so much perhaps Gorvin, and then you have the last man Hadley, but I think this could be important for Glamorgan because we've seen Van der Gooten do it so many times, and he doesn't just want to start trying to play.
They don't want to be rolled over for 280
No.
or because I think this wicket will be pretty good for the rest of today and tomorrow.
It's slow at the moment.
The turn might come days 3 and...
Well, Crane will turn it on anything, and it all depends how he bowls, of course. Davy to continue from the rear end, and he's bowling to Dixon. In he comes and bowls the first ball, and Dixon defends up towards mid-on. Hull fields, and there's no run.
Feels like Tim van der Hoogten's been here forever as well. You can't come to Cardiff and you expect certain things.
Yes, it's as a seam bowler, you know, you just wonder. He doesn't take a long run, but you play in all the competitions, he soon takes it out of it. Maybe a good servant. As in comes Davy and bowls. That is played as it lifts a little bit, and Dixon just takes the bottom hand off the bat. 29 overs left today, so still plenty of cricket to be played.
2018 he made it, so 8 years he's been here now.
Yeah.
And he, a best of 85 not out up at Headingley.
Spotted by Michael Hogan in New South Wales. Because he was born in Australia. And although he moved, he played a bit of cricket out in Australia, and that's a nice looking shot, that's 4. Yeah, well pitched up, pitch and leg stump, and it bisected mid-on, and the bowler raced away to that rather small boundary in the river end. And Dixon moves into the 70s. He's on 72, 241 for 6.
Yeah.
Very
nice on drive.
Sorry, yeah, it was a lovely shot, wasn't it?
Likes a crossword, Tim van der Hoogten.
Does he?
Cerebral type.
I like crosswords, but I can't finish them. Yeah, he bowls again. This time hits him on the pad, and an ambitious, just watch where the keeper is, ambitious appeal, because he's well down the leg side and did move there when it hit the pad, so that gives you, I suppose, some sort of an idea. Tim van der Gooten is now taking guard.
He's taken off stump, I can tell you, judging by the camera, which is obviously directly out looking over the umpire Ian Blackwell's Panama style hat.
A lot of people do take off stump now, which I've always found is to be very sensible, because you can leave anything we think is rather wide because you're covering it. Yes, you're absolutely right. More than middling off, perhaps. Faces his first ball as he plays it and turns him around completely, leading edge. Luckily for Van der Gooten, it was all along the floor as he aimed towards those 2 men and ended up at extra cover.
My first cricket master told me to take middle and leg, and no buts about it.
That's it.
You'll take middle and leg, lad. He said the thinking was then you were less likely to be given out leg before, even if you shuffled across, but wouldn't let you shuffle across either.
Doing a Michael Hogan and never LBW in his life.
Was he not?
No.
Backing away all the time, I guess.
That's all of the over. Davy bowls, and this is played defensively by Van der Gooten. That completes the over. Glamorgan now 242 for 6. Van der Gooten yet to score. Dixon on 72. Highest score in the Glamorgan innings. Kieran Carlson with 95. Self-inflicted dismissal, where he just played it off his legs and set off, but didn't realise that Weatherhead was fielding that leg slip straight into his hands, and he just rolled it back to Cox, and Kieran Carlson was well out of his crease.
Yeah, poor chap. lay there for a good 30 seconds, not couldn't believe what he'd done. And then even when he picked himself up, he's just stood still for another 30 seconds.
Not so many good innings gone, but 5 short of another 100.
So Patel, I don't like when they start to give ones. He's offering Dixon one. Here the offside field retreats and Dixon just pushes it forward and doesn't take it. The one that was there.
It, isn't he?
There was one then. Tattersall wasn't going to get there time, but I mean
he's not going to.
Van der Hoogten is a competent bat, as you've said.
He's not going to shield him.
In goes Patel, bowls. Oh, that turns a fraction, thickish outside part of the bat, runs out towards. Well, that's short third position.
Bit of turn, do you think?
Yeah, I thought that it's slow, but might just have straightened a fraction. And one is taken, and rightly. We've got 2 men with helmets on now. Weatherall that backward short leg, and the second slip because he's so close, I suppose. He's got the pads on there. Not quite sure who that is under there yet. As in goes Patel bowls to Van der Hoogten, who is forward, getting more or less to the.
Just before tea, there wasn't a slip at all. No, they got 2.
As I say, 1 or 2 have just turned a bit. Yeah, as you say, gripped, and Patel is in, gives that lots of air, and Van der Hoogten just waiting for it, pokes it a little uncertainly out towards Tattersall. Rishi Patel's at first. It's probably Eskenazi at second, outside off stump, and that one doesn't really turn and is allowed to bounce into the gloves of Cox by Van der Hoogten. Yeah, that's the Eskenazi body language, and also bandages on each of his fingers of his left hand. Here's these sort of, in goes Patel, bowls, and that's going down leg side. It didn't straighten enough, didn't get up. Van der Hoogten went back and tried to turn it down to the vacant long leg area, missed it, it thumped into the knee roll of the pads, but it was going on down the leg side.
I think Patel will probably bowl now until the 70th over, because he's bowled unchanged throughout this innings. His 20
You go through to the new ball, you mean?
Straight to the new ball. Let's get absolutely. The new ball quickly. And he's bowled better now after tea since he's bowled throughout the day, because he's getting a bit of purchase there, and he's keeping the runs down.
The poor guy bowled 40 overs at the Oval last week.
Did he?
On a pitch that was as flat as
it is today.
Could be. There's more in this one.
Yeah, is Davey to start a new over. And where's that gone?
We're down to fine leg. Off an inside edge, missed the leg stump by a coat of paint.
He looked over there, I looked over there, and it's ended up at fine leg.
Coat of paint. He charged down, a real rush of blood there from Dixon. Swinging across the line.
He gets 4 runs for it, and Glamorgan move on to 247, and Dixon moves on to 77. Not a shot that he'll want to remember.
I haven't gotten away with it. Now you've got to make the most of it.
Why they don't have this chap's finer, because 3 4s have gone down there now. Jack Davey, wicketless so far, bowls again, and it's played to one of those 2 men on the onside. .247 for 6. 3 runs needed for a batting point. As Van der Hoogten has a chat with Steve O'Shaughnessy, to Blackwell. I think Mr. Blackwell has lost some weight.
I thought so. Yeah. It definitely isn't quite the figure that he did previous seasons.
In comes the next ball, and that's played off the back foot out toward short extra cover. Holland likes to fiddle around with the field, hasn't he? We've seen some very enterprising field placing. We've got on the offside here, no slips, no third man, so he is obviously concentrating on that leg stump.
Yeah, it's the first time I think he's captained in first-class cricket. He captains his club side in Australia, Ringwood.
As in comes Jack Davey, bowls, and it's played back down to him. He's bowled better since tea again.
Yeah.
And slowed Glamorgan's progress, although 3.60 is a pretty good rate.
Sometimes if the old ball, and you know what you've got to, all you can do with it, it really is bowl straight. If the captain has said bowl straight, set the field accordingly. You haven't got the options with the new ball.
No.
It might do some, so it concentrates the mind a little bit.
And he comes again, bowls, cut away the offside of the man on the sweeper boundary. Now they have a man there for Dixon, but they haven't got a man sweeping for. But he is put back now to Van de Gooten. Somebody who enjoys night watchman. Can you imagine that?
Some
remember Nick interviewing him and something about batting. He got a 50 again.
What, Van der Houten?
Van de Gooten.
No,
I really enjoy it. He says.
Yeah. Well, he's
played some very good innings.
solidly competent, isn't he? He knows which end is which for sure.
In comes Davey, bowls this time to Van de Gooten and gets right behind that, and that completes the over. 5 runs off it. It's Glamorgan at 248 for 6. Much depends on their new signing, Sean Dixon, who is 78 not out. He'll be conscious of that as he tries to propel his team to a respectable, or more than the respectable score, and also think perhaps of his century.
He's got a 300, hasn't he, Sean Dixon, in first-class cricket, so he knows how to bat a long time. Although that swipe at Davies' first delivery.
Yeah. He's probably an aggressive player by nature, isn't he?
Yes.
An attacking player.
For sure. Well, they're looking to give him one on the offside, Leicestershire, and Dixon's going to take it, so thank you very much. All I've got to do is push it out there and take the most comfortable of singles off the first ball. It's a slightly risky strategy. 249 for 6 in that. They're going to crowd Van der Houten.
Yeah, they won't. It won't bother Van der Gooten because he is an accomplished player, and also he's been in the game a long time. If it's there, he'll hit it.
Mid-on and mid-off both come up as Patel is bowling outside off stump. Allowed to go through to Cox by Van der Houten. The two slips are back in. Rishi Patel and Stevie Eskenazi, and the backward short leg, pretty much short leg actually now. In goes Patel, bowls, waiting for it on the front foot is Van der Houten, then defending it out into the offside. Ben Green is starting to do some serious warming up at point now, so may take over from Davey. He'll come back with the new ball. Patel is in, bowls down the leg side, and Van der Houten's going to get off the mark. He just nurdles it around the corner. He's going to have to hurry there a little bit. Did so for the second, and Weatherald. Throw was a little bit wide, and 2 taken, which brings up Glamorgan's 250, and as Eddie has remarked upon, a batting bonus point.
That was only their second of the season, and that was a long way away at lunch at 91 for 4.
Patel in, Van der Houten forward, defends out Tattersall, jogging in from extra cover. Green continues to do some jogging and kicking and running around, and
giving him one now, look. Oh no.
In he comes again as Patel is in, Van der Houten is forward, and Tattersall is again the fielder. End of the over. Patel takes his cap. Will Davey continue? Will it be Green? It will be Ben Green.
Yes, and he's bowled pretty steadily, as you'd expect from Green. He's very economical, and if he can, with Patel, keep Glamorgan from rushing along up until the 80 overs, he'll have done his job, and then I would certainly give the new ball to Ben Hull.
To
Hull.
Josh.
Josh Hope.
Josh Hope, yeah.
Certainly. The way he's bowled today, because I said this morning he didn't bowl the bouncer, then we saw some rapid bouncers. If you get the new ball, surely he's got to be given a chance. But Holland will say, well, I've taken 2 wickets for nothing, and I don't let them get any runs.
Oh, yeah.
Be interesting.
Holland would certainly take it. It's whether
Holland and Hull for me.
Yeah. I suspect the fact that Davies gone off after just 3 overs, was it, might mean that they'll stick to their plans.
Here is Ben Green then, comes in for his first ball, is driven up towards mid-on, and there is no run.
Green hasn't been at his best by his high standards.
As he gone 39 and 11. Plenty of gaps there because a lot of people saving one. As Green trundles in and bowls. This is turned the batsman, and he plays it to those 2 men on the onside in front of the bat.
The first season, in his first season, which pretty much was last season really, although he was mostly on loan during it, Green's run-up reminded me a little bit of in both of them. It was so sort of chest on and...
Yeah, it does a bit. Here he is again. This gets a thick inside edge. They're going to think of 2 here, and Dixon races away and completes 2 runs, which takes him up to 81 and 253 for 6. Yeah, that
just the way he carried himself and to the crease, but not the action, but the run-up.
Yeah, there is a bit of both of them in it. But he wishes he could play like both of them.
Another great Somerset all-rounder, of course.
Yeah. And Worcestershire and Durham. Comes Green, bowls again. This is clipped nicely on the onside, but a diving stop there at mid-wicket.
In his pomp, I was associating with Somerset though, and
yeah,
and the sort of blaze of youth and
him and Viv.
bounce and and Garner of course as well, Joel Garner.
What a trio to have all season.
Wow. And they still didn't win the county championship. Bless them.
Might win it this year. They're going well. Green in, bowls and
slower ball,
him
beauty
outside the off stump, and Dixon maybe on 81. We didn't know much about that. Wobbling it about.
Oh, lovely. Slower ball. Went for the big booming drive. Tried to wait for it.
Comes the next ball, and hearing some loud voices there.
Yeah, we're picking up. At least it's cricket conversation,
yeah.
there, isn't it? It's good. It's good stuff. It could be. I was listening to see if we
No
learned something there about
blasphemy.
all-rounders. No, that's always the risk. No, I'm sure they're all chapel people and would not even dream of blaspheming. A black swan, that's some sort of water bird, flies down the River Taff. Looked like a swan, but it won't have been.
You'll
Will it?
see the seagulls coming here for their food around 6 o'clock.
Patel, with 9 overs until the new ball. Yeah, I think you're right, and I think he will go through too, unless Dixon really collars him. But,
I don't think he's in the mood for collaring because he might lose his wicket.
but it'll be Van der Hookton who's facing, and Patel tells Davy at mid-on to go a little bit wider, just a bit. Otherwise, fairly conventional with sweepers. Or a sweeper on the offside, bowls to Van der Hookton, who edges just wide of the diving second slip. He went for the firm push, got the edge, and Eskenazi flung himself to his right. Don't think he got a hand to it. Ball didn't carry all the way down to the third man boundary. It's retrieved. Van der
Turn
Hookton
again though.
picks up 2. Was close. But again, as you say, a little bit of something for
Mr. Crane later on.
just Patel, who is in, and Van der Hookton is forward, plunging a little bit forward, but doesn't really turn too much. But there's definitely going to be something there as the game goes on. Could be fun. Could be fun.
Always good to see a bit of turnage.
Patel in, outside off stump, doesn't turn, and he shakes his wrists as though he didn't come out right. Somehow it's cut out to Hill on the cover boundary, and 1 is taken. Van der Hoogten on to 5. 256 for 6. Field spreads for Dixon. Continues to spread. In fact, they're going even to give him 1 again. So anyway, 3 balls to go in the over. Patel is in. Dixon goes back, pushes it firmly past Patel, out towards mid-on. Davey sort of walks in to meet it. As I say, he's sort of 2/3 of the way back for Dixon, and they're happy to give Dixon a single and bowl for the moment at Van der Hoogten. He hasn't looked particularly secure. 5 off 15 for him as Patel is in. That I thought he was going to turn that one down into the leg side. It was very much a leg side delivery. Tried to do so, just didn't get anything on it, and it thumped into the pads. Drops for Weatherald to field. Patel is in. Van der Hoogten steps out but then leaves outside off stump. End of Patel's 22nd over, 1 for 88. So it's been better post tee. He's got his run rates in terms of runs conceded per over down to exactly 4, and he has picked up a wicket. So he'll feel a little bit better about himself. But again, the innings sort of in the balance. 257 for 6. Van der Hoogten 5. Sean Dixon 82.
And, as the old cliche goes, it's evenly poised as Nick comes back to join. Or what do you want to do, Nick? We'll have
Whose turn is it?
I'm not sure. I'll take half, if that's all right, Eddie.
Yeah, that's fine. I'll keep on rambling as Nick comes in beside me. There's Ben Green bowls outside the off stump through to the wicket keeper. 257 for 6 as Nick joins me. Dixon is on 82, Van der Hoogten on 5. Bit of cat and mouse play here, Nick, at the moment. Field placing 1 for 1, 1 for the other, but Van der Hoogten not bothered really. The experience that he has. Dixon waits and hoists that over mid-wicket, and that will run away towards the pavilion for 4. That was too short, especially at his pace, and it was gratefully received by the batsman. It was moved on to 86 and 261 for 6.
Yeah, been a curious innings in parts, hasn't it, for Dixon? He's
Well, once he
had
lost
occasional
Carlson,
flashes of
I think.
aggression.
Well, you know, when he scored 300 in innings and he's signed as a one-day, ostensibly as a one-day player, so we're told, you would expect him to attack. That was...
Yeah, 86 off 120 balls, so a scoring rate of about 70 odd
yeah.
per 100.
Work that out quickly in your head. In comes the next ball, and that's short, and that's pulled. That might bisect the fielders. It does. 4 more to him. 2 successive 4s from 2 short pitch balls at just medium pace. He's into the 90s.
Yes, and Josh Hull can probably afford to bang in the odd one, but I'm not sure that Ben Green can on this wicket because he's not getting much pace.
And he's not a quick
Off
bowler,
the
is he?
wicket now. You need have a fast bowler to come through at medium fast, don't you, by the time it's hit the wicket.
2 4s on the bounce. Dixon's on 90. In comes Green again and bowls. This is a better delivery as it's pushed back down the pitch. So a little spurt in this over. And Van der Hoogten, 5 off 17 balls, doing what he always does. This is a propping up, or prop and cop as they call it, the other batsmen, and doing a good job as Dixon now playing some shots. Here's Green, bowls. Oh, and he's caught the wicket. Second man out in the 90s as he drove and knew as soon as he'd played the shot that he'd nicked it. And he, like Carlson, must be rather disappointed as the 7th wicket goes down. Court Cox gives him his 4th catch off green for 90.
Yeah, 123 deliveries faced. Just jabbed at that one, really.
Yeah.
A slightly half-hearted drive. Didn't really get his feet to the ball. But all the same, a very welcome innings for Sean Dixon to prove to himself and Glamorgan supporters that he can still play red ball cricket.
Yes, indeed, a very good innings from him. Didn't give any chances, and he'll be very disappointed with that, as was Kieran Carlson. And Glamorgan now, well, feel rather disappointed, because at one stage they were 217 for 4, and now they're 265 for 7, with not a lot to come. Of course, we know from his half-century in the last game that Mason Crane, not the last game, the game against Yorkshire, and he got 39 up at Trent Bridge as well. He can certainly bat. Gorvin, well, he can hang around, but doesn't really get more than about his 20s or 25s.
Score of 300-ish is neither one thing nor the other, really, is it? It's not quite enough.
Opens the game up.
Having that's true. Sees us set to get a positive result one way or another, I suppose. Yeah, Duncan had messaged me that emailed in to say I hope that Dixon and Van der Hoogten would be still there for the new ball, but that's not going to be the case, because Dixon has fallen to the old ball.
And you've got 2 new batsmen here now, and who knows, you may not need the new ball if these can strike. They're looking at the ball, I think. Oh no, they're measuring the bat. They are measuring the bat, and all is well.
Random spot checks, isn't it?
Mason Crane, a leg spin bowler. Bats at number 9, 10. He asked, let me see your bat, in case you're cheating with the width, which he is not.
Well, I suppose the umpires have to do these random checks, don't they? Pick one guy in the course of the day. Oh, I haven't done one yet. We better do one.
So 2 fours, a wicket, and this is the last ball for Crane to face, and he lets it go outside the off stump. End of the over. So Green gets his first wicket. Hull has picked up 2, Holland has picked up 2, Patel and Green 1 apiece. So it'll be interesting to see how these 2 play. They've possibly now, as the wickets are falling, must look for runs, even though they might be difficult to get them. But it's no good pushing around if you lose wickets, is it?
Now 7 overs left against the old ball. Do these 2 have a little go at it as Crane and Van der Hoogten meet for a quick chat mid-wicket?
Because you're not going to get many runs against Holland, I wouldn't have thought.
No, and he hasn't bowled since those 4 overs just after lunch, which proved to be 4 maidens. Here is Ajaz Patel then, from the Cathedral Road end to bowl to Van der Hoogten with 3 round the bat, and Van der Hoogten just plays it gently through the offside and picks up a single. I think at 266 for 7, it's probably a situation that Leicestershire would have taken at the start of play.
Glamorgan would have taken at lunch.
Yes, quite. When they were 91 for 4.
Yeah. Opens the game up.
Patel with 2 slips and a short leg is into bowl to Crane, who edges it past slip for a couple of runs, driving at that one rather tentatively, got a thick edge. It trickles down towards third man. Ben Green retrieves it, and they go through for 2 easily. 268 for 7. Don't forget, if you want to drop us an email, supporters of either side, since Richard's out of the box at the moment, glamorgancricket@bbc.co.uk for your emails. Patel is into bowl. Crane goes back and cuts, and that's a nicer shot, and that will race away for 4. Just beat the diving point fielder and raced away to the boundary. 272 for 7. Patel getting a bit of turn there, and Crane will want to reproduce that.
Might be doing it tonight.
Might well be doing it tonight. As Crane moves up to 6 and Patel bowls, this time a forward solid defensive.
I was driving up this morning and I was just thinking to myself, what sort of pitch are we going to have? And it's very similar to the pitch we had against Yorkshire.
As that is driven gently by Crane to mid-on, no run.
I was seeing this little bit of turn on the first day. Tells us that it might be thinking, well, it'll be up to Crane again.
Defends that one, no run. 272 for 7. You get the feeling that, I mean, the seam bowling department is not one where Glamorgan have a great deal of strength in depth, so you get the feeling that they want to give spin options here at Sapphire Gardens. Crane got 23 wickets in just 5 matches last season, so he is their best bet as an attacking bowler, even though he's going to be expensive as a leg spinner.
Yeah, and it's a great shame really for Glamorgan that Ben Callaway is out for a couple of games, because he is no mean off spinner. But for the moment it's Ben Green to continue, and he's going to bowl at Van de Gooten, who is on 6. In he comes for the first ball of the over and bowls, and Van de Gooten covers up and plays it up to mid-on.
Yeah, it was just any idea what the extended absence from Ben Callaway is? Well, Mark Wallace said at the forum today that he was unlikely to be fit for the next match, so I suppose they're just going week by week, but I suppose it wouldn't be I don't know the extent of the... It was a hip injury he suffered in the field. He didn't bowl at all at Trent Bridge.
Green bowls and is played defensively by Van de Gooten. No run.
So you may not, I suppose they'll be working on getting him fit for the T20, because he's an important player there, balances the side very nicely, will be expected to bowl his 4 overs and bat possibly 4 or 5.
Yeah. Two dot balls from Green as he bowls again, and this time it's played out into the covers. Crane thinks but doesn't run. The pitch that they played the Yorkshire match on does look very, very dry from here, doesn't it?
Yeah, it's 2 to the right of the one they're playing on.
End of August pitch. Make Crane like a ball on that.
Yeah, considering that that's 2.5 weeks since that was played on, it's still pretty bare, isn't it?
In comes the next ball, and a slower delivery, which is spotted by Van de Gooten.
Well, it's spotted by us from here, so...
Run rate is perfectly respectable now, 3.64.
Yeah, just a question of what Glamorgan can scramble out of these last 3 wickets, and
they can get 50 or so, then they'd be quite happy.
Yeah.
Here's Green in and bowls short, pulled down to fine leg where they'll jog single. The score limps along to 273 for 7. 7 to Van de Gooten, 6 to Crane, now who will face the last ball and takes guard from Ampler Backwell. The 2 men fielding in that short mid-on both got pads on, if you notice. Here is that last ball. It's defended by Crane. End of the over, 2-7-3-4-7. We have had 75 overs, so just 5 runs to the new ball. We all know, of course, and we always say it, that the new ball can go far if you don't project it rather well. But I think you're not going to get many free deliveries from Mr. Holland, certainly.
No, 2 for 7 off his 12 overs. The two with pads on are Jake Weatherald, who produced that nifty piece of fielding to run out Kieran Carlson, and he's at a shortish backward short leg, thereabouts. But Eskenazi at second slip has got a helmet on as well.
All the armour out there.
As Patel bowls on leg stump, clipped into the leg side by Van der Hoogten for a single. Patel got rather excited there. May have been a bit of turn for him, but certainly Van der Hoogten watched it carefully enough onto the bat.
He's about to crack 100 too, 1 for 96.
Ouch. Patel bowls, flights it up, and Crane this time knocks it into the leg side gently for a single. Not sure if Eskenazi really needs the pads and helmet field at second slip, because he's not down on his knees in close or anything. He doesn't look closer than first slip. Patel bowls and gets turned there, and it beats the defensive lunge of Van der Hoogten. But I suppose Eskenazi might be padded up in case there's a reverse sweep off the meat of the bat. Patel bowls. This time Van der Hoogten does read the spin correctly and prods it out on the offside. Tattersall wanders into field, no run. 275 for 7. Leicestershire with 2 bowling points. Glamorgan with 1 batting point so far. As Van der Hoogten defends that one, back to the bowler, no run. Over 8 level at the T interval. They changed that indication on the scoreboard just at the intervals in the first few days. Patel bowls a full toss that's driven by Van der Hoogten straight to mid-off. No run. Just 2 singles off a quiet over from the Indian-born Kiwi spinner. It's 275 for 7 with 4 to go before the new ball.
Patel's vigil will soon be over. He'll bowl 2 more overs, the 78th and the 80th. And I'm pretty certain that he has bowled unchanged in this innings. It'll be Ben Green to continue. And this will be the format, as you say, Nick, for the next 4 overs. And then we'll have the new one. But for the moment, it'll be Green to bowl from the river end, and he's bowling to Mason Crane with just the 1 slip as the close fielder. And he comes and bowls the first ball, which is defended by Crane.
James Lembronek says Dan Douthwaite not in the championship mix might be an alternative to Ul Hassan and give more of a seam threat. Yeah, and Douthwaite would be presumably batting at 7. You could put everyone else up 1, I suppose.
He's looking at his second 11 scores, Nick, and he's done.
He hasn't played it. Didn't play in this week's game. I'm not quite sure why. But very much a part of the T20 lineup.
Green bowls on his turn, nicely off his legs by Crane as they take the single and hesitate and think again and don't take the second.
If you're going to bring in a sort of seam bowling all-rounder, I think Norton might be pushing just as much as Douthwaite to have that number 7 and 4th seamer sort of role.
No, who will they overseas be? Surely they can't leave Ingram out. As Green comes in, bowls to Van der Gooten, who he also plays it off his legs out to mid-wicket for a single. And the runs coming in singles. 277 for 7.
Yeah. Ingram was the leading scorer last season in T20, but he's not quite as prolific as he used to be.
He can be, though. My word, he can be murderous. I would certainly play him and a bowler. Here's the next ball, and Crane showing aggression, and they'll have to. No, they double fumble, one by the man at cover, the other by mid-off, and in the end, they get a single.
Yeah, 2 misfields. The cover fielder knocked it to mid-off, who then couldn't pick it up either cleanly. So Ingram had the highest strike rate for Glamorgan of 153, but was only averaging 24, which is...
Yes, but you know what averages are far lower
yeah.
around the country in that sort of competition. Green balls, and it's angled out onto the offside, and there's no run.
2 half centuries.
Yeah.
But you might feel that your need is greater for 2 seamers.
Every year, in any competition of that magnitude, or that length, spinners take more wickets than seamers. So my reason, you don't want to play 2 overseas seamers, surely. In that case, as that last ball is defended, 278 for 7, and there are 3 overs left with this ball. What I'm saying, Nick, you will have presumably an overseas player, a quick bowler, one of the overseas. You'll have Van de Gooten, you'll have Callaway and Crane, and you can fill in with whoever you like.
Well, last season's joint
Downthwaite will bowl 4 possibly,
and the man who's out injured at the moment, Leonard.
Yeah, well,
I think he'll be a first choice because he got 20 wickets last season,
yeah.
joint top with Downthwaite, including a fifer that won the match down at Taunton.
So therefore you've got your bowlers, and you should, that's my humble opinion. And on the batting side of it, who's going to open with Tribe, I wonder? If you get Byron does play and gets a few runs, but they may put somebody else in. We'll have to wait and see.
Here's Patel, flighting one up that Crane plays defensively. I wouldn't be surprised to see Carlson and Smale again opening the batting, with Tribe more 5 or 6, possibly.
Possibly.
Back on his stumps goes Crane and defends the next ball on the leg side. Weatherald Fields, no run.
But there was rave talk about him, especially from Kevin Peterson out in South Africa when he played in the franchise game. And he opened the innings and played extremely well on occasions. Tribe.
As back on his stumps goes Crane, and square cuts will pick up a single out to backward point. He wasn't really consistent in that T20 in South Africa. It might have been just the one innings that Peterson happened to catch, and is not backwards in coming forwards with his opinions.
Not quite.
As that's turned on the leg side, they'll go through for a quick-ish single, but it's safe enough. It hit the stumps though from the throw from point by. Struggling to see who that is out there.
Peterson were at it again this week with having a go at Alistair Cook.
Cook probably watches more county cricket than Peterson does. As that's fiddled away by
That's
Crane.
the perfect adjective.
Wide of slip. Gets a single for it.
I don't know how to describe that. Yes, he was on and on about, as the Cook said, quite rightly in my opinion, look, Bethel shouldn't be carrying the drinks out in the IPL. Get him here, play county cricket and prepare him to open for England. Oh, no, you learn more, says Peterson out there. I can't see.
Nonsense. Back on his stumps goes Van der Hoogten and hits it hard into the offside, but straight to one of the cover fielders. There's no run. 281 for 7. Glamorgan with 2 to go before the new ball. Van der Hoogten 10, Crane 11. I mean, you have to acknowledge financial reality. If players get an offer from the IPL, they're going to go. 90% of them. I know there's the odd case where players withdraw and prioritise test matches, but it's a relatively short professional career. If you're offered a large dollop of money,
some can turn it down. Harry Brook, people have got a lot of money.
Yeah, you need to be at that level where you're getting a really good central contract, don't you?
Yeah.
Oh, change of bowling
for the last over.
For the last over before.
Well, last but one, but
last but one. Oh, it's the other Patel. It's double Patel.
Patel. I'll have to change A Patel and R Patel. Rishi Patel, I mean, my mind is a very, very fine batsman.
The Essex-born Patel as opposed to the Mumbai-born Patel.
And he's going to bowl a little bit of off spin. Will they tuck into this now if they get an opportunity? I don't know. Patel then, from the river end. I wonder if somebody will have a little go at him. Here is his first ball, and it's short and cut away for a single up to the extra cover boundary, and Crane is on to 12, Van der Gooten on 10. They've done what they've done the whole season. At the start of the season is come in at 8 and 9 and defend, get a few runs, take up time.
Mid on, mid off, halfway back, as though they expect the big hit.
Patel comes in again, bowls on a length and turned away for a single by Van der Gooten. They're playing as if they want to stay there as long as possible and where they get the pitch worn a bit more. But you've got to get runs on board. 283 for 7. Patel to Crane. Drives gently up to short extra cover. Here he is again. And bowls, and this is short and pulled away backward of square for a single. Third single of the inning of the over. 2 to go. I suspect this will be the only over Rishi Patel gets in the game. Bowls again. This is defensive approach from Van der Gooten.
Well, in the innings, yes.
Last ball coming up. Again, it's blocked. End of the over.
Thank you, Rishi.
The other Patel will now bowl. Yes, he's taking his cap off. And then we'll see some exercises from certain bowlers, no doubt.
So, Ajaz Patel bowled 25 overs, 1 for 100.
4 and over.
Exactly 4 and over. Natty pair of shades, stocky figure, bearded.
Stock bowler today.
Yes, he's getting turn, but
slow turn, isn't it?
Not rewarded, apart from the dismissal of Chris Cook in the wickets column, as second slip comes out and Eskenazi goes to silly point instead. So silly point, short leg and slip. Patel bowls. Crane steps back, cuts straight to cover point, no run. They're able to play him off the back foot reasonably comfortably at the moment as Crane pushes forward, and he will be looking to get a little bit more rip, Mason Crane, even if he's not quite as consistently accurate as Ajaz Patel has been. Turned on the leg side by Crane. No run, and yes, Glamorgan will regret the absence of Callaway in terms of these turning pitches.
You mentioned that earlier on, they will.
So that's on leg stump and turned slightly uppishly, maybe past short leg, but safely enough. Single taken. Crane to 14. 285 for 7. Carlson might be in for a bowl. Took 1 for 4 at Trent Bridge. Patel, 2 overs, 2 balls left with the old cherry. That's turned away by Van der Gooten, but straight to a shortish square leg. Umpire Blackwell has now gone over to point so that he can see because of the presence of a short leg. And the last ball with the old ball is bowled by Patel. There's an appeal and the ball's trickled past slip and it's not out.
Spun again.
That one's turned fairly sharply. So interesting times. 285 for 7. The game fairly well poised as Leicestershire will look to blast out the Glamorgan lower order with the new ball. The replay shows that was a good shout for LBW.
The umpire is signalling that the new ball has been taken by Leicestershire and returning to bowl at the river end, Josh Davey.
So your pleas for Holland and Hull have not been answered, because Davey's going to have a go.
I'll do just the one over, and then I'll nip off because I'm speaking to the nation.
Glamorgan.
In the language of heaven, yes. Well, I might as well go now, actually, if they could check their pads off. And
Yes, there's a little bit of a delay. What's Welsh for evenly balanced, Edward? Got that one out yet?
can't think at the moment. Evenly balanced. I can't think.
Okay.
Let you know when I get back.
Game Gavartal. .285 for 7 then, as Richard Ray joins me in the commentary seats.
I think whatever language, I think evenly balanced is about the right word. If Leicestershire can nip Glamorgan out tonight, I think they'll be pretty pleased, but already the turn coming. Davey in then from the river end with the new ball, bowls and covers up Mason Crane. Got a great deal of foot movement, but gets something behind it, pushes it out towards straightish mid-wicket. Tattersall runs onto the ball. Wind has swung a little bit, and it's not got the nip in it that it had this morning. And it's very, very pleasant out there. Holland does some leaping up and down at mid-on, suggesting he will share the new ball with Davey, who is in and bowling to Crane, who's taking his bottom hand off the bat as he drives, but he gets enough on it to get it past point and run it out to the point boundary for 4. Not bad for a one-handed shot. Got plenty of it. And squeezed it away to the boundary. All Weatherald can do is jog in pursuit. 289 for 7. This then would be the first time that Glamorgan have picked up 2 batting bonus points in an innings. If they've only got 2 batting bonus points
In the first division
so
since
oh yes,
2005.
Well, Davey wants changes to his field. He's sending Weatherald from point to gully, really, which means that third man is going to have to go wider. Hill walks up the boundary to the backward point boundary. Davey is in, bowls, cuts back and hits the pads of Crane. Again, no great foot movement, and then trickles out towards around about third slip. And seeing that, Patel moves across to second, a little bit wider. A little bit of movement there for Josh Davey off the seam. Longish run for the Scotland international. Presume it's been grooved over the years. In he comes and bowls and outside off stump and pushed a little uncertainly by a slightly wavy bat from Mason Crane out into the covers. It didn't come off the middle, then he sort of, with his right hand, he gestures and square of the wicket where he feels that he should have tried to play it. If anything, he got a little bit too much of it. Hit it well in front of square. Davey, slightly angled run is in and bowls very wide, and umpire Blackwell is generous.
The quality of mercy was strained there.
He thought about it for a while, didn't he, and decided otherwise. 15 overs and 1 ball then remain to be bowled today. I don't think they've a single white. Famous last words. Have we had a no ball either? I'm not sure we have. Bowled a fair few in the first game, goodness.
To be fair to Davey, I think that one moved away quite a lot after it had pitched and passed the bat.
And he comes and bowls straighter this time, and Crane deals with it comfortably, pushing it through point out towards Hill for a single end of the over. 290 for 7. It means that Crane will keep the strike, having moved on to 19. Leicestershire gave a trial to a South Asian Cricket Academy bowler, Yakvinder Singh, who's also had a game for Worcester in the past, the first game of the season up at Grace Road. It's fair to say that in difficult conditions Yakvinder struggled, but he must have bowled 10 no balls, 11 no balls. Right arm seamer. He did pick up a wicket in the end, but I don't think he'll probably get another chance. It was a 1-month contract, and in fact it probably expires at the end of this week.
So here comes the metronomic Ian Holland.
Yes.
12 overs, 8 maidens, 2 for 7. His afternoon spell was 4 maidens. And the last 4 overs of his first spell cost just a single and yielded a wicket. So he's got 4 saving the single, 2 slips and 3 out as he's into bowl, and Crane sort of runs it down. Was that deliberate or not? It's 2 runs anyway to Mason Crane. I think he was trying to play it.
Yes, I think so.
And Holland's economy is ruined. He's now 2 for 9. At the start of this 13th over, as the shadow of the floodlight pylon has passed his run up now. Holland didn't. Bowls, works that on the leg side, does Crane. Takes another single, 293 for 7 as Glamorgan move gently towards a second batting bonus point. Got plenty of overs left in which to accumulate them. His scoring rate 3.6 runs an over, which is healthy enough after that very slow start. As Holland waits, Van der Hoogten settles, and then he comes and bowls, and Van der Hoogten defends it to gully. There's no run. So yes, those pylons are able to be used for illumination of the closing stages, should it be necessary, but Glamorgan, having waited a number of years to have that right, probably come to the weekend where they don't need them.
Yes, it's not a cloud in the sky, inevitably.
As Holland bowls down leg side, Van der Hoogten makes no contact, Cox takes, but on the other hand it will prevent those in the Glamorgan office from saying he's not banging on about that again, is he?
What prompted the change of mind on the part of the City Council?
Not sure, to be honest. These are new floodlights this season, as that's through outside off stump and
maybe more
no
targeted.
I suppose having spent a fairly large amount of money on renewing the floodlights, Glamorgan might have thought, well, it's worth having another, putting the question again to the council and seeing what they say.
But the more modern are much more targeted. There's much less spillage, isn't there, and what have you. So
yeah, maybe that.
Maybe now meets environmental requirements.
Holland is in to bowl. This whacks into the pads of Van der Hoogten, and they wander through for a leg by as the ball trickles towards Mr. Blackwell, the square leg umpire. It's 294 for 7. with 14 overs remaining of the day's play, which has come down as a reasonable rate with the Patels in this evening's session. So we may finish before 6:30.
Or perhaps Glamorgan, as Woody Allen once remarked, use the old Navajo Indian trick of screaming and begging.
Yeah, I mean, I could never see why there was a restriction, because the nearest residence is some way from Cathedral Road anyway.
Yeah. Davy then, still looking for his first Leicestershire wicket of his new spell with the county. Bowled a little bit short to Van der Hoogten, who stays on the back foot and manages to turn it down backward of square for a single. So this partnership is becoming a serious partnership now. 30. Messrs Van der Hoogten and Crane have added for the 8th wicket thus far, and it's that sort of partnership that can really make a big difference. You know, it could mean sort of 350, 360. That would be very much one feels in the game, with the pitch already showing signs of wear and a little bit of turn for the spinners. Davy is in and bowls very straight. Nice turn of the wrists from Crane, and he's got it wide of mid-on. Holland has to run around to his right, and Crane, on the back of runs already this season, is on to 23 now.
Chris Drew has emailed to say...
Hello, Chris. I know Chris.
All right.
he emails me sometimes,
yeah.
Or contacts us sometimes.
Colin can't play every game, and we need Colin more for red ball than white ball, is his suggestion, which I tend to go along with.
Davy in, bowls off the pad, and it's a decent shout for leg before. Well, they were going to have to go, when they stopped appealing, go and chase it down. It is going to be leg buys, but it's going to be 3 instead of 2, because the wicketkeeper and slips were busy with both hands in the air before suddenly realising the ball wasn't going to get to the fine leg boundary. Bit of bounce, and might just have been a touch high. Here's the replay. Let's have a look. Going down, I think.
Yeah.
Decent shout, but probably going down.
Is in front, maybe Midland leg, but yeah, angled across. And a long chase for Ben Cox as the ball stopped. It wouldn't have gone for 4, about a metre inside the fine leg boundary.
299 then for 7. Davy into Crane, again very straight. Crane getting used to this now, just doesn't like to get forward, plays from the crease for the most part, pushes it out to green at mid-off. Two slips and a gully. Weatherald is now in the shadow of the new floodlights, or one of the new floodlight pylons anyway. Davy, quite a loping run, is in, bowls, squares up. Crane a touch thickish outside edge though. It's run it out into the offside. The ball, that is, Eskenazi picks up, and the single is taken. And you know why. It brings up the Glamorgan 300 for 7 for the home team. And if you offered them that at 91 for 4 at lunch, I think they might have thought hard about taking that. Plenty of batting to come at that stage, of course, but really good partnership of 126 between Kieran Carson and Sean Dixon in the afternoon session. Made a big difference to the game. Davy is in. Van der Hoogten, high left elbows, he blocks that one out. On the onside end of the over, Holland quickly divests himself of his sweater. Cap hands them to umpire O'Shaughnessy. How many overs to go? 13 remain today. Might be about 20 past. They do get through them reasonably quickly, Leicestershire. The over 8 is still showing level.
Yeah, they only changed it at the intervals on the first 3 days.
But it was level at lunch, wasn't it?
Lunch and level again at tea, yeah.
Yeah, so...
Here comes Holland then, from this Cathedral Road end. In bowls to Crane, who drives, doesn't quite time it. It's fielded it mid-on, and there's no run. Next target for Glamorgan, 350. Maybe these two would be expected to do the bulk of the work should they get there, though Gorvin certainly capable of giving good support on occasion. As that one's through Crane, didn't really get any sort of movement in there, Mason Crane, and went right through him. Outside off stump though.
Sort of twitched at it. A shot I know well. The twitch.
Holland loping in bowls, full length, driven nicely by Mason Crane, and he's timed that one sweetly because it's racing away for 4 up to the indoor cricket school, away to our left. It's lobbed back by a compassionate spectator who saves Ben Green a little bit of his journey towards the boundary. 304 for 7.
Did not twitch at that one. Humped it away.
Holland has now conceded more than a run and over. 14 off 13.3. And that one is chopped down deliberately towards third man by Crane. Disturbs a few pigeons, and they'll wander through for a single. 305 for 7. Glamorgan now with the close in sight will have some ambitions to be still batting overnight and
Definitely now.
Cause Leicestershire a bit more bother in the first hour tomorrow before the change of innings. Holland in balls. Firmly struck drive by Van der Hoogten, but well intercepted by tumbling Green in front of us at mid-off. The wicket for this game is just to our right, not as far to our right as we were for the first game against Yorkshire, but still towards the grandstand side of the ground, as they tend to start on the outside and work inwards. As Van der Hoogten defends, both the women's matches so far have been played on a pitch way to our left towards the pavilion. And by the way, the women play in Newport tomorrow at Spitty Park. They're taking on Devon in their first T20 match of the season, which is the T20 Counties Cup, I believe. So we'll give you a few scores from that one. Glamorgan women having won their first 2 one-day cup matches and defeated Leicestershire women here on Sunday, in fact, by 53 runs. .305 for 7.
Davey, 15th over of the innings, is in and bowling. Crane waiting, back on his stumps, clips it without any real aggressive intent out to mid-on. Holland is the fielder. He will be frustrated, I'm sure, Josh Davey, a little, unless he can pick up another or a wicket or two before the close. But it will probably take him time to properly get into his stride. Remember, this is his first game of the season. Turns, slightly angled run. Longish strides is in and bowls, and pleasantly driven by Crane, but again he just sort of holds back on the aggression a touch. Make sure he gets it out of the middle, and Eskenazi can fall slightly to his right to make the stop in the covers. And he has a word with Ben Green, having handed it the ball rather than thrown it to his teammate.
Leicestershire women, by the way, are playing on Sunday at Grace Road. 2:30 against Shropshire. It's the round where the Tier 2 sides play the Tier 3 sides.
Davy bowls very straight and slight turn of the wrists from Crane as he works that one out towards mid-wicket. Tattersall, the fielder, probably the sort of round where upsets in inverted commas can happen then. Be quite nice playing Devon away, wouldn't it? If it's, well, it depends on the ground, I suppose, but one imagines it will be pleasantly bucolic somewhere.
There's a nice ground at Exeter.
Davy is in, bowls and worked off the back foot from just outside off stump out into the covers by Crane, and one is taken. Wasn't so very long ago when there was some speculation that Leicestershire certainly would be one of the counties which wouldn't be playing too much more first-class cricket, essentially. There'd only be, what, 10, did they say, or 12 first-class sides for a while, and that was a big push. Leicestershire would be one of the counties that wouldn't be playing first-class cricket, essentially, just one-day cricket. Davy is in and bowls. Van der Hoogten waits for it. Hasn't seen much of the strike of late, Van der Hoogten, just turns it out to mid-wicket. And there's no run, and we were speculating on trips to Norfolk and Cumberland and Northumberland and Devon and places like that. Not entirely unpleasantly, but
no, but it's
here we are in the First Division.
Huge parts of the building blocks that disappear when you start cutting
Yes,
counties.
Absolutely. That was, what, 5 or 6 years ago? And a trophy and a promotion ago. Davy is in. Van der Hoogten slightly squared up on the back foot, drops it out into the offside. And Eskenazi picks it up, and these two playing with some comfort at the moment. Not being beaten anyway. 306 for 7, the partnership 41 now.
Elsewhere in the First Division at Trent Bridge, Warwickshire 321 for 7. Ed Barnard is 116 not out. Chris Wokes made 64. Josh Tongue 4 for 77. Chris Wokes will be visiting the home dressing room here, if that makes sense, as a Welsh fireman later in the summer. At the Oval, Essex, having started really well, have slipped a bit. Holland in, bowls firmly driven by Crane, but I thought that would be intercepted at mid-on and mid-off. The bowler got a hand to it, but it's a couple of runs and eventually picked up by Green just inside the long-on boundary. 308 for 7. Crane has moved on to 32 of 42 balls. Nice little contribution. Essex 289 for 5. Dean Elgar got 92. Paul Walter 101, the two openers, but a couple of wickets for Laws have pegged them back. Was that a play and a miss by Crane? Didn't know much about that one. Went right through him. At Headingley, Sussex 317 for 6. 318 for 6. Haynes made 64. Simpson is 71 not out, and Tom Price made 93 there. 3 wickets for Jack White. Holland bowls, turned on the leg side by Crane. They'll hustle through for a single. 33 to him. 309 for 7. So there are 4 games in the First Division. There are 3 in the second. At Derby, Gloucestershire 217 for 6. Miles Hammond has just reached his century there. Shoaib Bashir has 2. Martin Anderson has 2. Holland bowls on leg stump. Van der Hoogten turns it away comfortably for a single down to deep square. 2 being the number of wickets that Shoaib Bashir took for Glamorgan in 3 matches last season. At Chester Street, Lancashire 327 for 7. Marcus Harris is 126 not out. 3 wickets for Ben Rain for the hosts there. Holland in. Balls. Oh, Crane was slightly bamboozled by that one. Played it off the outside edge to cover. No run. At New Road, Kent were dismissed for 196. Milne's 50 not out was the top score. 3 wickets apiece for Hannon Dolby and Swanepoel, a South African whose arrival caused a little bit of a stir in his South African side. 310 for 7 here. As Crane drives, no run. Swanepoel was the player who left his teammates in South Africa down to 10 men for the last stage of a match as he dashed off to catch a plane. So was not surprisingly given the boot by his South African side after that. At Worcestershire, a 66 for 1 in reply to Kent's 196.
Ten overs to go tonight. 310 for 7. Davey will continue this spell with the new ball. Hasn't done half as much as they would have liked, I suspect. Leicestershire this morning's, there was plenty about it. Helped, of course, by the slightly fresher pitch, but it's been under absolutely unbroken sunshine and a sort of drying wind as well. So if it was dry to start with, it'd be a sight drier now. Just the 2 slips now. Van der Hoogten has been very steady. Crane has been slightly more attacking. Either way, the partnership working nicely. In goes Davey and bowls. Van der Hoogten punches it back past him off the back foot on the onside. Doesn't quite time it as well as he would have liked, and Holland can get across from mid-on to cut the ball off. Crane wanders down, has a word with his teammate. A couple of goals wheel away below us. Davey mops his brow with his sleeve. Hot work. Hard work today, but they've had a week off. Should be raring to go. In he goes and bowls on the legs of Van der Hoogten, flicked away. I think pad was involved to a certain extent, but certainly there was some bat. So Van der Hoogten picks up 4, and that is the, I was going to say 50 partnership, but it isn't. It's 49. Can't add up. 314 now for 7. Got a feeling this game is going to go to the very end. I think there'll be a result. There's too much in the pitch for there not to be, but you certainly wouldn't like to call it at the moment.
Yeah, wickets here, they might spin a little bit more, but they don't tend to deteriorate too badly.
Right, so it could
flatten it.
Yeah, okay. In goes Davey, bowls down the leg side. Van der Hoogten steps inside it. Sort of tries to help it on its way, but not too hard. Doesn't get anything on it.
Yeah, Glamorgan will have to bowl well tomorrow to get Leicestershire out.
Pleased and lively chatter from below us. The Glamorgan faithful. Seen their side recover well to post what is looking to be an increasingly competitive score with power to add. Delay while mid-wicket is sent back to deep backward square. The message to Van der Hoogten, I'm going to bounce you. Bet he won't. In goes Davey and bowls full on the leg stump, and Van der Hoogten waiting for it on the back foot. Flicks it out to Hull, and that is the single that brings up the 50 partnership for the 8th wicket between Tim Van der Hoogten, who scored 18, and Mason Crane, who's got the majority of the runs. He's got 33 off just 46 deliveries. Good stuff from those two. Lower order partnerships, so important. Two bonus points apiece at the moment. Davey turns. In he comes and bowls. Looked a slightly tired delivery, that to me, on off stump. Just leaning forward. Crane had a lot of time to push it out to mid-off, and there is no run. Might go back to the spinner early, but I suspect not. You'd have thought Holt would be called up fairly soon with a new hard ball. Different proposition for the lower order, the extra little bit of pace. Because there isn't much movement with it. Davey is in and bowls. Crane waiting for it, dabs it down, trying to work it down to third man. In fact, just works it down to the gully. So no run from that final delivery of the Davey over. The 17th, none for 64 for him. He gets a pat from Ben Cox, and in a way that suggests that might be his work done for the day. 9 overs remaining. And Hull is stretching.
Yes, I wonder if they'll go to Ben Green as their other option, or maybe bring back Ajaz Patel with a little bit more bounce from the spinner as well, as Holland is in to bowl and Van der Hoogten pushes forward. Richard will leave us for about 10 minutes or so and hopefully hasten back after the 6 o'clock. Edward Bevan joins me here on BBC Sport Online. Thanks very much indeed for your company wherever you've been following us today on the BBC Sport website and app, and on the county websites, as Holland is into bowl and Van der Hoogten plays it to backward point. No run.
Now then, Mr. Crane, 50, 40. He'll have designs on going up the order. No, quite seriously, because he looked quite a competent batsman, isn't he?
Holland in, bowls, and no shot played. Allowed to go through. As Hull is stretching, so we'll see him very soon, no doubt. Useful weapon in the Fox's armoury. As there's a drive and a miss from Van der Hoogten. Well, he's been largely circumspect as the Dutch Aussie, but chucked the kitchen sink at that and missed a straightish ball outside off stump that kept rather low as well.
I mentioned after sitting out there lunchtime, Nick, I mentioned to Richard, I thought it was a little bit too paced. And it's not going to get any better, this pitch, is it?
Holland in, bowls, Van der Hoogten on the defensive. In the sunshine over the weekend, though, it doesn't tend to get much worse. It's already turning to a certain extent.
Which we've never had here. It's generally flattened out and been an absolute batsman's paradise over the years, as you and I well know. But we saw again the Yorkshire match, there's plenty of spin in it, and hopefully they'll be spinning this from the second day on.
Holland bowls, Van der Hoogten defends. End of the over. There is still a bit of a spring in Leicestershire steps, with 8 overs left in the day's play. 315 for 7. Looks increasingly less likely that Leicestershire will be required to bat tonight, because of course if we get down to 3 overs to go, that's it. They don't take the last 2 if a wicket falls at that stage, or the last wicket falls. So it is Hull to try and blast a couple over before close of play.
He'll be bowling from the river end. He did open up this end, but as soon as he changed, he got a wicket with his first or second ball when he went to the river end, and he's going to come in. And Crane will be looking at that run-up. You see, you've got Hull coming over the wicket now, and will create rough there. And who is going to be bowled middle and off? Is Crane, and he's probably telling Hull at the moment, yeah, they can make a big mess as big as you like. And he's a big lad, and he'll certainly follow through and create a bit of rough, which will suit Crane down to the ground. But is Crane the receiver now as Hull starts his longish run from the river end and comes in and bowls, and Crane flicks this off his legs down towards fine leg, and looking the very competent batsman he is, moves on to 34 in the score, on to 316 for 7.
What's your assessment of Hull's approach and run-up and action there, Edward? Do you think he's likely to stay injury-free with that sort of
well, at that
action?
Size,
because you need to be careful, don't you?
Absolutely, because he's such a big lad, isn't he? 6'7" and broad across the shoulders. I think they'll have to treat him rather gingerly, but there's so many of them breaking down, as you say, these days. As he comes in close to the stumps, and this is played defensively by Van der Gooten.
I was reading about the Derbyshire teenager Harry Moore,
out for the season, isn't he?
Again for the second season running, and he's 6'7". I don't know if he's still a teenager, but very young man, and it's another stress factor.
I know you're getting at with Hull, and you get stretches of the back, and also where you land, often where you land. And I've always been advocating, I'll just wait for him to come in, but he has got a nice run-up and approach, I must say. And he comes right over the top, and this time it's driven past, is it? No, it's a dive in hand, but there is a single there. I've been an advocate, but don't bowl so much in the nets, especially, shall we say, from January on, or November, some of them go into the nets, because you're going to be banging on those hard boards. Never used to happen. You never had the injuries that you used to have, simply because you didn't have so many indoor schools around the place. But there's so many, it's ridiculous. People are breaking down. Here is Hull, this time bowling to the right-handed Crane. He comes in and bowls, and he dabs that away. Looking to dab it down vacant between slip and gully, it ends up at fine leg, or short fine leg, or leg slip, or whatever, but there's a single in it. So the score goes along, 318 for 7. They'll be looking for a third batting point, and will be delighted if they can get that. Not tonight, obviously, but sometime tomorrow morning.
Yeah, I think 350 would be a respectable total for Glamorgan. Maybe an update for BBC Radio Wales at some point in the next couple of minutes.
Van der Gooten on 19 waits. As Hull comes in and bowls him a very good bouncer, but well picked by the batsman, and it sails over his head into Ben Cox's gloves. Van der Gooten 19, Craig 35. When we get 250s in the first 3 games.
Yeah, he's well organised, isn't he, Crane? He's
a good cricketer. In comes the last ball of the over, and that's driven a check drive up to mid-off. That completes the over. We have got this evening 7 overs remaining, probably around a 6:30 finish, which is not too bad. The Yorkshire match will be going till 7:30 one night.
Yeah, it was nearly 7:30, wasn't it, when we had the extra overs.
The lights on going home.
Yeah. Well, at least they can use the floodlights here. They're not likely to today. 318 for 7.
Is it because we've had new floodlight chairs that the council have said, oh, they're posh, let you use them any time?
Richard was suggesting that it may be because they're more efficient in terms of light spillage, that it's concentrated more on the area that it's meant to be, and
Could be, I
less
suppose.
light flying out into Cathedral Road. Update for BBC Radio Wales. Glamorgan are 318 for 7 with 7 overs to go of the day's play, and based largely around 2 efforts of 90 plus. Kieran Carlson, the skipper, hit 95 before he was run out, and Sean Dixon, his first significant innings for Glamorgan, he made 90. At the moment, Mason Crane is 35 not out, providing some useful tail end runs. Ian Holland and Josh Hull have claimed 2 wickets apiece for Leicestershire, and the game reasonably evenly poised on day 1. Glamorgan 318 for 7.
Nick, thanks very much indeed.
Thought to see the end of Jax Patel for today, but he's back in action. And we'll probably get an early finish.
Patel doesn't go through with bowling on that occasion. So he's bowling to a short leg and a slip as his 2 close catches, as he's in and bowls to Crane, who tries to work it down to third man. But there is a fielder at short third man in the form of Stephen Eskenazi, and there is no run. As Patel bowls, pushed forward by Crane, no run.
Yeah, they're not going to take any risks, are they, with 7 overs left against Patel?
No, you might as well
Just pick up the
reset for the
singles.
morning now and pick up the singles, as you say, when they're available. Patel in, bowls, back on his stumps goes Crane, playing that one late, chopping it down to short third again. No run. Third man is what would be on the edge of the circle in one-day cricket, 30 metres or so from the bat. Patel bowls, full, driven back past the bowler, between his legs, I think, but fielded by Holland at mid-off. He's well set back, so they go through for the single. 319 for 7. As Van der Hoogten checks his guard again. He's been in a fair while now. Faced 64 deliveries for his 19. That's a full bunger by Patel, and it's driven gently back past him. Bowler can't get a hand to it. And no, it's just stopped by Holland inside the ropes. They think about a third decide against it. Enthusiastic piece of fielding by Holland in front of us here in the Castell Howell stand, but that one slipped rather for Ajax Patel, who didn't bowl it very well and probably should have fielded it as well. So maybe he's a little weary this later in the day, forcing drastic action from his captain, who went tumbling back over the ropes as he knocked the ball inside. So that's the end of me for the commentary for the day, and Edward and Richard will steer you through till the close while I compose some written thoughts for the BBC Sport Online web page with the match report. Edward and Richard.
Thank you, Nick. I'm just telling BBC Radio Leicester that if they can get one more before the close, they'll, I think, consider it a reasonable day after Glamorgan won the toss and chose to bat first, but there's no doubt that the pitch has flattened a bit under the relentless sunshine. Hull is in and bowls a touch short to Mason Crane, who has acquitted himself admirably.
50, 40, what is he now? 36 not out in the 3 games. He'll be, excuse me, skipper, any chance of going up the order? But I suppose he's quite content to come in here and play like this and bowl lots and lots of overs, as he's done.
I suspect
already.
he will be bowling as well. Plenty of overs in this game. There'll be a bit there for him. The question is, as Hull, with this longish run from the river end, comes in and bowls outside off stump, cut wristily, but only as far as gully. And Tattersall makes the stop. Whether, as Nick was making the point, but sometimes the pitch here can actually flatten rather than
not anymore,
start to
though,
continue to turn. You think it's a different?
We saw against Yorkshire and it began to rip for Crane.
Right.
He took 5 from just 16 overs in the first innings.
Well, these runs that Mason Crane is scoring then are all sort of helpful to him in particular, so plenty of motivation for him. In goes Hull and bowls to him outside off stump. He reaches for it, trying to cut it away, doesn't get anything on it. Might just have slid under his bat there. He did have to reach for it.
I was making the point to Nick that Crane will be saying to Hull, I hope you bowl a lot and bowl there, because you're running down just where I'm going to pitch the ball, and he's bound to cause a little bit of rough. The pitch is so bare that there's hardly any rough there at the moment, but the more that the big man bowls, the more rough it is going to get.
Hull in, bowls, bounce, a very high one, just one for the over, says umpire Blackwell. Not a wide. Famously played just the one test, Mason Crane. 2 T20 internationals. 1 wicket for 193.
It's amazing the boys who have played just the one test.
There's quite a few leg spinners probably. Thinking of Matty Parkinson, currently playing county cricket. Matt
Bracey
Parkinson.
of Gloucester.
He probably considered himself unlucky, I think.
Yeah.
Hull in to Crane. Outside off stump, worked again.
Alan Butcher of
Off
this
the back
parish
foot.
from 8 years ago.
Steve James, he played a couple, didn't he? 2 or 3 in the end. He's on the ground now, or somewhere. Yes, he's on the coaching staff.
No. Oh yes, he teaches. He's a good coach too. Coaches the girls as well.
Became a cricket journalist for many productive years, Steve, and a very good one. As
Certainly is.
in goes Hull and bowls, punched away off the back foot by Crane out to the sweeper. Hull looks a little dispirited at that. That's the end of his 15th over, 2 for 70. He kicks away a bit of dust, but double teapot as he walks away. There's not much from this ball Leicestershire are getting compared to this morning, that's for sure.
Patel, we thought was going to have a rest, but back he is in action, about to start his 28th over.
Well, might as well if there's a bit of seam still left on the ball, and it is hard. There might be a bit of bounce for him. Give him what help you can. Over 8's -2 now, is it, or +2? Can't quite tell. +2.
+2. The green and the red tell you.
I should have thought of that. Thank you.
Patel bowls, and it is just pushed back to mid-off.
People will be saying, how can it be plus? How can it be good when it's past 6, quarter past 6?
Not too bad, is it? We were here until 7:25, I think, in the Yorkshire match.
Goodness me,
Drove
must have
home
been close to being dark
in the
by
dark.
that.
They had the lights on.
And it was freezing as well.
Oh, horrible. Patel again for the umpteenth time gets a ball that might have just gone off the rough. It was very wide. Let's have a look at that again. Where did that hit? It did turn, but slowly, but was pitched outside the off stump. Here's the next ball. Oh, and that came back into him, and it was jabbed away. He didn't know much about that, did Mason Crane, but he'll get a single as he moves on to 38.
It's just not fast enough off the pitch, is it? It sort of skidded onto him, but he didn't read it, but he was able to adjust.
Partnership now goes up to 58, so this is an important partnership for the 8th wicket. As Patel this time bowls to Van der Gooten, who comes right forward and ends the over. The score is 323 for 7. Glamorgan looking for their third batting point. We have got just the 4 overs left. They're not going to get that tonight, I wouldn't have thought. Van der Gooten 21, Crane is on 38. And now we're going to have a change of bowling. I see Patel, has got his, is that him with his hat off down the far end? Rishi Patel.
No, it's going to be Green.
He had the 1 over earlier on, that's why I thought perhaps he just...
Yeah, was it the last over, but with the old ball, wasn't it? Or the penultimate over with the older ball. Yeah, might get 1 or 2 before the close. One, but I doubt it. Green.
Yeah, if Glamorgan get to 350, they'll be quite pleased, I think, after that start. Will be very pleased after that start. They did falter a little again after Carlson went, and these two have had to rebuild. But basically, since 91 for 4, they've done pretty well.
They have. There'll be a few red faces out there in the crowd because the sun has been on them all day at that river end. Green is in and bowls and half forward, and as much as he ever does get forward is Mason Crane, dabbing the ball out into the offside. I'm trying to remember who his test match was against, and I'm not sure I can.
No, I certainly can't.
Or the one test he played. It's quite a while ago now. Green in, bowls, and slightly loose at that one is Crane. Thickish inside part of the bat as he sort of looked to push it out into the offside. Runs out into the leg side instead, and there's no run. Sussex boy, of course. Shoreham by sea.
Nice spot.
It is, yes. Go through it on the train sometimes if I'm travelling to Hove. In goes Green, bowls straight. Crane pushing slightly across the line. Out to Weatherald, who's at mid-wicket. Played for Hampshire as well.
Certainly did. Yep.
Loves a chocolate digestive.
Don't we all?
The surprising fact, he says, about him is that he has bad luck with cars. I wonder what that means. Do you think he buys ones that always break down or something?
Yes.
I have bad luck with cars. In goes Green and bowls, and the man who has bad luck with cars has no problem dealing with that one, pushing it out into the offside off stump. Just the one slip now. Patel clapping his hands.
So Glamorgan tomorrow, and I'm sure we'll have the opportunity with the 14 overs to pick up the 1 point each side needs, really.
Green bowls and Crane drives.
Lovely
Nobody
shot.
moves in the outfield, which is always a good sign from the batter's point of view.
Beautiful shot.
Between mid-off, who's quite wide, and extra cover out to the deep extra cover boundary for 4. And Mason Crane again moves into the 40s, so twice into the 40s and a half century in his innings so far this season. Proving himself up very worthy of the description all-rounder, I think. Green is in, bowls to him, and he turns that one off his legs through square leg, and it's going to be another single as Rishi Patel comes running in from the deep square boundary. And one is taken. As I said, they'd like to rotate the fielders, Leicestershire.
51, 2, 39 and 43 not out. Those are his scores. And very useful to have somebody like this at number 9. Which never used to be 9, 10 and Jack, well, more or less. Start the roller. 3 to 8 for 7. And we have 3 overs remaining. And how many times have we said this today? It'll be Axel Patel to bowl from the Cathedral Road end.
28 times to be exact. This is his 29th over.
Marathon. And he comes and bowls. And, in fairness, he's bowled accurately because nobody's collared him as such. Although he's gone for about 4 and over, but there's been not a lot of loose stuff as he bowls again. And I think Crane's decided, well, there's 2 and a bit overs to go. I don't want to get out tonight. I'm in sight of my 50. That's Patel goes wide of the crease there, comes back into the batsman who plays it up towards the tall figure of Hull at mid-on. There's no run. Racing through the overs. Two slips for the obdurate Mason Crane as he goes back this time and pushes it back to the bowler.
He's not a classical batsman by any means, but he's, as you say, obdurate's the right word. He sells his wicket dearly.
Patel bowls. No, I don't think so. It's an appeal. It's well wide of the leg stump. A stuttered appeal. Patel wheeling away, last ball of the over, and that is a maiden. Figures remain at 1 for 105 off 29 overs. So 2 overs left, and it's 20 past 6. We can't moan at that.
Well, given Patel has bowled 29 and will have bowled 30 of those overs, you would have thought that they wouldn't have been far away from sort of 6 o'clock, but
yeah, straight. I thought it would be 6 to 10 past,
because he whips through his overs.
Yeah.
It's a very short run, and he doesn't
We haven't
delay
any
between
hold-ups, have we?
deliveries. No, but
it's the walk. You see, it's half a mile from the dressing room.
it probably is slightly built into the. You would have thought here, but it may well be built into calculations on this particular ground.
I'm sure it does.
Sure.
Yes.
So Ben Green is going to bowl his final over of the day. His 17th of the innings, comes in from the river end and bowls. And Van der Hoogten, who again hasn't seemed to have seen that much of the strike of late, works it out towards mid-on, and there is no run. He has faced 67 deliveries, Crane 78 for their 21 and 43 deliveries, 21 and 43 runs respectively. Green is in and bowls, and Hookton is, I think, playing for the close now.
I think so too.
As he leant forward on off stump there with a
resigned look.
deadest of dead bats. Yes, I'll be here. I'm going to be here tomorrow, sapping your energy, Leicestershire, building our first innings and giving myself plenty of runs to bowl at, and my mate Mason at the other end as well. 3-2-8 for 7. Green is in to him again. Defence. No great foot movement. Straightish delivery. It's his favourite form of the game, he says, Tim van der Hoogten, the 4-day game.
Here to that.
The swings, the way it can change, and swing one way and then the other, and how you have to often work very hard for openings. Green is in, bowls to him. He's sort of looking to drive, might just have come back a bit and ended up pushing it firmly out to mid-on.
No venom in the pitch at all, as it was a little bit this morning, is there? It's slowed up. I do hope, for everybody's sake, that it will turn, because we'll have far more interest in match than we used to have here when it was Over the years, it was as dead as dodo. Fourth innings would be about 400 for 5.
Green bowls. Van der Houten head right over the ball as he plays it back down the pitch on the onside. And again, Ian Holland is the man running across mid-on to complete the fielding. One ball left for Ben Green to bowl today. 3 to 8 for 7.
End of the over, Van der Houten will go down to Crane. You can have these 6, mate. I'm done for the day.
Green is in. Van der Houten is walking down the pitch towards him a little bit and then defending, and Green swings his foot resignedly as the ball runs out to mid-on again. 17 overs, 3 maidens, 1 for 58 for Ben Green. And that is his bowling work done for the day. 3 to 8 for 7. One more over, and it'll be Ajaz Patel to bowl it.
Yes, and he will be bowling his 30th over. And Glamorgan with a run rate they'll be quite happy with now, 3.45, because in the first 45 minutes it was 1.91. And we've got 2 slips, short leg. Batsmen are crowded here in case they get a nick, or I don't suspect many attacking shots as Patel bowls the first ball, and it's played curse of the commentator for 4 runs. Straight drove him then, and where we were all expecting just a bit of defence. There's a lovely shot, and he moves to 47. It really was beautifully timed. Turned the wrists and found vacant mid-on space and went for 4. 3, 3, 2, 4, 7. Crane on 47. Another one of those, and he'll reach his second 50 of the season. Here's Patel. Comes in, bowls, and is dabbed away into the offside. Put every ball in the right spot, and I don't think we will get any raw runs this evening. Two slips, keeper standing up, and a man at bat pad on the offside. And he's bringing his mid-wicket in. Just adjusting in what he's going to bowl. As he comes round the wicket and again bowls, that's shorter, and it's chipped away to backward point for a single. So 3 balls to negotiate this evening. $333 for 7. Nice. Go to start the day with tomorrow. As in comes the next one, and this is played defensively. I think Mr. Van der Houten is going to just block 2 balls.
Suspect you may be right, but you never know. Maybe he'll loft the last one for a huge straight 6. Brackets, he won't.
Here he comes in. No way. Mr. Crane can take his gloves off if he wants to. No, I can't see Patel bowling a no ball or a wide. In he comes for the day's final ball, and bowls, tosses this one up, and it's driven away for a single. Well, that completes a very interesting day's cricket here at Sapphire Gardens, and to tell you of the day's play, Glamorgan won the toss. They elected to bat. They got off to a poor start, and at lunch were 91 for 4, having lost both openers, Ul Hassan then, and the important wicket of Colin Ingram. But then we saw a stand of 126 between the captain, Kieran Carlson, who made 95, and Dixon, Sean Dixon, in only his 3rd game for Glamorgan, very cultured 90. And after Chris Cook went for 12, we'll have seen Van der Houten and Mason Crane take the score from 265 to 334. Van der Houten is not out 22. Crane is 48 not out. From the Glamorgan point of view, I think they'll be very happy with the score that they've got after that poor start. And to give us the Leicestershire point of view and to say good night to us all, here's Richard.
I think they'll be a little disappointed, not so much at the way they're necessarily bowled, but the fact that they just weren't able to exploit the couple of times they did have the advantage. 3-4 is a pretty good effort, really, on the part of Glamorgan. Certainly from 91 for 4. I can see the two umpires having a word with the curator, with the groundsman. And they'll want these 3 wickets quickly. If they can get them quickly, then they'll feel that, given what happened at the Oval, they have the batting to still build a decent first innings lead and try and put Glamorgan under a little bit of pressure. The big thing will be what Crane can get out of the pitch. It was marked that I think the turn that we saw towards the end, certainly with the old ball, wasn't there with the new ball, which was odd, really. So whether the pitch suddenly sort of flattened out a bit or whether it was just a different property in the ball, and it can happen in the new ball, then who knows. But we'll find out a lot more tomorrow. But in the meantime, the game is setting itself up nicely.
It certainly is. Well, thank you very much for your listening, your attention today. We thoroughly enjoyed it. Let's hope we get an interesting day tomorrow. So from Nick Webb, Richard Ray, myself, Edward Bevan, a very good night to you wherever you are. No star.